Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, The Fire Within, by XFangHeartX. What starts out as a normal exploration turns into a fight for Luffy's life when an evil dragon named Kovar suddenly abducts him. In order to save him, the Straw Hats must go somewhere they have never gone before. Inside their captain's memories. Huge shout out to all the warlords of this channel. You know who you are. Want to stand among legends? Join the channel membership and show your support. Adios.
The memory continued playing before the Straw Hats' eyes. Morgan and Helmeppo both lied on the ground in defeat while the Marines gaped in shock, and Luffy and past Zoro, the latter being half dead, stood tall and confident. "The captain. He lost," whispered one of them. Past Zoro sheathed his swords before he glanced back at the Marines. "Any of you morons still want to capture us?" he asked. The Marines paused for a moment before they suddenly grinned and threw their hats up in the air, whooping, cheering, and even hugging each other. "At last, we're free. Morgan's reign of terror is finally over." "Hooray for us. They're sure weird," said Luffy. "They're actually happy we defeated their captain?" "So that means that Captain Morgan was ruling over them with fear," Kobe exclaimed, excitedly. "That's how most Marines are, these days," Nami said. "You got that right," Sanji replied. "It's those kind of Marines that I hate," Ika added. Suddenly, past Zoro collapsed in the dirt, to everyone's shock. "Oh, no, Zoro," Kobe cried. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" "I'm just really hungry," past Zoro groaned. "I guess even Moss Head can collapse from hunger," Sanji quipped. "Oh, screw you," Zoro barked. "You went without eating for 3 weeks, you know," Chopper exclaimed. "You're lucky Luffy came and got you out of there. If those Marines didn't kill you, starvation surely would have." "Hey, will you relax?" Zoro questioned. "I'm alive now, right?" "Easy now," Robin said as she held the swordsman's arm. "Let's calm down, okay? You're here now, and that's what matters." "Thank you, Robin," Zoro replied, causing the archaeologist to kiss his cheek in response. "Hey, guys, check it out," Frankie spoke up as he pointed to the memory, which shifted to show past Zoro, who was sitting in Rika's mother's tavern, wearing clean clothes and patting his stomach in satisfaction. "Phew, I'm stuffed," he exclaimed. "Not eating for nearly a month was worse than I thought." "I can't imagine how horrendous that must feel," Brooke said. "I'd have thought my stomach caved in. Though I have no stomach. Yo-ho-ho-ho." Zoro only rolled his eye before he kept watching. "Yeah, you never would have lasted a month," Luffy said as he took a bite of some salmon. "Says the one who's eating more than me," past Zoro countered. "That's Luffy for you," Sanji mused. "Indeed," Brooke nodded. "I guess even I pigged out a little, too," Kobe admitted, sheepishly. "It's very kind of you to give me food along with these two, ma'am." "It's the least I could do," said Rika's mother. "You three saved the whole town." "You're the most amazing man I've ever met," Rika exclaimed to Luffy, who grinned. "Yeah, I know," he said, "and I'm gonna be even greater when I become king of the pirates." She, Ika giggled. "He sure will be." "Yeah," Kumi agreed, wagging her tail a mile a minute. "So, what's next for us?" asked past Zoro. "That's easy," Luffy replied. "We're going to the Grand Line." "What?" Kobe questioned. "You still want to go to the Grand Line, even though there are just 2 of you? It's suicide, Luffy. If you go there the way you are now, you'll only sail headlong into death. The world's most bloodthirsty pirates are sailing those waters, you know." "There he goes, again," Frankie muttered in annoyance. "Does he ever shut up about that?" Blizzard asked. "Hey, if we're going to find the One Piece," past Zoro began, "then the Grand Line is where we have to go." "You actually agree with him, Zoro?" Kobe asked in horror. "Why do you care?" past Zoro asked. "It's not like you're going with us." "That's true," Usopp said. "Why does he care? I may not be going," Kobe shouted as he slammed his palms on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. "But that doesn't mean I can't be worried about you guys. That's not a bad thing, right? I mean, can't I be worried, my friends?" He then looked over at Luffy. "Luffy, I know we haven't known each other for long. But we are friends, aren't we?" We may be going our separate ways, Luffy began, but we'll always be friends, Kobe. Hearing that caused Kobe to smile in relief. You're the first person who's ever stood up for me, before, he said. Even I wouldn't do that for myself. But seeing you and Zoro in action, it taught how me to fight for what I believe in. Luffy's always had that effect on people, Robin mused. You can say that again, Aika piped up. Yeah, Luffy's had that effect on me, too, Blizzard smiled. Why do you think I'm going to the Grand Line? Luffy asked. Yeah, makes sense to me, Past Zoro said, casually. Wait, no, that's not what I meant, Kobe cried. I'm trying to tell you that it's too reckless. Well, what about your plans? Asked Past Zoro, tapping the boy's forehead with the hilt of one of his swords. Huh? Kobe muttered. My plans? Weren't you the cabin boy of Alvida's pirate ship for 2 years? Asked Past Zoro. If I were you, I'd keep an eye on the Marines' intelligence. If they find out about your background, they won't let you enlist. Hearing that seemed to dishearten Kobe, while Aika looked at him in concern. Is that true? Asked Aika. Unfortunately, Zoro replied. If you had any relations to pirates, willingly or not, there's no way you'd be one of the Marines. Wait a second, Kumi said. Aika, why do you care? You hate the Marines. I don't hate them all, just some, Aika argued. Besides, Kobe seems like such a nice boy, and since he's Big Brother's friend, that makes him a good guy, right? So, I'd hate for one of Big Brother's friends to not realize his dream. It wouldn't be fair. Hearing that caused the Straw Hats to smile at their youngest member. However, the moment was soon interrupted when someone entered the tavern. It was one of the Marines, the lieutenant. Excuse me, he said. You two gentlemen are pirates, am I right? You got it, Luffy replied. I even have a first mate, now, that makes me a genuine pirate captain. Yes, the lieutenant said as he tipped his hat. You have done us a great service, defeating Captain Morgan and saving us and this town from his tyranny. But nonetheless, we are still Marines and we can't really shelter any pirates here. Bummer, Frankie said. Yes, I'm afraid that's the case with all Marines, Brooke added. Yeah, which is why we always get run out of town, Zoro replied before he shrugged. What can you do? I am sorry for this, said the lieutenant, but while we are grateful, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. However, we will not report you to headquarters. Outside, the Straw Hats could hear the sounds of angry clamoring. You Marine dogs. How could you say that? You all hated Morgan as much as we did? Yeah, those two are our heroes, you know, Nami began. I don't think I'll ever get used to people praising pirates. I guess it's surprising because this is the first time Luffy ever got praised like this, Usopp added. I guess that's true, Frankie agreed, with Blizzard nodding his head in affirmation. Well, Luffy said as he got up from the table, I guess we'll be going, now. Thanks a lot for the food, miss. Yeah, thanks, Past Zoro said as he and Luffy prepared to leave. Luffy, Kobe said, sadly. Do you have to go? Asked Rika. Yeah, sorry, Luffy said. Maybe we'll meet again, one day. Well, okay, Rika said. What about you, boy? Asked the lieutenant. Aren't you going with them? Huh? Kobe muttered. Oh, He bit his lip and clenched his fists so tight that his knuckles turned white. I'm not with them. The Straw Hats gasped silently, except for Zoro, who smirked, knowing exactly what was to come next. Luffy also grinned before he and Past Zoro prepared to walk out. Excuse me, pirates? Asked the lieutenant, causing Luffy to stop and look back. Is it true? The boy's not with you? Oh, let me explain, Luffy answered. You see, I met him a while back, and I know about his backstory. What is he doing? Nami questioned. That moron's gonna blab to him. USOPP know Kobe's gonna get in trouble? Chopper asked. Just watch, Zoro said. You see, there was this pirate named Alvida, Luffy began, and she was really fat and mean, and for 2 years, this kid. Shut up, Kobe yelled as he suddenly tackled Luffy and punched him across the face, causing the Straw Hats, save Zoro, to gasp. Dude, Frankie exclaimed. What is he doing? Blizzard questioned. A pause, but then Luffy smirked before he slugged Kobe back. Why you little? He shouted. Take this. He punched him again, and that, too. All right, that's enough, the lieutenant shouted. No disturbing the peace. All right, past Zoro said as he grabbed Luffy and held him back. You made your point. It's clear you have no affiliation with each other, the lieutenant said. Now, I demand you both leave this town, at once. Fine with me, Luffy shrugged before he and past Zoro walked out while Kobe lied on the floor. He planned that, didn't he? Robin asked with a knowing smile. He did, Chopper asked. Luffy actually planned that? Kumi questioned. Yep, Zoro said. He was trying to get Kobe to stand up for himself, for once. I don't think I'll ever understand how Luffy does what he does, Usopp said. Yeah, but we wouldn't have him any other way, would we? Asked Sanji. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brooke chortled. Indeed. Aika felt shivers go up her spine as she clenched her fists in excitement. Big Brother is so cool, she whispered. The memory shifted, and the Straw Hats saw Luffy and past Zoro at the docks, preparing to leave in the dinghy that he and Kobe had sailed in. That was some pretty bad acting you did, back there, past Zoro quipped. I wouldn't be surprised if they saw through that. Well, I figured I'd help Kobe just one last time, Luffy shrugged. I'm sure you'll get in, somehow. Well, I think we left on good timing, past Zoro mused. Everyone in town hates us, now. That's how pirates should leave. Luffy laughed as he took the mooring line off the boat. I guess that's true. Luffy and past Zoro both looked back and saw Kobe, who saluted them. I can never thank you enough, he shouted. I won't forget what you did for me. Hey, past Zoro smirked. This is a first. A marine saluting a pirate. Don't they beat all? You got that right, Usopp exclaimed before he laughed. I never thought I'd see the day a pirate would be saluted by a marine, Nami said with an amused smile. Ahahaha. Luffy laughed. We'll be sure to meet again, Kobe. Soon, the lieutenant and the marine soldiers appeared behind Kobe. Attention! The lieutenant shouted before he and the soldiers saluted Luffy and past Zoro, as well, the former waving while the latter was just giving an amused smirk. Then, the Straw Hats could hear the lieutenant scolding his soldiers for saluting pirates, so he punished them. As well as himself, with no dinner for a week. There were no objections. I guess this is their way of making it up to themselves, Sanji quipped. You could say that, I suppose, Zoro said. All right, Luffy cheered. We're on our way. Next stop, the Grand Line. The Straw Hats watched as Luffy and past Zoro continued to sail on toward the sunset. So that's how Kobe became a marine, Nami said. Good for him, Aika smiled. Luffy sure works in mysterious ways, Frankie mused. Although one thing bothers me, Usopp spoke up. Zoro. What did you and Luffy after you left that island? You're about to see, Zoro replied as the memory shifted, and it showed Luffy and past Zoro sitting in their dinghy, the former hanging over the port side as he groaned in discontent. Oh. So hungry, Luffy whined as his stomach gave a deep growl. When the hell are we gonna reach land, anyway? Asked past Zoro, staring up at the sky. Oh, I dunno, Luffy answered. We're just sailing on the wind and the waves and going where they take us. We might not even reach the island. That's kind of disturbing, Sanji said. Is this really how it was before you guys met me? Nami asked, but Zoro only grumbled in irritation. Don't you find it strange that someone who's trying to be king of the pirates doesn't have a single navigational skill? Past Zoro questioned. Well, what about you? Asked Luffy. Aren't you supposed to be some unholy demon who terrorizes the East Blue? I don't remember calling myself that. Past Zoro rebuked before he looked up at the sky. All I know is that I followed some pirate that I was after out to sea. Next thing I knew, I couldn't find my way back to my home village, so I took up bounty hunting to make a living. So basically, you just got lost, Luffy said, bluntly. Hey, don't put it like that, past Zoro barked. Sounds like you got lost to me, Blizzard murmured. Man, Zoro was much of a dummy as he is. Now, Kumi spoke up as she sat on Blizzard's head. I heard that. Zoro snapped as he pointed his finger at the wolf dog and Akita puppy. Wow, you guys really needed a navigator, Nami said. Don't rub it in, Zoro said with a warning glare. I'm just pointing out an obvious fact, Nami defended. Alright, Robin said as she gently pushed the two away from each other. Honestly, you two act like such children. At any rate, past Zoro began. What kind of pirate doesn't know how to navigate the sea? At the rate we're going, we'll never make it to the Grand Line. So, as first order of business, I suggest we get a navigator, pronto. Oh, yeah, Luffy agreed, and a cook, and a musician and… Those can wait, past Zoro shouted, but then, both men's stomachs began growling audibly, causing them both to flop on the hull. So hungry. They groaned. You two were incredibly hopeless on your own, Sanji said. Geez, how long were you two out at sea? Asked Usopp. Just a day? One of these days, I really need to perfect that medicine that cures stupidness, Chopper pointed out. Wait, there's medicine for that? Ika asked. Not yet, Chopper replied. Oh, shut up, Zoro barked. After a while, both Luffy and past Zoro spotted a bird flying overhead. Hey, look at that, past Zoro said. A bird. Luffy blinked for a moment before he grinned. Oh, no, Nami muttered with dread. I recognize that grin. He's got an idea, Frankie spoke, and if I know that grin, it's gonna be a bad one, like always. Hey, I know. Luffy piped up. Let's eat it, huh? Past Zoro asked. How are we gonna catch it? Leave it to me. Luffy answered before he stretched his arms and grabbed the yardarm of the sail. Gum gum. Rocket, on that, he sent himself flying. Huh, past Zoro muttered. I guess that's one way. Wow, Big Brother is so clever. Ika exclaimed. Wait for it, Zoro said as he pointed at the memory, and sure enough, Luffy somehow managed to get his head caught in the large bird's beak. Eh? Ika and Kumi asked in surprise. Ah? Luffy shrieked. Zoro, help, get me down. That moron. Sanji shouted. That's what I said, Zoro added. Ah! Chopper and Kumi shrieked. Luffy got eaten by a bird. Blizzard groaned as he slapped his paw against his face in disbelief. Good heavens, Brook exclaimed in shock. How did he ever manage to get his head stuck in there? It's Luffy, Usopp replied. Stop trying to figure him out. I fell for such an idiot, Nami muttered. The memory shifted after a while, and Luffy was still trapped in the bird's beak and struggling to get himself free. Let me go, you stupid bird, he shouted as he tried to pull his head out. I said let go. How's Big Brother gonna get down from there? Ika questioned. Kaboom! Suddenly, there was sound of cannon fire from somewhere down below, and the next thing the Straw Hats knew, the bird squawked in fright as a giant cannonball exploded, dropping Luffy as it did. Luffy screamed as he plummeted to the ground and landed with a loud bang. So that's how he landed there, Nami mused. Yeah, but where'd he land? Usopp asked. As if to answer his question, Straw Hats that he was standing in the middle of a town, and he stood right in between three brutish-looking thugs and a familiar-looking girl with short, orange hair and wearing a white and blue shirt, a yellow skirt, and a pair of brown, pointy boots. Big sis! Ika exclaimed. It's you again, oh, boy, Nami muttered with a bit of dread. Man, Luffy groaned as he stood up. Who the hell was shooting at me? He then sighed as he dusted himself off. Well, that sure was an interesting experience. Past Nami gaped at Luffy in shock. But then, an almost wicked grin seemed to appear on her face, one that Zoro and Usopp knew all too well. It was a look of cunning and trickery, the kind she would get whenever she was about to make them pay an outlandish fine. Why are you guys looking at Big Sis like that? Ika asked. It's because, Zoro began. No, Zoro, Nami interjected. Let me tell her. She then sighed as she squat down to Ika's height level with a look of remorse. Ika, sweetie. You're about to see a very nasty side of me. One I hoped you wouldn't see for a long time. Huh? Ika muttered, tilting her head. Just watch, and you'll see, Nami replied as the Straw Hats watched. Geez, Luffy said with his hands over his stomach, I'm so hungry. Oh, hey there, boss, past Nami exclaimed as she looked up at him in an endearing manner. Thanks for coming to save me. Huh? Luffy muttered as he glanced over at her. And when he did, the memory turned a light pink again and the Straw Hats could hear their captain's heart pounding. However, he just blinked at her and asked, Who are you? Man, he sure fell for you, Nami, said Frankie. Yeah, but back then, I didn't realize it, Nami said. Now that I know that, I feel bad for what I was going to him, next. They're all yours now, boss, past Nami called as she ran off. Have fun. Huh? Chopper questioned. Nami, you just up and left Luffy back there? I can't believe you did that, Aika cried. Look, I was just. Would I? Nami stammered, trying to find the words to say. Oh, just watch the memory. She's getting away, shouted the thug with the bolts in his head. That's fine, said the thug with the ponytail. We got her boss, right here. You're in a lot of trouble now, kid, said the one with the checkered bandana, pointing his sword at Luffy. You should have let your little girlfriend fend for herself. Wait, did they really just call me his girlfriend? Nami questioned. Apparently, they did, said Brook. Hey, do you guys know where I can get some food around here? Luffy asked. Food the least of your worries now, shouted the bolt-headed thug as he punched Luffy in the face, causing his hat to fly off. Oh, boy, Sanji muttered. Big mistake, pal. Big mistake, indeed, for the next thing the thug knew, Luffy decked him right in the jaw, causing him to crash to the ground while his hat floated down gracefully in his hand. The raven-haired teen then placed the hat on his head and said in a fierce tone, You better keep your hands off my hat. You bastard, the two remaining thugs shouted before they charged at Luffy, who easily defeated them with a gum-gum double pistol. However, Zoro only glared at Nami, as did Usopp, and even Blizzard looked at the navigator in a disapproving manner, but Nami only sighed before she glared right back at them. I know what you're gonna say, she said. I set him up, I know. You know, you're lucky it was just Luffy, Zoro sneered. If it were anybody else, they would have been killed. I was desperate, all right? Nami questioned. That's still no excuse, Usopp countered. I can't believe actually fell for somebody like you, Blizzard added. Nami only sneered at them before she turned away, causing Aika to look at her in concern. Big sis? Aika asked. Are you okay? I'm fine, Nami replied. Just, keep watching. That's amazing, past Nami was heard, causing Luffy to look up and see her sitting on the balcony of a house. You're really strong, aren't you? Even though they had sabers, you took them out with your bare hands. Hey, you're the girl that set me up, Luffy shouted. Who are you? I'm a talented thief who steals strictly from pirates, past Nami replied. The name's Nami. Hey, you want to team up with me? Thanks, anyway, lady, Luffy started, but I think I'll pass. On that, he turned and walked away. Huh? Zoro laughed. I don't blame him. Zoro? Robin chided. Hey, Sanji barked. That's enough, Moss Head, quit picking on Nami. No, Sanji, Nami exclaimed. It's fine. Nami, Sanji whispered in concern. Oh, dear, Robin said, worriedly. Hey, hold on, past Nami called as she jumped off the balcony and ran off after Luffy. At least think about it, first. Just as she caught up to him, Luffy's stomach began to grumble again, reminding him of his hunger. I just remember, Luffy said as he collapsed to the ground, I'm still so hungry. Well, come with me and I'll find you something to eat, past Nami offered. Yeah? Luffy asked as he shot straight up with an eager smile. Are you serious? Past Nami muttered, surprised at his change in demeanor. And that was only the start of it. The memory had changed once more, and the Straw Hats found themselves in an empty house. Well, completely empty, because Luffy was sitting at the table, eyeing a sandwich that past Nami had made for him. Then, he picked it up, shoved the whole thing in his mouth, and chewed it noisily. I see his manners are still as bad as ever, Sanji muttered in slight disgust. Yum, Luffy exclaimed as he ate the sandwich, then looked at Nami. So do you live in this big house all by yourself? This isn't my house, said past Nami. This town's pretty much deserted since everyone's run away from Captain Buggy. Right, Usopp muttered. Like you'd actually treat Luffy for free. Typical, Zoro added. Nami only remained quiet, but Aika and Kumi blinked up at her worriedly before they continued to watch the memory. So you're just a petty thief, Luffy surmised. How rude, past Nami exclaimed. I only steal from people who deserve. Pirates. So don't go comparing me to a SBAG petty thief. Luffy then swallowed his sandwich. A thief's a thief, as far as I'm concerned. He's kinda right about that, Frankie added. Yeah, he is right, Zoro said. A thief's a thief, no other way to put it. Nami sneered at the swordsman, but still didn't say anything, Sanji looked at her before he put his hand on shoulder, causing her to look at him before she sighed and gently brushed his hand off. Nami, Sanji started. Don't worry about me, Nami replied. I'm fine. I can handle people hating on me. Let's just keep watching the memories. But Nami, Sanji began. I said I'm fine, Nami interjected with a bit more force this time, and that was enough to get Sanji to back off. Then, he glared over at Zoro and Usopp to open his mouth to speak, only to stop when he heard past Nami speak first. My goal is to get 100 million berries, past Nami said, gripping the map in her hands like a vice. What are you gonna do with all that money? Asked Luffy. None of your business, that's what, past Nami replied, bluntly. Big sis, why did you need that much money? Ika asked. I can answer that, Sanji replied. Your sister was trying to get enough money to buy her village back from Arlong. He then glared at Zoro, Usopp, and Blizzard, remember? The three then glanced at each other, though Usopp and Blizzard looked a bit guilty before they both sighed. Sorry, Nami, Usopp apologized. Me, too, Blizzard nodded. It's okay, Nami replied, but Zoro didn't say a word. After I steal Buggy's treasure, past Nami began, I'm going to head to the Grand Line. Then the 100 million will be a definite possibility. Nami, I don't mean to question your skills as a navigator, Robin started, but weren't you aware of how dangerous the Grand Line was, back then? As much as I hate to admit it, no I wasn't, Nami answered. I thought you could just navigate through the Grand Line with just a regular compass. Boy, was I wrong. Clearly, Zoro muttered, only for Sanji to jab him in the side with his elbow. Ow. Enough of that, already, Sanji hissed. Wait, map? Luffy asked. So does that mean you're a navigator or something? That's right, past Nami grinned, putting a hand on her bicep, the best around. That's awesome, Luffy exclaimed. My friend and I are going to the Grand Line, too. You are? Past Nami asked in delight. Sure, Luffy answered. You can be the navigator of our pirate crew? Upon hearing that, past Nami's face went from happy to shocked in mere seconds. You're a pirate? She asked. Yup, Luffy answered, all nonchalant. So, what do you say? A pause. But then past Nami scowled as she slammed her hands on the table, startling Luffy as she shouted, Hell no. I hate pirates more than anything else in the world. I only love money and tangerines. Not long after, the memory seemed to turn a shade of blue, and almost instantly, the Straw Hat seemed to know what this meant. He was sad, even though his face didn't show it. Oh, dear, Robin said. Ouch, Frankie grimaced. I guess at the time, Usopp began. Luffy took Nami's refusal pretty hard. Who wouldn't? Sanji asked. It's like getting rejected by the person you got a crush on. Poor Luffy, Chopper spoke up. Big sis? Ika asked, which caused the navigator to look down at her. Did you hate Big Brother back then? Kumi whimpered as she looked up at Nami with these sad eyes, causing her to sigh. I did, Nami admitted, at least. For a while. Back then, I was still hateful and angry about what happened to my mother. I understand, Nami, Robin said as she put her hand on Nami's right shoulder. Who can blame you? You had every right to hate pirates, back then, Brook added. Yeah, Nami said before she looked at Luffy, but it was Luffy who made me realize that not all pirates are the same. Robin chuckled and Ika smiled as she went to hug Nami, who picked her up and squeezed her in a loving embrace. Blizzard even went up and licked the navigator's face, causing her to laugh. Okay, cut it out, Nami said as she wiped the slobber off her cheek. Come on, Luffy said, please be our navigator? I said, no, past Nami answered, harshly as she walked toward a window. And if you don't like it, then blow it out your ear. Fine, Luffy said as he sat down and ate some bread. He gave up that fast? Chopper asked. Unbelievable, Blizzard said. You'd think he'd be pushy and forceful, especially with the girl he loves. He did just meet Nami, Zoro pointed out, and she was the one who offered to join first. He wasn't going to force her to join up, since she hated pirates. Although it did dishearten him, on the inside, Robin answered. As past Nami looked out the window. A glint seemed to appear in her eye. One Zoro knew all too well. It wasn't the kind of glint she'd get when she spotted treasure or money. This was the look of a cunning trickster that was about to unleash a sinister plot. Big sis, why did you have that look? Aika asked. I really don't like it, said Kumi. Oh, no, don't tell me, Usopp muttered with dread. Say, past Nami spoke up as she turned to Luffy, who looked up at her. I might reconsider your offer, on one condition, that is. Really? Luffy asked. Okay, what is it? I'll do anything. Oh, boy, Zoro muttered. I think I know what happens next. Would I mean? Frankie asked. Just watch, Zoro answered. I want you to go with me to see Buggy the Clown, past Nami said. Well, what are we waiting for? Luffy asked. Let's go, then. He then got up to head to the door. Where is this Buggy guy, anyway? Hold on a second, past Nami called. Before we go, I have to make a few last-minute preparations. The memory shifted again, and this time, the Straw Hats saw Luffy and past Nami walking down the street together. For some reason, though, the latter was holding a piece of rope in her hand with this almost devilish smirk. But Luffy didn't seem to pay it any mind. What are you doing with that rope? Luffy asked. Oh, don't pay it any mind, past Nami said. It's just rope. That's not a problem, right? Why did you have a rope, Nami? Chopper asked, but Nami didn't answer him. Soon, the duo arrived at a dead-end street where a large pub stood, and behind that appeared to be a giant big top tent. Ooh, Aika chirped. Is the circus in town? That's not a circus, Aika, Nami answered. Ah, Aika pouted. But I like the circus. Me, too, Kumi added. Just at the end of this street is Captain Buggy's hideout, said past Nami. Really? Luffy asked. But wait, what are we doing here? Oh, you'll see when we get there, past Nami began, and before Luffy realized what happened, she literally ran circles around him, wrapped him up in the rope, then kneed him in the back, knocking him to the ground, Mr. Pirate. Hey, what are you doing? Luffy questioned in shock as he struggled to get free, while past Nami grinned as the memory faded. Did you seriously tie him up? Frankie asked Nami, who sighed. Nami sure was scary. Chopper squeaked, while Kumi gulped and nodded her head in agreement. Still, that's quite a feat, Brook added. You managed to catch Luffy off guard so easily. That's because he trusted me and I took advantage of that, Nami countered, ashamed of how she acted in the past. I'm surprised he didn't hold that against me. Oh, Nami, of course Luffy doesn't hold it against you, Robin said. You know how he is. He hardly ever bears a grudge, especially against the people he cares about. And besides, Sanji added, Luffy loves you. It doesn't matter to him who you were back then. Yeah, Aika added. Big brother loves the big sis Nami you are now, just like I do. And we love you, too, Chopper piped up. Just, when you're not angry. Yip yap. Kumi barked in agreement while Blizzard nuzzled Nami's face. Thanks, you guys, Nami smiled while Zoro eyed the navigator before he heaved a sigh and looked down, which Usopp noticed. Hee hee ha, Usopp chuckled. Gee, Zoro, if I didn't know you better, I'd say you look guilty for ragging on Nami. The sniper soon cried out in pain when Zoro grabbed his nose and gripped very tightly, threatening to break it. Ouch, Usopp cried. Okay, good thing I know you better. That's what I thought, said Zoro as he let Usopp go. Hey, guys, check it out, Chopper called as another memory soon appeared, showing what looked like a bunch of circus clowns, having a big party with lots of delicious food and guzzling down rum. Are you sure this isn't the circus? Aika asked. Because that's what it looks to me. Yeah, there are clowns and acrobats and tightrope walkers, Kumi said. No, it's not the circus, Nami said. This is Buggy the Clown's base. Are you serious? Frankie asked in disbelief. These guys are supposed to be pirates? It's hard to believe someone from Gold Roger's pirate crew ended up like this, Brook added. How big was Buggy's bounty? Here, Robin queried. About 15 million, I think, Nami replied. This is the East Blue, after all. Here, pirates with that big a bounty are considered dangerous. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion went off, forcing the Straw Hats to cover their ears. Ah! Aika shrieked as she hid behind Nami. What was that? Just watch, Nami answered as the others looked at the memory, where they saw a giant, red cannonball fly through the air before it crashed through several buildings, which ended up completely demolished. Thank goodness they were empty. Holy hell! Frankie exclaimed. Did you see that? What was that thing? Usopp questioned. A buggy ball, Nami replied. One of Buggy's special cannonballs. I can see why, Sanji said. I mean sheesh. Ahahahaha. A voice cackled, and Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, and Blizzard could instantly recognize that voice as belonging to none other than Buggy the Clown. Is that Buggy? Aika asked. The one and only, Nami answered in a deadpan tone. Huh, Blizzard muttered. Never thought I'd see that crazy Sanuva bitch again. Oh, yeah, I think I remember him, Usopp said. He's that guy who tried to kill Luffy in Logia Town. I wonder what happened to him, Zoro added. Last I heard, Robin began. Buggy was actually given the rank of warlord by the world government after the Paramount War. What? The other Straw Hats questioned. That guy, a warlord of the sea, Frankie asked. How did he earn that title? Usopp inquired. I don't know the full details, Robin shrugged. Anyway, let's discuss it later. With the buggy ball and the map of the Grand Line and my devil fruit powers, Buggy boasted, I will conquer all of the Grand Line. He then turned to past Nami, who was wearing this innocent smile. Isn't that right, Nami? It sure is, past Nami answered, albeit rather nervously. You were friends with Buggy? Chopper asked. Not exactly, Nami answered. It was all part of this little idea I had. I was pretending that Luffy was my boss and he and I had a bit of a dispute. And I used Luffy to get close to Buggy so that I could steal his treasure. She then looked to the others with the utmost sincerity. I wasn't gonna leave Luffy behind, I swear. I was gonna get the pirates drunk, get the treasure, and then free him, and then we'd both go our separate ways. Honestly, I thought I had a simple strategy, but boy was I wrong. You were, Zoro answered, but at least now, you're a little smarter than that, right? Right, Nami replied with a bit of a smile. Good, Zoro nodded. Another thing. Just because I'm ragging on you, I'm not doing it to be mean. I just wanted to see if you learned. I did, Nami affirmed. I swear. Hey, wait a minute, Luffy shouted from an iron cage, still tied up in rope. It's my destiny to conquer the Grand Line. Hearing that caused Buggy to snort in anger, while past Nami and the Buggy pirates all gasped in shock and horror. And then I'm gonna become king of the pirates, Luffy finished. Yeah, you tell him, big brother, Aika cheered. Yeah, stick it to him, Luffy, Kumi added. You moron. Past Nami shouted. What are you doing? Keep your mouth shut. I can see now why you two didn't get along so much, said Buggy. Why yeah, that's it, past Nami replied. He's such a dumb ass, always shooting his mouth off about everything. That's why I couldn't stand being with him anymore. That's actually kind of funny how you kinda had Luffy all figured out, even though you just met him, Usopp mused. What can I say? Nami asked. I guess he was easier to read, sometimes. Yeah, he can be, Sanji nodded. In that case, let me give you a little gift, Buggy said before he gestured to his men, who smirked before they brought the cannon over, and pointed it at Luffy. Whoa, Frankie exclaimed. What the hell is happening here? If you're really going to prove yourself loyal to me, Buggy began, then show me, kill your old boss. Past Nami gasped in horror while Luffy blinked owlishly. Why? You want me to kill him? Past Nami whispered. There's no need for that, right now, Oh, yeah, how about we have more drinks instead? This is a party, right? Do it, Nami, Buggy said with a sick grin and handed her a box of matches, which made past Nami's face pale, while Buggy's men chanted, fire, 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 behind her. He wanted you to kill Big Brother? Aika questioned. How truly horrid. Brook hissed. How could anyone like him be part of Gold Roger's crew? That I don't think we'll ever figure out, Brook, Nami answered. Past Nami shivered, sweat beading down her face as she held the matches in her hands while Buggy's men kept chanting. Hurry up, Buggy called. Don't keep us waiting. Past Nami gulped as she looked down at her trembling hands, then chewed her lip and whimpered. Hey, Luffy said, getting her attention. Your hands are shaking. He then grinned. That's what happens when you don't have a pirate's resolve. Past Nami glared at him and asked, a pirate's resolve, huh? And does that mean I have to actually be willing to kill someone in cold blood? No, Luffy answered. You have to be willing to risk your own life. Hearing that caused past Nami to gasp in surprise while Zoro nodded his head as he looked at the current Nami. Well, he asked. Do you? I do, nowadays, Nami replied, thanks to him. All I wanted to hear, Zoro answered. Suddenly, one of Buggy's crew grabbed the matches out of past Nami's hands. Here, new chick, he said. Don't be such a tease. I'll show you how to light a fuse. He then struck it on the side of the box and prepared to light the fuse. Past Nami grunted before she reached under her skirt and pulled out 3 pieces of her old bow staff. Wow, Nami whispered. It's been a long time since I used a regular staff. You saying you got a problem with my invention? Usopp asked. No, Nami rebuked. It's just nostalgic. Before long, past Nami connected her staff and struck the pirate in the back of his head, which knocked him out in front of Luffy's cage, much to the Buggy pirate's confusion. You traitor, Buggy yelled, after I just welcomed you into my crew. So, wait, you're gonna save me after all? Luffy asked. Hell, no, past Nami shouted. I got carried away, alright. I just don't want to be someone who has blood on their hands. She then clenched her eyes shut, as if fighting back tears. Pirates took away someone very dear to me. That's why I'll never be like them. The Straw Hats all looked to Nami, although Sanji, Usopp, Robin, and Blizzard were the most sympathetic of all. Big sis? Ika asked, sadly. That's someone who was very dear to you. Was she your mommy? Yes, Nami whispered with tears forming in her eyes. Oh, Luffy realized. So that's why you hate pirates. Just then, he could hear an ominous sizzling sound, which caused him to look down at the ground and shriek in panic. Nami, the fuse. Past Nami gasped as she looked down and saw that the fuse had been lit when the pirate she struck accidentally dropped the match near it. Crap. She cursed. So you think that pirates are just inhuman filth, is that right? Buggy questioned. Get her, men. On that, the Buggy pirates charged at Nami, who tried to defend herself, but she was outnumbered and outmatched, and with the fuse close to firing the cannon, she knew she was running out of time. Thinking on her feet, past Nami abandoned her staff and made a mad dash for the fuse while Luffy panicked in the cage, unable to find a way out. Water, 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 he said, over and over, hoping to find some to douse the fuse out with, but it was getting close to firing and time was running out. NGH, not good. Luffy could have just bitten his way out, Kumi exclaimed. I saw him do it before, back on Punk Hazard, when he bit those chains on Nami. Air. Or Frankie. Oh, whatever. I don't think he knew he could do that, back then, Blizzard answered. Just before the cannon could be fired, past Nami grabbed the lit end with her bare hands, smothering the flame. In doing so, however, she had caused her palms to get burned, and she screamed in pain. Nami, are you crazy? Chopper questioned. You could have seriously damaged your palms that way. You damaged your beautiful hands, Sanji cried in disbelief. Oh, it's nothing to make a fuss over, Nami reassured. Besides, my hands had pretty much calloused a lot, back then. I mostly screamed out of instinct. If anything, it just stung a little. I was being way overdramatic. Behind you, Luffy called out as he saw Buggy's men lunge at past Nami from behind with their sabers out. She flinched, preparing for the worst. But it never came. Instead, she and Luffy heard the sound of men grunting in pain, and it was soon revealed to be past Zoro, who had knocked them all down using the hilts of his swords. How many pirates does it take, just to gang up on one girl? He asked. Huh? Past Nami muttered in surprise. Zoro, you're here, cheered Luffy. Wow! Ika exclaimed. That was so cool, Zoro. Well, I try, Zoro smirked. HMPH, Sanji scoffed. Mine probably would have been better. Oh, sure, Zoro snarked. What would you have done? Rode in on a white horse or a bloody nose? What was that? Sanji questioned before he and the swordsman broke into a scuffle. I can't believe you found me, Luffy exclaimed. That is funny, said Blizzard. How did Zoro find Luffy? He can't find his way out of a wet paper bag. I heard that, Mutt, Zoro barked. You're next, once I'm done with the cook. Hey, Zoro, Luffy called. Hurry up and get me out of this thing. Sheesh, past Zoro muttered in annoyance. First a bird carries you off, and now you're stuck in a cage. What an idiot you are. She. Luffy laughed. Hey, whispered one of Buggy's men. Didn't he just call that guy Zoro? Yeah, I think so, another answered. What's Pirate Hunter Zoro doing, talking to that guy? The Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro. Past Nami whispered in disbelief. That guy was his crewmate. What the hell is happening here? So, Buggy began as he approached past Zoro, who glanced at him. You're the Rorona Zoro, eh? I'll bet you're here to take the bounty on my head. About that, past Zoro began, I'm not really a bounty hunter anymore, so I don't have much interest in you. Well, too bad, Buggy said as he brandished his daggers, one of which he twirled in his hand. I'm interested in killing you. It'd make a nice feather in my cap. But he already has 2 feathers in his cap, Aika said. Aika? Nami asked. Sweetie, that's his hair. It is, Aika questioned. You better back off before I pluck your feathers, past Zoro warned. Yeah, go get him, Captain Buggy, shouted one of the Buggy pirates. Cut him to ribbons, added another. Give me all you got, Pirate Hunter, Buggy began as he dashed toward past Zoro, because I'm about to see what your blood looks like. HMPH, past Zoro scoffed as he brandished his swords. Fine, but you asked for this. With that, he charged right back at Buggy, and cut him into pieces with a single swing. Whoa, Luffy exclaimed. You got him, man, he was weak. That's impossible. Past Nami whispered in shock, but the Buggy pirates began to snicker. What are they laughing about? Asked Frankie. A better question is, Sanji began, how come Buggy isn't lying there in a pool of blood? That's when the Straw Hats who didn't know Buggy realized what had really happened. Hey, Zoro, called Luffy. Get me out of here, already, hurry up. Yeah, past Zoro answered as he prepared to go and get Luffy out, but as he did, he noticed that the pirates were laughing. Huh? What are you all laughing about? He soon got his answer, though, when he felt a knife pierce through his side, causing him to grunt in pain before he fell to his knees, which made Robin cover her mouth in shock while the current Zoro turned his head away in shame. Luffy and past Nami both gasped as they saw Buggy's disembodied hand, stabbing the swordsman. Zoro, no, Luffy screamed in horror. How did? His hand. Past Nami questioned while the Buggy pirates burst out laughing. Past Zoro cried as he yanked the knife out and clutched his bloody wound. What the hell just happened? That's my devil fruit power, Buggy began, the chop fruit. Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami gasped as they saw Buggy reassemble himself. You can slice me and dice me, Buggy boasted, but you can never kill me, I'm a chop man. He put his body back together. Past Nami questioned. But, I thought devil fruits were just a legend. Honey, they're more real than you think they are, Nami whispered. That bastard. Blizzard growled. How could he just stab Zoro like that? Frankie questioned. And right in the back, no less. What a move. It's my fault, Zoro said. I let my arrogance get the better of me. For me, that was my greatest shame. Oh, Zoro, Robin said in concern. Did it hurt, Zoro? Aika asked, worriedly. Of course it hurt, Zoro answered, although my pride hurt more. So that guy's a splitting man? Luffy asked. Boy, what a freak. And yet he has the rubber powers, Kumi deadpanned. Wow. You didn't have a chance, Roronoa Zoro, Buggy smirked. I might have missed your vitals, but that's still a serious wound you have. There, you're finished. Yeah, you're the greatest, Captain Buggy, cheered one of his men. Finish him off, yelled another. Damn it. Past Zoro cursed as his wound throbbed with each drop of blood that spilled out. Past Nami stood in place, wondering what she could do to help. And as for Luffy, well, he had all he could stand and he couldn't stand anymore. Stabbing him in the back was a real move. You stupid big nose, he shouted, and the Buggy pirates soon froze in fear while a vein appeared on Buggy's forehead. And yet, the Straw Hats could do nothing to keep from bursting out laughing, again. He does have a big nose, Aika, her arms wrapped around her tummy. And I thought it was funny when he called Alvida fat, Usopp exclaimed. It's still funny, Chopper howled with laughter. You idiot! Past Nami shouted. Are you insane? That's the one thing you should never? Who the hell do you think you're calling Big Nose? You damn brat, Buggy roared as he threw his hand, which held a knife, at Luffy, who easily caught the blade in his teeth before he bit down hard, causing it to shatter into pieces. Hey, Luffy smirked. Guess what, Buggy, after I get out of this, I'm gonna kick your ass. Of course, Buggy only cackled at this declaration. Kick my ass, you say? He asked. All three of you pathetic brats are going to die, here and now. No way am I gonna die, here, Luffy said before he looked over at past Zoro, who glanced back at him. Zoro, quick, run for it. What are you, nuts? Past Nami questioned. Why would we run away? We're trying to get you out of here, too. A pause. But then past Zoro had this knowing look appear on his face before he nodded his head. Understood, he said, much to past Nami's further bewilderment. You won't get away so easily, Buggy shouted as he tried to attack past Zoro once again. But the swordsman blocked his knives as he clutched at his wound and began to run while the Buggy pirates laughed. However, their laughter was soon short-lived, because they saw him run right to the cannon. What the? Past Nami questioned as past Zoro grabbed the cannon's underside and flipped it over, although it did take a bit of effort due to his injury, but it was enough to send the circus-themed pirates into a panic. He pointed the cannon right at us, cried one of them. And it's still loaded with one of my buggy balls, Buggy screamed in horror. Haha, Luffy laughed. How did you know he was telling you to flip over the cannon? Usopp asked. I guess I just knew, Zoro answered. Zoro, you really shouldn't have lifted something so heavy, especially with that wound, Chopper said. Your intestines could have spilled out. Ew, Aika and Kumi grimaced. I did what I had to do, Zoro countered. Besides, I'm fine now. Why didn't you just cut the cage open? Chopper questioned. Because I didn't know how to cut through steel back then, Zoro said. Oh, Chopper realized. Hey, past Zoro called to past Nami. Hurry up and light this sucker. Huh? Past Nami asked before she gasped in realization. Oh, right, on that. She grabbed the box of matches, lit the fuse, and KABOOM. The cannon fired. And the entire memory went black. After the smoke had cleared, the Straw Hats found themselves watching a new memory. It was past Zoro, lugging Luffy around while he was still trapped in the cage, and past Nami was following after them in concern. Past Zoro grunted in pain as blood dripped out of his stab wound, but he kept carrying Luffy through the empty streets of the town, anyway. Wow, Zoro, said Aika. I can't believe you did that. Yeah, well, Zoro began, he was the captain, still is. Back then, I didn't understand it, Nami spoke. I just couldn't understand why a pirate would go so far for somebody else's sake. She then sighed. Back then, I didn't realize how blind I was. Well, you're not blind anymore, Usopp said. That's what counts, right? Yeah, Nami smiled. RRRRGH. Past Zoro grunted as he kept lugging the cage behind him. Okay. I think we're far enough from the tavern. They probably won't catch up to us anytime soon. We got away from them. For now, that is. Rawr, Luffy growled as he tried to bite open the cage. Damn it, these bars won't budge. I can't do anything if I'm stuck in this stupid cage. That's when past Zoro collapsed on the ground. It's no use, he groaned. I can't go on. Lost too much blood. I'll say you have, Chopper shouted as he glared up at Zoro. If you pushed yourself any further, you would have gotten a hernia. Look, will you drop it? Zoro asked. It's over and done with, now, I'm fine, see? Guys, Frankie asked. Look. The Straw Hats looked up and saw that sitting before past Zoro was a little white dog with scars on his body. Nami gasped, instantly recognizing him. Oh, my god. She whispered. It's Chow Chow. Blizzard tilted his head in confusion at this. Cho who? He asked. Pardon, Brook began, but who is this, Chow Chow? Chow Chow's this little dog we met, Nami answered. I wonder how he's doing these days. Maybe we should go back and visit him, sometime, Zoro suggested. If that dog's as tough as Luffy says he is, he's probably still around. Hey, it's a dog! Luffy exclaimed as he moved the cage toward the little canine, who just sat there, staring blankly with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. How come he's not moving? Asked Luffy, is it even real? Who gives a damn? Asked past Zoro as he lied against a support beam. It can do whatever the hell it wants. We're supposed to be worried about what we're supposed to do. Same old Luffy, Usopp said. More focused on something irrelevant than his own situation. Somehow, this seems familiar, Blizzard said. How do you figure? Kumi asked. I wonder if it's dead, Luffy said as he poked Chow Chow between the eyes. Which prompted the dog to bite his face. Yow? Ah. Let go of me, ouch. Soon, a short scuffle began. Yep, I thought so, Blizzard muttered. You never poke a dog in the eyes, Ika said. You'd think he'd learn that when he met Snowy here, said Frankie as he pointed at Blizzard, while Robin chuckled in amusement. Luffy. Past Zoro barked, accidentally sitting up too fast, which made more blood squirt out of his wound. Quit screwing around and get serious. Soon, both he and Luffy collapsed to the ground. Damn dog. Luffy cursed. I don't feel good, past Zoro moaned while the dog sat quietly. What would you expect, sitting up so quickly like that? Chopper questioned. Let it go, Chopper, Sanji said. Idiots will always be idiots. Wanna say that again? Zoro questioned, getting up in the cook's face. Got a problem with it, Mosshead? Sanji barked. Enough, you two. Nami shouted as she pushed the two of them apart, but meanwhile, her past self appeared, and needless to say, she looked utterly disappointed. Wow, past Nami said. Look at you guys. Not to criticize or anything, but is the middle of the street really the best hiding place you could come up with? Oh, look, it's our navigator, Luffy exclaimed. I did not agree to that, past Nami shouted. Look. I just wanted to say thanks for saving me, back there. Thanks, past Zoro repeated. Just then, past Nami dropped something on the ground. A metal key. Oh, Luffy exclaimed. It's the key to the cage, you stole it. Yeah, I got the key, past Nami said, but I left the map and the treasure back there. I'm glad that you got the key for Big Brother, Big Sis Nami, Ika smiled. Thanks, sweetie, Nami began, but I think you shouldn't count your chickens before they're hatched. Huh? Ika asked. Before Luffy could pick up the key, Chow Chow picked it up and, to everyone's surprise, swallowed it. Did he just? Robin started. Eat the key? Finished Usopp in disbelief. I see I'm not the only one who swallows things he shouldn't, Blizzard muttered, remembering when he swallowed Shiki's tone dial. I wonder if it passed through him okay, Chopper said in concern. RRRRRGH. Luffy growled before he broke into a furious yell and comically throttled the poor little dog. Stupid, stupid, stupid dog. Gimme that key, that's not food. Gimme my key, give it, give it, give it. Big brother, what are you doing? Ika questioned. Okay, suddenly, I'm very scared, Kumi whimpered. Hey, you, a voice shouted, causing Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami to look up and see an old man wearing some sort of armor on his torso and arms. And strapped to his back was a spear. What do you think you're doing? Stop picking on poor Chow Chow, leave him alone. Who's that? Frankie asked. That's Boodle, the mayor of the town, Nami answered. Once Luffy left Shushue alone, Boodle noticed past Zoro on the ground and saw his bloody wound. Realizing that the situation, the old man offered to take the swordsman to a doctor, but past Zoro insisted her just needed to sleep it off. So, Boodle took past Zoro to his house, instead, to rest. Geez, Moss Head, you think sleep is gonna help you feel better? Sanji asked. That only works for Luffy. Oh, shut up, Zoro spat. You did the same thing, too, remember? Hey, that's different, alright? Sanji questioned. We were all exhausted and… Alright, Nami shouted. Good grief, you guys. Meanwhile, Boodle put down a bowl of dog food for Chow Chow, who immediately began to gobble up the kibble. So this dog's name is Chow Chow? Asked past Nami as she pet Chow Chow on the head, which the dog allowed. That's right, Boodle answered. How come he's the only one here in town? Luffy asked. Because he's guarding this pet store, said Boodle, pointing to the pet store behind him. I only came here to feed him. So he's like a guard dog, past Nami mused as she looked up at the store. 10 years ago, his master and my best friend, Hawker, opened up this little shop, Boodle explained as he smoked a pipe. They've got a lot of good memories in this place. And so do I. He then looked over at Chow Chow. See those scars? There? He's been fighting off the pirates to protect this store. I'm sure the shop means a lot to the little guy, past Nami, but this is just plain cruel. Why didn't his master take him to a shelter with him or something? That's because Hawker's not around anymore, said Boodle, and hearing that caused Blizzard to gasp silently. Poor old Codger got sick and passed away a long time ago. He went to the hospital to get himself checked out, 3 months ago, but he never came back. You mean, Chow Chow's been sitting here, waiting this whole time? Asked past Nami, sadly. That seems to be the consensus, said Boodle, but I find that very hard to believe. Chow Chow is a smart dog. I think he's known for a long time that his master's gone. If that's true, why does he stay here? Past Nami asked. Why continue to guard the store if he knows his master isn't coming back? Because it's his master's store, Boodle answered, simply. It's all he has left to remember him by, and that's why he tries his damnedest to protect it. It's his treasure. Wow. Chopper whispered in awe. So that's why that dog was sitting there, Zoro mused. Who 9 commented. BWAHH, Frankie sobbed. What a great little dog. So brave, protecting that little store, Usopp wept. Indeed. Brook agreed, sniffling with tears coming out of his eye sockets. Master. Blizzard whispered. Aika hummed as she looked up at the wolf dog. Blizzard, why are you crying? Huh? Blizzard muttered before he wiped his eyes and saw that he was indeed crying. Oh. Don't worry about it, Aika. Suddenly, the moment was interrupted when a loud roar suddenly shook the air. What was that? Past Nami questioned. Hey, I think that was a lion, Chopper exclaimed. It was a lion, Kumi confirmed, cowering as she covered her ears. Oh, crap. Boodle cursed. It's Beast Tamer Moji. We gotta get outta here, run for it. Not wasting a second, he and past Nami bolted, leaving Luffy and Chow Chow behind. I can't believe you just up and ditched Luffy like that, Usopp exclaimed. To be fair, Nami began, Boodle dragged me away. Luffy sighed as he looked at Chow Chow in a pleading manner. Come on, puppy. Something's coming this way. Can I please have the key back? Just then, something appeared in the memory. A rather large lion with pale green fur and a lavender mane, and sitting upon his back was a rather skinny man with what looked like a hat in the shape of bear's ears on his head. Is that Moji? Sanji asked. I guess so, Usopp answered. Well, said Moji. What have we here? My name is Beast Tamer Moji, and I am Captain Buggy's first mate. Wait, he's the first mate? Zoro asked. I thought it was that unicycle guy. What was his name, Cabbage or something? Zoro, Cabbage is that guy with the white horse, Aika corrected. I think you mean Cavendish, Robin spoke. Looks like your buddies abandoned you, boy, Moji said as he glowered down at Luffy, who was still trapped in the cage. And after all that effort to get you this far, too. Captain Buggy is pretty pissed off. You guys sure caused a ruckus. Luffy muttered. What's with that weird bear costume? That was rude. Moji shouted as she pointed to his bear's ears. This is manly hair, you twit. That just makes it weirder, Luffy countered. Shut your mouth, Moji barked. That's his real hair? Nami questioned. Wow, Sanji said. You learn new things every day. You just think you're safe because you're in that cage, Moji started, but that's probably because you don't know who I am. There's no beast alive that I cannot tame. He then pointed to Chow Chow. I could even tame that little mutt, right there, here, I'll show you. He then got off his lion and approached Chow Chow. Shake, he commanded. Only for Chow Chow to fiercely bite his hand, ouch. Tame any beast, huh? Frankie quipped. I bet he couldn't tame bumblebees, Aika added. Nami snickered and covered her mouth at this. You're nothing to me, Moji glared. Now, tell me where Roronoa Zoro is. Hell no. Luffy shouted in defiance. Your funeral, Moji said. Kill him, Richie. With a loud roar, Richie lunged at Luffy's cage and bit it right open, thus freeing Luffy from his prison. Yes, I'm free, Luffy cheered. Only for the lion to slam his paw into his stomach and send him flying, right through a building. He was a little stunned at first, but of course, he got up and dusted himself off. Phew, that sure surprised me. Again, typical Luffy, Usopp said. Thinking back, Nami began, this was actually pretty tame compared to the present day. Wish I could say the same for that house, Sanji said as he looked at the demolished house Luffy went flying through. Okay, Luffy said with a determined grin. Time to kick the crap out of those clowns and make Nami our navigator. Not long after, past Nami and Boodle soon appeared. Kid, you're alive! Exclaimed Boodle. How in the hell did you survive that? Past Nami questioned. Luffy shrugged. It's no big deal. No big deal? Past Nami repeated. You crash through and demolish a whole house? And you get away without even a scratch on you? That's crazy? Sometimes it's good to be a little crazy, said Luffy. It sure is, Nami smiled while the rest of the Straw Hats chuckled. Why did you come all this way? Boodle asked. Why fight the pirates? Because, Luffy answered, I just figured out why I'm here. I'm after the map of the Grand Line, and a navigator. Huh? Past Nami muttered in confusion. Anyway, I gotta get going, Luffy said as he turned to head back to the store. That guy in the weird costume is looking for Zoro, so I better find him before he does. PSH, Zoro scoffed. Oh, please, like a weakling like him could kill me, even if I was half dead. Are you nuts? Boodle yelled. That lion's gonna rip you to shreds? But Luffy ignored him and walked on. It took him a little while, but he managed to get back to the pet store. However, when he looked up, he was shocked to find that the shop was on fire, and poor little Chow Chow was barking and howling, tearfully. The Straw Hats could tell by the fresh claw marks on Chow Chow's body that he was trying to fight Richie off. But he just wasn't strong enough to protect his treasure. No, Usopp whispered in horror. How awful, Chopper gasped. That bastard, Sanji cursed. How could he do this? Unforgivable, Brook hissed, his fist shaking. However, out of all them, Blizzard was the angriest. He growled viciously, his fur bristled up, and his fangs were bare for all to see. Saliva dripped from his mouth and veins appeared on his forehead. Aside from hurting Luffy in front of him, nothing Blizzard more angry than seeing another dog, especially such a loyal dog like Chow Chow, have his most precious treasure being destroyed and leaving him to watch it burn. It was far too cruel. As for Luffy, he just stood there, silent and seemingly blank. But the Straw Hats knew for certain, he was pissed off. The memory shifted, and soon, it showed Moji riding on Richie as he walked down the street, the latter holding a box of dog food in his mouth. As for Moji, he was grumbling in irritation as he nursed a bite wound given to him by Chow Chow. Damn it, cursed Moji. Can't believe that mud actually bit me. Hey, Luffy called, causing Moji to look up and see him standing in his way. What the? Moji questioned. Hey, I thought I killed you, boy. You really think that's enough to kill me? Luffy asked. Enough of this, Moji said. This time, bite his head off, Richie. On that, Richie roared as he lunged at Luffy, but the Straw Hats weren't worried, and neither was he. I'm not gonna be beaten by a lion, Luffy declared as he stretched and twisted his arms around each other, then grabbed Richie by the face before he began to spin him. Now gum gum, hammer. With that, Luffy threw Richie's head right into the cobblestone ground, causing Moji to scream in horror with tears of fright in his eyes. Richie, he cried. What kind of freak are you? A long time ago, Luffy said, his eyes covered by his hair, since his hat went flying off. I ate the gum gum devil fruit. Gum gum fruit? Moji repeated in shock. Why, you mean you have devil fruit powers like Captain Buggy's, only yours make you rubber? Luffy didn't respond, and it was that eerie silence that only scared the so-called beast tamer even more than usual. I am sorry, Moji cried, just please, let me go. What a coward, Nami said. I'll say, agreed Zoro. His lion gets beaten, and he turns into a sniveling baby, Sanji added. What a joke. It's too late to apologize, now, Luffy said as he began to stand up. Because of you, that dog will never get his treasure back. He then turned and sent a fierce death glare at Moji. And now, I'm gonna kick your ass. Do it, Luffy, Blizzard hissed. Break his damn jaw. As if he heard him, Luffy stretched his arm while reeling one fist back, then pulled Moji toward him before he punched the beast tamer right in the mouth, sending him to the ground in seconds. Luffy turned and walked away from him. So, he's gonna just leave him there? Asked Frankie. One hit was all it took, said Zoro. Since he was knocked out, there was no need for Luffy to keep pummeling. And even Luffy wouldn't beat up an unconscious man, said Nami. With Moji and Richie vanquished, Luffy picked up the dog food and walked back to the remains of the pet store. There, he found Chow Chow, as well as past Nami and Boodle. For some reason, the former looked very angry upon seeing Luffy. "So, you're still alive, are you, pirate?" she asked. "I was actually hoping that lion would eat you." She then tried to rush at Luffy, but Boodle held her back. "I should kill you, right here and now, so you won't be able to gather a crew and plunder another town." "Take it easy," Boodle urged. "You didn't think that Luffy was the one who burned down the store, did you?" Usopp asked. "I honestly did," Nami answered, remorsefully, "but it was the next scene that actually proved me wrong." "You can't stand a chance against me," Luffy said, sticking his tongue out at past Nami. "What?" she questioned. "Well, if that's what you think, then let's go, right now." "Calm down, will you?" Boodle asked. And at that moment, Luffy approached Chow Chow and put down the box of dog food, to past Nami's surprise. "Here you go," Luffy said as he sat next to Chow Chow. "Sorry, that was all I could get. That bastard lion ate the rest of it." Upon seeing that gesture, Blizzard and Kumi felt their hearts soften, while Aika smiled in awe. "That was the moment I finally realized," Nami began, "that Luffy wasn't like all those pirates. He had kindness and compassion. Something I never thought I'd ever see in a pirate." "Luffy sure can change the mindsets of some people, huh?" Robin asked. "He sure changed mine," Nami said, slowly but surely. "You fought well," Luffy praised Chow Chow. "Of course, I wasn't there to see it, but I could tell you gave it your all." A pause. But then Chow Chow picked up the box, then got up and began to walk away. However, he turned around and barked happily at Luffy. "What did he say?" Frankie asked. "He said, 'Thank you. I'll never forget you,'" Chopper said with teary eyes. "Good luck to you, too," Luffy called, and with that, Chow Chow took the remainder of his treasure and walked away. "That was beautiful," Chopper whispered. "Man, Luffy just never ceases to amaze," Usopp said. "All this for one dog," Brook added. "It's so heartwarming." "You're tellin' me," said Sanji. "BWAHH," Frankie sobbed. "What a great, manly little dog, that Chow Chow. And that Luffy is just as great, defending his treasure like that." "Big brother's so amazing," Aika said. "It's moments like this that make me so proud of him." "You said it, kiddo," Zoro smirked. As for Blizzard, he was utterly speechless. To think, he wasn't the only dog that Luffy went so far for. In fact, if he didn't know better, the wolf dog felt that he and Chow Chow were kindred spirits, in a way. Just then, past Nami approached Luffy, who blinked up at her before she smiled and said, "Sorry for yelling at you like that. No hard feelings." A pause. But then Luffy smiled before he stood up and dusted his pants. "Yeah, no hard feelings," he replied. "I know you lost someone close to you to pirates, so I can understand that. Not that I want to know how it happened and all that." Past Nami only sighed, while the current Nami smiled warmly. Robin, as if understanding, quietly put her hand on her shoulder, causing her to smile at the archaeologist. "RRRRRRGH." Boodle growled before he threw his head up to the heavens and roared in anger. "That's it, I can't take it anymore." "Whoa, what's he off of?" Sanji questioned. "Hell if I know," Frankie answered. "I can't stand those bastard pirates, ruining my town, anymore," Boodle shouted. "Not after seeing how hard you and Chow Chow fought back with such bravery. What kind of mayor just sits back and lets his town get demolished?" "Mr. Mayor, please," past Nami urged. "You have to calm down." "Quiet," Boodle barked. "A man has to do what a man has to do, isn't that right, boy?" "Hey," Luffy smirked. "You got it, old-timer." "Oh, boy," Blizzard said. "Why am I not surprised about this, at all?" "Old man sure talks a lot of sense," Frankie grinned. "Another man, swayed by Luffy's craziness," Sanji added, though he sounded rather proud. "Are you nuts?" past Nami questioned. "Don't encourage him like that." "What's the big deal?" Luffy asked. Boodle then ranted on about how he and his townspeople founded the town 40 years prior. How it was nothing but a wilderness when they had first arrived on this island to escape from the town that pirates had destroyed long ago. Boodle rallied everyone together to create a new town, starting with just a few homes, but as time went on, the population grew bigger. People opened up shops and got jobs, and before anyone realized it, the town had become a thriving port. "This whole town is our life's work," Boodle exclaimed. "This town and its people are my treasure." Luffy and past Nami only looked at the old-timer with seemingly blank expressions while the current Straw Hats only stared in surprise. "I'd be a sorry excuse for a mayor if I didn't protect my town," Boodle shouted as he raised his spear. "I'm gonna fight." "Is he crazy?" Chopper questioned. "He doesn't stand a chance against those pirates." "He knows that," Zoro replied, but before he could say much more, a huge explosion suddenly shook the memory, and before anyone realized what happened, another block of the town had been destroyed, among them being Boodle's house, where past Zoro was resting. "No!" Boodle cried. "My house! Oh, crap! Zoro was in there!" Luffy yelled in alarm. As the dust began to settle, an uneasy silence followed. "There's no way the kid with the haramaki would have survived that," Boodle said. "You obviously don't know Zoro that well," Usopp spoke. "Nope," Blizzard agreed. "Zoro?" Luffy called out. "Are you okay?" At that moment, someone emerged from the wreckage, and it was soon revealed to be past Zoro, who groaned as he put his hand to his forehead, groggily. He groaned. "Damn, that was one hell of an alarm clock." "Zoro!" Luffy exclaimed in relief. "You're okay. How could anyone survive that?" Past Nami questioned. "That, I'm still wondering to this day," Nami said, as if empathizing with her past self. "Damn it, that tears it," cursed Boodle. "I can't take any more of this. I won't lost any more of this town to those damn bastard pirates. They show up here, thinking they can just do whatever they damned well please, but I won't let them destroy 40 years of hard work. I'm the mayor and I won't take this lying down." With that, he turned and ran off, although past Nami tried to stop him. "It's time for me to fight." "No, wait!" Past Nami cried. "Stop, Mr. Mayor. Let go of me, girly," Boodle shouted. "Mayor Boodle, please," past Nami urged. "I know you're upset, but getting yourself killed won't accomplish anything. Please, don't be reckless." "Yeah, I know it's reckless," Boodle yelled as he turned to Nami. With tears welling up in his eyes, to past Nami's surprise while Luffy and past Zoro stared blankly. Before they could stop him, the mayor ran off to Buggy's hideout. "He was crying?" Aika asked. "But why?" asked Kumi. "I see now," Brook said. "He was prepared to die for his town. Even though he actually didn't want to," Sanji said. "He loved this town so much, he hated to see it continue to thrive without him." The mayor, past Nami said. "He was crying." "Hey," Luffy smirked. "Didn't look like that to me." "Looks like things are finally getting interesting, eh, Luffy?" past Zoro asked. She. Luffy laughed with his hands in his pockets. "Yup. How can you laugh at something like this?" past Nami questioned in disbelief. "Don't worry about it," Luffy assured. "I like that old guy. I'm not gonna just stand by and let him get killed." "How can you saw a grin on your face?" past Nami asked. "What do you have to gain out of any of this?" "Duh," Luffy answered. "We're headed for the Grand Line. We'll get that map back and then we can all go together. You, me, and Zoro." He then held out his hand to her. "So come on, join us. You want the map and Buggy's treasure, right?" A pause. But then past Nami sneered. "I told you before," she began, "I will never be a pirate." She then sighed before she smacked Luffy's hand. "Let's just say we'll join forces, for now, since we both have a common goal." "Works for me," Luffy grinned. "You sure were stubborn back then, eh, Nami?" Frankie asked. "Yeah, I sure was," Nami answered, although she had this fond smile on her face. "Sure, I realized Luffy wasn't totally selfish and barbaric, like most pirates are. But I wasn't totally convinced to join up with him, completely, back then." Robin merely chuckled in amusement. The memory shifted, once again, and Luffy, past Zoro, who was wearing his bandana, and past Nami were seen walking towards the pub, where they saw Boodle confronting Buggy and his crew. However, it almost looked like Boodle was somehow being lifted up into the air. "Is he floating?" asked Usopp. "Nope," Sanji answered. "Take a closer look." Upon closer inspection, they saw that Buggy was using his severed hand to strangle the poor mayor, who was struggling to get him to let go, while the clown pirate was ranting on about how all the treasure in the world belonged to him. "Why you monster?" Boodle gagged. "Oh, no," Chopper cried. "He's gonna die." "This isn't good," Kumi yelled. "What are we gonna do?" "Big Brother's gonna save him, right?" Aika asked. "Damn you, Buggy." Boodle cursed as blood spilled from his mouth. "Get down here and fight me like a man." "Please," Buggy said, completely unamused. "You're not worth the effort." Before he could completely strangle the mayor, all of a sudden, Luffy appeared with past Zoro and past Nami standing behind him, and he managed to pry Buggy's hand off from Boodle's neck, to the clown pirate's ire. "That boy in the straw hat again?" he questioned. She. Luffy snickered before he glared up at Buggy. "I'm here to kick your ass, just like I promised I would, Buggy." The memory continued playing before the Straw Hat's eyes. On one side was Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami, and on the other was Buggy and his crew, who all glowered at the trio. Buggy growled as his hand wriggled out of Luffy's grasp and stuck itself back on his arm. "Damn you, Straw Hat," cursed Buggy. "It seems you three still haven't learned your lesson. But no matter, this time, I won't let you get away from me so easily." "Yeesh," Sanji muttered. "He's pissed." "Oh, yes, indeed," Nami agreed. "You two have fun fighting," past Nami said to Luffy and past Zoro. "I'm just here to get the map and the treasure and that's it." "Fine," past Zoro replied. "Coward." "I was kind of a coward," Nami admitted, a bit embarrassed by her past self. "But you're so brave, now, big sis Nami," Aika added. "Thanks, Aika." Nami smiled as she pet Aika on the head. "Keep watching," Zoro said. "This is gonna be good." Boodle grunted as he got to his feet, coughing as he did. "Damn it. You stupid kids," he cursed. "What do you think you're doing? This is not your fight." He then glared up at Buggy and his men. "This is my town and I'm gonna protect, so stay the hell out of my way." "Nope," Luffy said, bluntly, before he slammed Boodle's face into a wall, knocking him out cold, much to everyone except Zoro, Nami, and past Zoro's shock. "What did he do that for?" Frankie questioned. "He could have killed the old man," Blizzard cried. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Past Nami questioned. "What did you knock him out for?" "He was in the way, that's all," Luffy smirked. "Smart thinking," past Zoro spoke. "The old timer could have gotten himself if he just charged in like that. It's better if he's knocked out." "You are so damn reckless," past Nami barked. "Oh, so that's it," Usopp said with some relief. "I mean, I knew he wouldn't really kill the guy." "Still, he could have gone about it another way," Sanji added. "I don't think there was another way," Robin answered. "Luffy certainly has his way of caring, doesn't he?" Brook asked. "Yeah, he does," Nami answered. "I just wish that sometimes he'd be a little more gentle." "Shush," Frankie shushed. "Something's about to happen." A pause. But then Luffy took in a deep breath before he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big NOOSE." Hearing that caused Buggy and his crew to gape, although his men had tears of fright in their eyes as they heard the captain get insulted by the feature he was most sensitive about the second time. As for the Straw Hats, they just ended up laughing again. "Are you nuts?" past Nami questioned. "You idiot," past Zoro cried. "You damn brat," Buggy hissed. "Take aim and fire the buggy ball." Soon, the cannon was pointed right at the trio. "Why'd you have to go and say that?" past Nami asked as she turned and ran off. "Come on, Luffy," past Zoro urged, "we gotta go." "You guys go on without me," Luffy answered with a confident tone in his voice. "Time to die," Buggy shouted as the cannon was soon fired. "I'm fine," Luffy grinned. "Just watch. What's gonna happen?" Kumi asked. "I think I might have a good idea," Chopper answered. "Gum gum." "Balloon," Luffy exclaimed as he took in a deep breath, inflated his stomach to at least 4 times its normal size, and it ended up catching the cannonball like it was a mere baseball, much to past Nami and the buggy pirates' shock. "What is he?" asked one of them. "Did he just catch the buggy ball?" Buggy questioned in disbelief. "Hey, he's gotten better control of it, now," Sanji said. "He doesn't have to cover his mouth to keep the air in. 10 years of training can do that." Robin mused as Luffy bounced the buggy ball off his belly and sent it right back towards Buggy and his crew, who screamed in alarm. "You could have warned me," past Zoro muttered. Before too long, kaboom! The entire pub was destroyed while Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami shielded themselves as the dust settled. "All right," Luffy exclaimed. "I got him." "What the hell kind of monster are you?" past Nami questioned. "I think you might have freaked her out," said past Zoro while the Straw Hats chuckled. "All right, that's it," past Nami shouted. "The fact that you drove a lion into the ground is one thing. But this really takes the cake. No human can do what you did. How could you inflate yourself like a balloon, like that?" "That was the Gum Gum balloon," Luffy answered with a cocky grin. "I wasn't asking what it was," past Nami shouted. "I was asking how you did it." "Wow, Nami," Usopp said. "You looked ready to tear out your hair." "I did," Nami replied. "Back then, I didn't understand anything. It was confusing and frightening and frustrating, all at the same time, but after I joined up with Luffy and Zoro, officially, I started seeing that stuff as the norm." She, Aika giggled. "Big sis Nami, you were so funny back then." "Aika," Sanji scolded. "No, Sanji, she's right," Nami rebuked with a slight chuckle. "It was pretty funny back then." After a moment, Buggy and his crew emerged from the wreckage. The former holding two of his men, who were unconscious and bloody, while next to him stood Kabaji, who held up an unconscious Richie with just one hand. Seeing that made the Straw Hats' blood boil. "You brats have got some nerve," Buggy glared. "Unforgivable," past Nami whispered, using one of his own men as shields. Luffy, on the other hand, only gave a cocky grin while past Zoro stood with a stoic expression. "Captain," said Kabaji, "what should we do about this horrible disgrace?" "Oh, Kabaji," Buggy replied. "I'm so angry, I can't even fart." "Gross," Aika winced. Moji groaned as he stood up. "What happened? Where the hell am I?" "Wait, how'd he get there?" Usopp asked. "I thought Luffy pummeled him." "He must have stumbled back to his boss when Luffy walked away," Frankie answered. "Oh, Moji," said Kabaji. "So you're still alive, are you?" "Kabaji!" Moji shouted. "What the hell do you think you're doing with my Richie?" "This cat?" asked Kabaji before he threw Richie to the ground. "I was just using him as a shield. I didn't want to get my clothes dirty." "Geez," Blizzard muttered. Getting thrown into the ground by Luffy, followed by being used as a shield and getting blown up. I almost feel sorry for that bastard lion. "Richie, are you okay?" Moji asked as he ran to his pet's side. The lion opened his eyes, gasping for breath, but the moment he saw Kabaji, he gasped in horror before he ran and hid behind a wall. He said, "Keep him away from me," Chopper translated. "Typical wild animal," Sanji said. Once they realize who's stronger, they back down without putting up much of a fight. "RRRRGH. Damn you, Kabaji," barked Moji, only to finally notice Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami. "Gah, CC Captain Buggy. It's him. The boy in the straw hat. He's got devil fruit powers, just like you do. He's a rubberman." "A rubberman?" past Nami repeated. "Yeah," Luffy answered before he stretched his cheeks. "See?" "Gah," past Nami gasped. "A devil fruit, eh?" Buggy asked. "So that's why he was able to deflect my buggy ball. But tell me, Moji." He used his disembodied hand to grab the so-called beast tamer. "If you knew that, why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I tried to," Moji cried, only for Buggy to hurl him right at the trio. Get out of my way." "Hey," Luffy smirked as he raised his foot. "How about, out of my way?" Wham! He kicked Moji right in the jaw, sending him flying directly towards past Nami, who yelped as she jumped over him. "And now it's time for the real fight," Luffy exclaimed. "This ought to be good," said Sanji. "Get them, Kabaji," Buggy ordered, and soon, Kabaji jumped onto his unicycle and sped towards the group with his saber brandished. "I'll cut you all into pieces," Kabaji declared. "Oh, no," Kumi cried. "Look out, big brother," Aika shouted, but just when it looked like Luffy was going to be skewered, past Zoro stepped in the way, blocking Kabaji's blade with his own. "Not so glared. If it's a sword fight you want, then come after me, instead." "Rorinoa Zoro," Kabaji mused. As a fellow swordsman, it will be an honor to cut you down. However, Luffy noticed that past Zoro's wound was starting to bleed, again, causing him to glance up at him while trying not to show any concern. "Hey, Zoro," Luffy said. "Maybe you ought to rest a bit. Let me handle this guy." "I got this," past Zoro reassured. "Zoro, are you nuts?" Chopper questioned. "You were in no condition to fight. You could have exacerbated your wound." "Never stopped me before," Zoro shrugged. "Why do I even bother with you?" Chopper questioned. "The breath of death," Kabaji shouted as he got up and past Zoro's face, pulled down his scarf, and breathed out a fireball, which the swordsman barely managed to avoid. However, Kabaji proved to be just as dirty a fighter as Buggy, for he threw a kick right into past Zoro's side, causing him to scream in pain while Luffy and past Nami gasped. "Oh, no, Zoro," Aika cried. "Oh, come now," said Kabaji. "I didn't kick you that hard, now did I?" "That's not fair," shouted past Nami. "You kicked him right in his wound." "Talk about a cheap shot," Kumi agreed. "Yeah," Chopper added. "I call my next trick," Kabaji began as he used his sword to kick up some dust from the ground. "Murder at the steam bath." Past Zoro groaned as his wound bled. "What kind of circus trick is that? All you're doing is kicking up dust." But then, Kabaji jumped out at him with the intent to kill, but past Zoro quickly blocked him with his own blades. Unfortunately, Kabaji ended up using the same strategy again, kicking the swordsman right in his weak spot. "Gah!" Past Zoro screamed while the present Zoro winced. Even now, it somehow still hurt, even that wound had long since healed. "This is horrible," Chopper cried. "At this rate, Zoro's losing a lot of blood." By now, Robin had decided that Aika and Kumi had seen enough and promptly covered their eyes, to Nami's relief. "He did it again," past Nami yelled. "HMPH, scoffed Kabaji. "What kind of man screams like a woman?" As for Luffy, he just stood by, watching with this blank look of seriousness. "Your friend's odd abilities have been giving us quite a lot of trouble," said Kabaji, teetering on his unicycle. "So you're this big, scary, pirate hunter, are you, Zoro? Well, this should teach you not to mess with the buggy pirates." Past Zoro grunted as he staggered to his feet. "Hey, you!" Past Nami barked at Luffy, who didn't even seem to acknowledge her. "Zoro's seriously hurt, right now. How is he supposed to fight? And worse yet, you're just standing there and watching him get killed like this?" Luffy didn't say a word. "How come Luffy's just standing there?" Usopp questioned. "Why doesn't he help Zoro?" "Because he knows it's not his fight," Brook answered. "If Luffy were to interfere, now, he'd only be making things worse. If we both tried to fight at the same time," Zoro began, "I'd be more worried about making sure Luffy was all right, rather than focus on fighting my opponent." Usopp gasped before he glanced at Luffy, who remained uncharacteristically stoic. "Prepared to die," Kabaji began as he wheeled toward past Zoro, Roronoa Zoro. But just when it looked like he was about to finish past Zoro off for good, the Straw Hat First Mate stood up and punched Kabaji in the jaw, sending him falling to the ground in seconds, while past Nami gasped and Luffy beamed. "Yes," he cheered. "Oh, man. That was so close, I almost thought Zoro was done for." The Straw Hats gasped slightly upon hearing those words. "Were those?" Nami asked. "I think those were Luffy's innermost thoughts," said Robin. "He didn't want Zoro to see that he was really worried." "I see," Blizzard said. "Luffy doesn't visibly show concern because while he does have confidence in what we can do, he still worries for us. He just doesn't want us to see that." "Ha. Ha." Past Zoro panted. "You're a real annoying bastard, you know that? I hope you enjoyed kicking my wound like that." He then held up his sword and sliced his wound open even further, to everyone except for the current Nami's shock. "What the hell?" Sanji questioned. "Wait, what happened?" Aika asked, Robin's hand still covering hers and Kumi's eyes. "I can't see." "Trust me, you two don't need to see this," Blizzard answered. "Ouchie." Luffy winced while past Nami gasped in horror. The current Nami, however, just shuddered. "Ha." Chopper sighed as he fainted. "Chopper," Blizzard cried as he ran to help him. "Oh, my good lord," Robin whispered, feeling quite unnerved by what she saw. "Sorry you had to see that, Robin," Zoro said. He put his hand on her shoulder. I am fine, Robin assured. I'm fine, Zoro. Really? You sure? Zoro asked. Yes, Robin nodded. Okay, Zoro replied. My goal, past Zoro began while his injury dripped with more blood, is to become the world's greatest swordsman. What the hell are you gabbing on about, now? Asked Kabaji. Is this enough of a handicap for you? Asked past Zoro as he put Wado Ichimonji's hilt in his mouth. I'll show you some real swordplay. Wow! Luffy exclaimed. So cool, HMPH, Kabaji scoffed. Although he too had been unnerved by what he had seen. So, Roronoa Zoro. You wish to make a fool of me, is that it? I'm not sure if I can keep watching this. Past Nami bemoaned with a hand to her stomach. You and me, both. Usopp muttered. Come on, Zoro. Luffy cheered. You can do this. I can't lose, past Zoro said. Not even once. To anyone who calls themselves a swordsman. So you exacerbated your own wound, just to preserve your reputation? Kabaji asked. Well, don't worry. Your wounds are quite severe. They'll make an excellent excuse for when you lose. On the contrary, past Zoro began as he poised himself to attack. If I lose to the likes of you while my wounds are only this light, then I might as well give up on my dream, here and now. Kabaji only scowled. You bastard, he hissed. At that moment, past Nami put her hand on Luffy's shoulder. And unknowingly causing his heart to thump, again. Hey, she said, causing him to look at her. That shack behind the pub. Or what's left of it. That's where they're stashing the treasure. As for Buggy, he's probably got the chart of the Grand Line, right now. I'll get the treasure now, while Buggy's crew is out cold. And honestly, it doesn't matter to me if you guys win or lose this fight. Damn, that's cold, Frankie commented. Yeah, pretty much, Nami shrugged. I don't really care for who I was back then, honestly. However, past Nami began as she looked to Luffy. If you do manage to get the chart from Buggy, then I just might consider teaming up with you again. Okay. On that, she turned and dashed off. Have fun, boys. Sure, Luffy answered with a grin. Thanks, geez, she's serious, Frankie asked. I think Nami really did mean that in the nicest way, Robin said, even if it did sound a bit standoffish. And now, Roronoa Zoro, Kabaji began as he held several toy tops. Have a taste of the greatest of all my circus tricks. I call this one, the dance of 100 kamikaze tops. He then threw several them at past Zoro, who grunted as he tried to deflect them, while Kabaji used his unicycle to climb up a building. And this one is called, a hike in the mountains. What's he up to? Sanji asked with narrowed eyes. Circus trick, Kabaji began as he leapt high into the air, fireworks in the cool summer breeze. Whoa, Luffy exclaimed as he watched. He went flying. And now, Kabaji began as he pointed his saber down at past Zoro, sting of the unicycle. At that moment, Buggy smirked before he held up his arm at Zoro. Low-flying chop cannon. He shouted as he fired his hand at past Zoro. Quickly, Kabaji. I'll hold Zoro down and you finish him off. With pleasure, Captain, Kabaji grinned. Shit, past Zoro cursed. Why that dirty bastard? Frankie barked and fair, Usopp yelled. Just when it looked like Buggy was about to grab past Zoro, Luffy went and stomped right on his dismembered hand, causing him to scream in pain. Luffy? Past Zoro questioned, while past Luffy smirked. Don't interfere with Zoro's duel, he said. Hey, Zoro smirked. You tell him, Captain. By now, Robin had allowed Aika and Kumi to look, and needless to say, they were both in awe. Big brother is, Aika started. So cool, right? Zoro asked. Yeah, Aika, we're pretty sure we got that, Usopp smiled. I don't need the captain's help to kill you, Kabaji shouted as he was about to drop down on past Zoro, who quickly rolled out of the way. He grunted as he clutched at his bloody wound, which throbbed painfully. That looked like it really hurts, Aika said. Yeah, reminds me of that time that Doflamingo's saber-tooth slashed me, Kumi said. Not a fun day. That's it, past Zoro said as he forced himself to his knees. I've had enough of this shit. I'm tired, damn it. Oh, you're tired, are you? Asect Kabaji. Hee. What's the matter? Anemic. Sounds to me you've finally given up. I'm not surprised, honestly. It's amazing you've still forced yourself to stand after all I've given you. You didn't let me finish, past Zoro spoke, as he kicked Kabaji off his unicycle. What I mean is, I'm sick and tired of all your damned parlor tricks. Hearing that caused Kabaji to gasp, but then he growled in anger as he stood up. Fine then, he barked as he charged at Zoro. No more tricks from me. I'll give you a taste of my real swordplay. On that, he charged at past Zoro, who took on a familiar stance as he prepared to perform his signature. Three swords style, he whispered, Oni, Jiri. On that, he charged at Kabaji and slash. He cut the acrobat down with a single swing of his swords, leaving deep gashes on his chest, stomach, and arms. Gah! Kabaji cried while Buggy gasped in disbelief. You! Unbelievable! How could we, the Buggy pirates, the scourge of the seas, lose to a bunch of common thieves? On that, he collapsed to the ground in defeat, while past Zoro panted heavily. For your information, past Zoro said as he took off his bandana, we're not common thieves, we're pirates. With that sentence uttered, he, too, soon collapsed on the ground, the adrenaline subsiding and the pain and exhaustion taking hold. Luffy. He rasped. I'm gonna take a rest now, okay? Sure thing, Luffy grinned as he put his hand on his arm. I'll take it from here. Soon, past Zoro sighed as he finally lost consciousness. Now, it was just Luffy and Buggy. Damn, Zoro, Usopp said. There's badass, but there's also crazy. And you were both, even back then. Zoro shrugged. No big deal, really. I'll admit it, Moss Head, Sanji said. You've got guts. Guts which you almost spilled. But guts, nonetheless. Are you finally acknowledging me as your better? Zoro smirked. Let's not get carried away, Sanji glared. Chopper groaned as he woke up. What happened? Past Zoro 1, Kumi answered. He's resting, now. You bunch of brats, Buggy began. Call yourselves pirates? That's right. Luffy answered. Now how about you hand over that map to the Grand Line? So that's what you're really after, are you? Buggy asked. Well, tough luck, boy. A couple of no-named, green-horned pirates like yourselves won't last even 1 hour in the Grand Line. I mean, what are you going to do when you get there? Go sightseeing? Nope, Luffy answered, bluntly. I'm gonna be king of the pirates. Hearing that caused Buggy to falter, comically. Don't be such a fool, he barked. If you're going to be king of the pirates, then that would make me a god, wouldn't it? The world's treasure will be mine, so you can just shove off and go back home to your mommy. First off, my mom's dead, Luffy said as he took a fighting stance. Second, quit your gab and come at me. Already, I'm getting bored, here. Buggy only growled as he brandished his knives. You and that straw hat of yours, he said with a venomous tone. You both remind me of that man when we were young. That red-haired bastard. Huh? Luffy muttered in surprise. Our red hair? He must mean Shanks, Robin said. I don't get it, Frankie spoke up. He and Shanks were pals back in the day, right? Why would he hate him? I think we're about to find out, said Nami. You said, red hair, Luffy said. So that means you're talking about Shanks, right? You know Shanks? Piqued your interest, have I? Buggy inquired. Yes, I do know him, so what? Where is Shanks, nowadays? Asked Luffy. Oh, so you want to know where he is, do you? Buggy asked with a toothy smirk. Well, I might know something, but then, I might not. What a jackass, Sanji murmured under his breath. Exploiting Luffy's connection to Shanks like that. You're telling me, Frankie agreed. What are you talking about? Luffy asked, not really grasping what Buggy was attempting to do. Are you stupid or something? Watch your mouth, you insipid monkey, Buggy barked as he brandished his knives. Shanks and I are mortal enemies. You won't be getting any information about him from me without a fight. Not even as a parting gift as I send you down to hell. Hee hee, Luffy smirked as he took on a pitching stance, getting ready to throw a punch. No matter. I'm willing to beat it out a yaw. Yeah, go big brother, Aika cheered. You'll be dead. Buggy began as dagger blades appeared out of the soles of his shoes. Before you can even get a single word out of me. Not even rubber can deflect sharp blades, am I right? Probably, Luffy answered. Did he seriously just tell him that he's weak against sharp objects? Asked Blizzard. Nami sighed and shook her head. Even back then, her would-be fiancé was still quite dense, not that she minded. She just wished she didn't have a headache every time. Chop chop. Rice cracker, shouted Buggy as he sent his legs spinning towards Luffy, who effortlessly jumped over them. Not bad, but let's see you dodge these. While in midair, he then threw his knives at Luffy, who grinned as he stretched his arm to a nearby support beam of a building. No problem, he exclaimed as he easily dodged the knives. Yeah, go Luffy, go, Usopp cheered. Dodging isn't enough, though, Sanji said. Luffy's gotta find a way to get a hit in on him. Big brother can do it, Ika added. I know he can. Well, Buggy smirked, this is getting more and more interesting. Hell yeah it is. Luffy replied as he stretched his arm behind him. Now gum gum. Pistol, he then threw his fist toward Buggy, who sidestepped to the right, avoiding the punch. Very interesting powers you have there, boy, the Clo pirate mused as he brought out another knife. However, your outstretched arm makes a perfect target, so I'll just sever it. Oh, no, cried Kumi. Not so fast, Luffy shouted as he grabbed a window pane and sent himself flying towards Buggy with his other arm out, like a scythe blade. Gum gum, sickle. Chop chop quick escape. Buggy yelled as his head popped off before Luffy could strike, and the Straw Hat Captain ended up crashing into a building behind Buggy. Yahahaha, you underestimate me, boy. A pause. But then, just as the Straw Hats expected, Luffy popped out of the wreckage with hardly a scratch on him. Yay, Big Brother's okay, Ika exclaimed. As we thought, Brook added. Damn it, Luffy cursed as he put his hat on his head. How the hell am I supposed to clobber you if you keep flying to pieces like that? Nearby, the Straw Hats could see past Nami, as well as some of Buggy's men, and they could hear them muttering about how they should just stay out of the fight, but they decided not to pay it any mind. After all, their main focus was on Luffy. Chop chop cannon, Buggy shouted as he fired his arm at Luffy again, but the boy managed to catch his arm before the knives could connect. Separate. Soon, Buggy's entire fist went and Luffy ended up getting nicked in the face when he tried to dodge, and he was soon sent flying back into the wreckage while the Straw Hats winced a bit. That has got to hurt, Frankie grimaced. Is Big Brother okay? Ika asked, worriedly. I dunno, Chopper began, but, suddenly, I got a bad feeling. Me, too, Usopp agreed. After a moment, Luffy emerged with a bloody temple. For some reason, his eyes had darkened as he stared at his hat. And a closer look soon revealed why. There was a slight tear in the rim. You bastard, Luffy growled. Ah, what's wrong? Buggy asked, mockingly. Was I not supposed to cut your face or something? Luffy seethed angrily as he looked down at his hat. How dare you? He hissed. Nobody nicks my lucky hat and gets away with it. Oh, shit, he's done it. Now, Sanji muttered while Kumi and Chopper embraced each other in fright. I just remembered how scary Luffy gets when he's mad, Kumi whimpered. This hat is my treasure. Luffy yelled at the confused Buggy. Anybody who damages it is gonna pay. So it's that important to you, is it? Buggy asked with a smug grin, and instantly, the Straw Hats knew he was up to something. Damn right, it is, Luffy barked. Well, in that case, Buggy began, you should try protecting it better. On that, Luffy turned and gasped upon seeing one of Buggy's knives being thrown at him. He yelped as he dodged to the left. But in doing so, he accidentally left his hat exposed. And not long after, Buggy's fist, which held 3 more knives, pierced right through the bowl and yanked it right out of the boy's hand, much to his horror. No, not my hat, I promised Shanks I'd bring it back to him, now he's gonna hate me. The Straw Hats gaped upon hearing that thought. Ika even hugged the hat in her arms, like a vice. They knew that Shanks' hat meant so much to Luffy. But to think, Luffy was so afraid for its care, that he also feared Shanks' rejection if it ever got damaged. No wonder he always got so angry whenever it got so much as a scratch on it. HMPH, Buggy scoffed as his wrist reconnected to his arm. How is this old, tattered hat a treasure? He then laughed while Luffy sat on the ground, silently. Treasure usually refers to gold, silver, and jewels, and those things reflect their owner's grandeur. Sanuva bitch, Blizzard growled, how dare he? If I ever see that bastard, I'll pummel him to a pulp, Frankie shouted. I can't believe I actually used to have that same kind of mindset for a time, Nami glared. God, I am so disgusted, right now. Shut up, Luffy seethed. I promised I'd bring that hat back to Shanks. What? Buggy questioned as he looked to Shanks' hat. So you mean that this used to be his hat? He then growled as threw it to the ground. I thought it looked familiar. He then snorted and hawked up a loogie, then spat on the hat, to Luffy's growing anger. So much so, the memory began to turn a bright red. Shanks and I used to work on the same ship, together, back when we were pirates in training. That damn, detestable, red-haired bastard. He then stomped on Luffy's hat and scrunched it up under his foot. And that was more than enough to send Luffy charging at him in a rage. RRGH, he roared. Shanks is a better man than you'll ever be. You don't have the right to call him your shipmate, and don't ever badmouth him again. Time for my chop quick escape, Buggy exclaimed as his head went flying from his torso, once again. But Luffy managed to land a powerful kick to his stomach, causing him to cough up blood before his body fell down. Bastard got what was coming to him, Usopp barked. Damn right he did, Sanji agreed. Then, Luffy looked over and picked his hat up. Damn you. Luffy cursed. You cut my hat. You spit on it. And you stomped on it. He then began to wipe off Buggy's spit against the clown's mouth. Here, you have it. Gaw. Buggy gagged. Knock it off. Stop it. Why should I? Luffy questioned. It's your spit. He then grabbed Buggy's face by the cheeks and pulled on them, painfully. Now you listen to me. I don't ever want to hear you mention Shanks and yourself in the same breath again. You got me? Graw. Buggy cried in pain. I don't know what your connection to Shanks is, but I don't care. I'll say whatever I damn well please. Now chop. Oh, no, you don't, Luffy barked as he punched Buggy in the face. No way are you splitting apart again, bastard. Yeah, you tell him, big brother, Ika cheered. At that moment, Buggy managed to push Luffy off of him and stood to his feet, growling in anger. Never in all my life has anyone ever pissed me off more than Shanks ever has, he said. That bastard stole a great treasure from me. That's something I can never forgive. What are you talking about? Luffy asked. It was then that Buggy explained his past to Luffy. Many years ago, when he and Shanks were on the Oro Jackson together as Roger's apprentices. One day, during a battle with some rival pirates, Buggy found a map to a treasure that lied hidden beneath the sea, but instead of sharing his find, he hid it from his crewmates. For a while, Buggy and Shanks did talk about their futures, going their separate ways to start their own pirate crews, although they did have different ideals, and they actually agreed to fight to the death if they ever met each other again. That's when Buggy learned that during the fight, the Roger pirates had secured a devil fruit, the chop fruit to be precise. At first, Buggy wasn't interested in having the fruit because he wanted to keep his ability to swim. However, when he heard that people would sell a fortune for just a single one, it was something he felt that he couldn't pass up. Are devil fruits really worth that much money? Chopper asked. Oh, yes, Robin agreed. Many in the black market pay for just a single devil fruit. Think about Kaido for instance. Imagine how much Doflamingo must have made when he sold his smile fruits to him. I knew the guy was probably loaded, Usopp said, but to think, he probably made billions off those things. The following day, Buggy pretended to eat the devil fruit that his crew had captured, but it turned out to be a fake one, since he hid the real one in a barrel. Just when he was celebrating his success, Shanks startled him when he came to talk to him, forcing him to hide the chop fruit in his mouth, and at first, he thought he was home free. Until Shanks startled him a second time, causing him to swallow the fruit, whole. Not just that, but he accidentally dropped the map, too, and jumped into the sea after it. Only to instantly feel the effects of the devil fruit on his body as the water sapped his energy, and it was due to this that Shanks had to dive in and save him. Despite this, Buggy was ungrateful and bitter towards Shanks, saying that he had ruined his life, much to the Straw Hat's ire. He really is an idiot, isn't he? Zoro asked. Ungrateful, Sanji sneered. Treasure be damned, if somebody saved my life like that, I'd sure as hell be thankful to them for the rest of my godforsaken life. Apparently, Buggy felt his life really didn't matter, Nami said. He just wanted treasure and nothing more. So, you're saying that Shanks saved you, like he saved me? Luffy asked with that usual dopey smile. No, you idiot, Buggy shouted. I'm saying he ruined it. It's his fault that I lost my fortune. He then grinned as he separated his torso from his legs. So, I changed my plans. If I can't get the treasure that's in the sea, I'll take all the treasures on it, instead, using my newly gained chop chop fruit powers. I don't give a damn how insignificant a fly you might be. If you put your hands on my treasure. He then went flying right past Luffy and headed toward past Nami, who was sneaking away with a giant bag in her arms. I'll rip you to ribbons. Oh. Past Nami squeaked. Oh, no, Aika cried. Big sis Nami. Yeah. Not my best escape, Nami said. Get your grimy hands off H, Buggy yelled. Kya. Past Nami shrieked, while Luffy glanced over at Buggy's legs. And soon after, an impish grin appeared on his face. Oh, dear God, Blizzard snickered. I know what he's gonna do, now. Before long, Luffy approached Buggy's legs and kicked right in between them, causing Buggy to freeze in place, just before he was about to slice past Nami up. Goo! Buggy groaned before he collapsed. My balls. That was a cheap shot. As for the present Straw Hats, well, they ended up bursting into hysteric laughter once more. I know I probably shouldn't laugh, Sanji began, but you gotta admit, he had it coming, ah. Usually, I don't find something like that funny, Frankie began, but in this case, I'll make an exception. I almost feel sorry for the poor bastard, Usopp cried with tears in his eyes. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, Brook guffawed. It's easy for me to laugh, since I don't have those, anymore. It's even funnier now than it was back then, Nami added while Robin was leaning against a laughing Zoro's soldier, unable to hold herself back anymore. Chopper was rolling on the proverbial floor with Blizzard, who was laughing just as hard as everyone else. The only ones who didn't find it funny were Aika and Kumi. Mostly because Robin had once again covered their eyes. I don't get it, Kumi said. What's so funny? Aika asked. We'll tell you when you're older, Aika, Robin answered, trying to catch her breath. Don't forget, said Luffy whilst Buggy's lower half writhed in pain. Our fight's not done yet, Buggy. Phew. Past Nami sighed in relief. I'm saved. Hey, Nami, Luffy called, causing the 18-year-old girl to look at him. You better drop that bag and get the hell out of Dodge, or else he'll keep chasing you. Drop the treasure? Past Nami asked. Are you crazy? No way am I leaving my treasure behind? Your treasure? Buggy questioned. Damn right, Past Nami shouted in determination. My treasure, Buggy. I'm a master thief and I stole this treasure, fair and square, so it's mine now. Oh, Luffy realized as he pounded a fist in his palm. That makes sense. Well, not really, Usopp muttered. Hush, you, Nami replied. That's my treasure you've got those grubby hands of yours on, Buggy spat. It's not yours until you get away with. For a thief. You seem to have forgotten the basic tenet of thievery. A bad guy, lecturing a thief? Past Nami quipped. Sorry, but I don't really argue with pirates. What did you say? Buggy questioned. I would never stoop so low as to take lessons from you, the girl declared as she stuck her tongue at Buggy. And seeing that made Luffy's heart start thumping again. She's kinda cute when she sticks her tongue out, like that. Nami blushed and giggled a little at this. Wow. This is almost embarrassing, she said, while Robin chuckled and put her hand on her shoulder. RRRGH. Buggy growled. In that case, you'll suffer the consequences, Chop Chop Festival, on that. He sent several of his body parts flying all around. Ahahahaha. Let's see you try to save your little girlfriend now, Rubber Boy. She's not my girlfriend, Luffy argued. I'm not his girlfriend, Past Nami shouted. Classic case of denial, Sanji said with Usopp nodding his head in agreement. No, seriously, I wasn't crushing on him as much as he was crushing on me, back then, Nami pointed out. Whoa, yikes, yee-hee, Luffy yelped as he dodged Buggy's flying parts. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this guy if his parts are flying all over the place? He then spotted something on the ground. Buggy's feet, walking by themselves. His feet aren't flying. The Straw Hats instantly realized that Luffy had just developed a new strategy, right then and there, just like how he was prone to do in a fight. Quick as a wink, Luffy chased after one of Buggy's feet and grabbed one of them. Aha! He exclaimed. Gotcha. He then began to pull off the shoe and the sock, and he gagged a bit as he wrinkled his nose. Bleg. Geez, someone hasn't cleaned their feet in a while. Says the one who walks around with stinky sandals, Blizzard muttered. Once Luffy had removed Buggy's footwear, he began to tickle the clown pirate's foot, which caused him to laugh uncontrollably. Then he slammed Buggy's foot on the ground, toes first, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, and finally, Luffy pinched his ankle, causing him to scream in agony. And all the while, poor past Nami was freaking out so badly, she looked like she was about to have a heart attack. That's an amusing way to fight, Brook noted while Zoro sighed and shook his head. I often wonder if Luffy's taking these fights seriously, the swordsman muttered. Cut that out, you brat, Buggy barked. You cut it out, you jerk, past Nami shouted as she slammed the bag of treasure into Buggy's face, and at first, it seemed to do some damage. But then, the Straw Hats noticed him snickering. Thank you very much, Nami, Buggy began, for giving me back my treasure. Oh, crap. Past Nami cursed before she began to tug the bag back. Let go of it. You let go, Buggy demanded as he tugged the bag, too, even going as far to hold it with his teeth while his severed hands held a pair of knives. It's my treasure. Hey, Buggy, Luffy shouted as he ran to past Nami's aid. You're supposed to be fighting ME, remember? Before Buggy even realized what happened, Luffy kicked him right in the jaw, unwittingly knocking the treasure out of past Nami's hands as he did. Buggy's parts then fell to the ground while the pirate himself lied unconscious among his stolen riches. Hey, Luffy smirked as he wiped the blood from his temple. That was for the mayor, you jerk. Past Nami gaped in awe while the Straw Hats all smiled in admiration. Then, Luffy went up to her with a smile as he held out his hand, causing past Nami to smile back at him before she took it and allowed him to help her to her feet. And this smile was not one of cunning or trickery. This was a genuine smile of gratitude. You okay? Luffy asked. Why? Yeah, past Nami answered. Thanks for saving me, Luffy. She, Luffy laughed. No problem, she said my name. The Straw Hats chuckled at that thought. Oh, right, Luffy realized as he glanced over at the unconscious Buggy. The map. Oh, great, past Nami groaned. I gotta pick up all that scattered treasure on the ground. Oh, well. Better do it now, while he's out cold. Soon, Luffy searched Buggy's coat and pulled out the chart he had kept hidden on his person. We got it, he exclaimed. The chart of the Grand Line is ours. Hold it right there, rubber boy, huh? Luffy muttered before he turned to see Buggy's floating head, then picked his nose, clearly unamused. Oh, it's you again, huh? Come on, man, this isn't really fun anymore. I'll kill you for this embarrassment, Straw Hat, Buggy shouted. Now, come together. Chop chop. Wait. What? The Straw Hats all gaped upon seeing that not all of Buggy's parts had reassembled, reducing him to about a mere quarter of his regular size. Nothing more than a small body with just his head, hands, and feet. Looking for these, past Nami asked in a sing-song voice, standing over a bundle of ropes, which had Buggy's parts all tied up. Oh, my god, no way. Usopp exclaimed with a laugh. Oh, this is rich. Well, I figured I could do something for Luffy after he and Zoro went through for me, Nami shrugged. HMPH, Zoro scoffed. No, my body parts, Buggy cried. HAAAHAHAHAHAHA. Luffy guffawed as he stretched both his arms back. Nice going there, Master Thief, now just leave the rest to me. No, wait, Buggy yelled. Don't, nice meeting ya, Buggy. Not, Luffy grinned. Now gum, bazooka. On that, Luffy slammed both fists into Buggy's face and sent him flying through the air until he disappeared in a twinkling. Yahoo! Luffy cheered as he heaved his fists into the air. I won. The Straw Hats all smiled, proudly at their Koptime what easy victory, but a victory nevertheless. So, Nami, this means you're gonna join up with me, huh? Asked Luffy. Well, for the time being, past Nami answered as she held a bag of treasure. Looks like being with you and Zoro just might make me a fortune. She then lovingly hugged the bag. I gotta hand it to Buggy, he sure knows treasure when he sees it. This booty's gotta be at least worth 10 million berries, maybe more. For the time being, Aika repeated. Does that mean you're gonna leave, eventually, big sis? Aika, sweetie. Nami smiled as she squat down to her height level. As you can see, I'm here to stay. Aika giggled as she hugged the navigator, who returned her embrace and gave her a kiss on her cheek. Hey, you think you can help me out? Past Nami asked. All this treasure is kinda heavy and I had to divide into 2 bags. No response. Hello? Past Nami asked. Luffy? Luffy blankly stared down at his hat, which had 3 tears in the bowl from Buggy's knives, and at that moment, the memory turned a shade of blue, once more. How am I gonna tell Shanks about this? What if he never forgives me? The Straw Hats felt their hearts clench, just a bit, upon hearing that thought. Seeing the memory turn blue didn't make things better. That hat really means a lot to you, huh? Past Nami inquired. Luffy shrugged as he put his hat on his head. It's fine, as long as I can still wear it, right? Besides, I felt better after kicking Buggy's ass. She. He then went over to past Zoro and began to shake him awake. Yo, Zoro, wake up, buddy, we gotta go. Past Zoro moaned as he sat up. What happened? You take care of Buggy, yet? Yup, Luffy answered. And we got a map of the Grand Line and some treasure to boot. Pretty good day, huh? I guess so, past Zoro said before he put his hand to his forehead. Crap, I'm still delirious. I don't think I can walk without help. Well, duh, past Nami exclaimed. If you could, I wouldn't think you guys were even human, anymore. Hey, don't go lumping me in with him, Luffy argued. You're even less human than he is, past Nami barked. Seriously, Zoro, Chopper shouted. What were you thinking? Will you relax? Zoro asked. It's in the past, now, why does it matter? You should take better care of yourself, Chopper shouted. Oh, yeah. Luffy remembered as he glanced over at Boodle, who was still out cold. I better go wake the old man up. Hey, you 3. The trio turned to see a bunch of people, obviously the townsfolk, and they were holding various weapons, like pitchforks, hoes, brooms, pipes, wooden swords, and baseball bats. We're the citizens of Orangetown, said one of them. Did the pirates have a mutiny or something? Oh, good, the townsfolk, past Nami said in relief. I almost thought you were Buggy's backup crew. Listen, if you just put down your weapons, we'll explain everything. Oh, my god, look, cried a teenage boy, about Luffy's age at the time. It's the mayor. Mayor Boodle. A middle-aged man ran up to Boodle and propped him, trying to rouse him from his slumber. Mayor, are you okay? Speak to me. Who did this to you? Did Buggy and his damn pirates do this? Asked another man. 3, 2, 1. Nami counted. No, Luffy answered, bluntly. I'm the one who knocked him out. Huh? Past Nami questioned, while the townsfolk turned and glared at him. What the? Frankie muttered as he raised his sunglasses. Did Luffy really just admit that he knocked the old man out? Usopp asked. Why would he go and do that? Kumi asked in disbelief. Because Kumi, Blizzard began, Luffy is Luffy. Luffy, what did you go and tell them that for? Past Nami shouted. Well, you did see me, didn't you? Luffy asked. Just because I was you doesn't mean I was gonna tell them, stupid, past Nami barked. You knocked out the mayor, kid? Questioned a man, armed with a spear. How dare you? Are you pirates, just like Buggy and his crew? Another man asked. Yep, we sure are, Luffy answered, causing past Nami to face fault in disbelief. Get him. A young man with a sword shouted while past Zoro, despite being in pain. You moron. Past Nami yelled at Luffy, which startled him. Why did you go and say that? Well, we are, aren't we? Luffy asked before he grabbed Zoro and one of the bags of treasure. Anyway, let's book it. And that's exactly what they did while the angry mob gave chase after them. Don't let them get away. They'll pay for attacking the mayor like that. Nami only sighed and shook her head. I fell for such an annoying guy, she said as she looked at Luffy with an endearing smile, and yet, I don't regret it all. Hey, Zoro smirked, as did the rest of the Straw Hats. Why do you always have to make things so difficult? Past Nami questioned as she ran. These are pretty good folks, huh? Luffy asked, not really giving a straightforward answer. Yeah, so what? Past Nami asked. The reason they're all so worked up, Luffy began, is because they love their mayor, So much, it probably wouldn't matter what we said, right? She. As he said this, a brief image of Whoopslap, Makino, the Dayton family, and all the townsfolk back in Windmill Village appeared before the memory returned to normal. I see, Nami smiled. Luffy knows what it's like to have folks around him who care about him so much. In a way, Robin began, he might have been testing the people of Orangetown. She, Aika giggled. He goes about it in weird ways, but Big Brother really is a terrific guy, you know? You can say that again, Aika, Sanji smiled. As Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami continued to escape by running into an alleyway, they happened to run into some unexpected help. Chow Chow, who had bandages on his wounds, obviously from the townspeople. Chow Chow, past Nami questioned, "What are you doing here?" Just as the townsfolk were catching up, Chow Chow growled and barked at them, stopping them right in their tracks. "What the Chow Chow? What are you doing? Get out of the way, Chow Chow. Those are pirates, they're bad people." But Chow Chow wouldn't budge. He just kept barking at his fellow townspeople before he glanced back at Luffy with a smirk. He says, "Now we're even," Aika translated, causing the Straw Hats to smile. That Luffy, Usopp began, always making allies wherever he goes. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. A most admirable trait, indeed. She, Luffy laughed. "Thanks a lot, doggy." Before too long, the trio made it to the docks, where they saw the dinghy that Luffy and past Zoro came in, as well as a larger boat that held Buggy's Jolly Roger. Phew, past Nami sighed. Man, that was just too close a call. Thank goodness Chow Chow stepped in when he did. She then glared at Luffy. "If only you hadn't opened your big mouth, then we could have left, quietly." No big deal, Luffy shrugged. "I mean, we got what we needed, right?" "I suppose," past Nami answered. "So, is this your ship?" Luffy asked as he noticed the larger dinghy. "Looks pretty cool." "Honestly, I've seen better boats in a ship's graveyard," past Nami said. "I stole this from some of Buggy's men. Anyway, let's hurry and get on board Eek." Before they could get aboard, Luffy and past Nami soon found 3 more pirates, hiding aboard the boat that the latter stole. "Oh," Aika murmured, worriedly. "Relax, Aika," Nami said. "It'll be okay." Well, said the pirate with puffy, orange hair. "Look who it is. The bitch who tricked us." "Oh," past Nami exclaimed with a nervous chuckle. Hi, boys. Long time no see." "We knew you'd come back here for our boat," said the orange-haired pirate. "Imagine our surprise when we found it docked here," said the pirate in the middle, the one wearing black beanie with Buggy's Jolly Roger on it. "You haven't forgotten about us, have ya?" asked the tanned skin, rotund man with the anchor necklace. "Hey, I know those 3, Zoro said. "I met them while I was sent that bird took him." "So that explains when they freaked out when they saw you," Nami said. "Huh?" Chopper muttered. Just watch, Chopper, you'll see what I mean," Nami answered. "These guys friends of yours?" Luffy queried. Not exactly," past Nami said, worriedly. "Now that's not very nice," said the beanie-wearing pirate. "Our fates have intertwined because of you." That's when he noticed Luffy and past Zoro, who was leaning against him. "And what's this? You brought your boyfriend, too." "He's not my boyfriend," past Nami countered. "Doesn't matter," said the beanie-wearing pirate as he approached Luffy and smacked past Zoro on the back of his head. "You'll all get the same treatment, you hear that, pal? Come on, wake up." RRGH. Past Zoro growled as he raised his head, revealing a pissed-off expression. "What the hell do you want?" "Holy crap, it's Zoro again." The pirates shrieked before they all jumped into the sea and swam away. Ha, Frankie laughed. "Look at him swimming away like a bunch of cowards. They'll be shark bait in no time at all." Okay, Luffy said. "That was weird. I call it a stroke of luck," past Nami said as she prepared the dinghies to sail. "Come on, you two. Let's hurry and get out of here while we can." "Right." Luffy nodded before he put Zoro on the dinghy, trying to be as gentle as possible. Just as he was about to get on board himself, he glanced down at the bag of treasure in his arm, then back at the town. "Luffy, let's go," past Nami called. "Right, coming," Luffy replied before he put the bag down, then boarded the dinghy. "Let's get going." Soon, the trio began to drift away with the tide, However, as they were leaving, they heard a voice call out to them from behind. "Hey, you kids, I have something I want to say to you." "Oh," Luffy exclaimed as he turned and saw that it was Boodle, who had taken off his armor and was wearing his yellow plaid shirt and brown trousers, the mayor. "What does he want?" Past Zoro asked. "Thank you," Boodle called out with tears of gratitude in his eyes and a large smile on his face. "I won't forget this." The trio smiled, as did the current Straw Hats. "No problem, old man," Luffy called back. "You take it easy, y'all hear?" And on that, they continued to sail on. However, as they left, Past Nami made a horrifying discovery. "You did what?" Past Nami questioned. "You left half the treasure behind? That was half of 10 million berries I gave you, you know." "Yeah, but their town got messed up," Luffy replied. "They're gonna need a lot money to rebuild it." "But that treasure was mine, you idiot," Past Nami shouted as she grabbed Luffy's head and tried to force it into the water. "Gah!" Luffy yelped in fright as he struggled. "Take it easy, Nami. If you want it back, we'll go back and get it, okay?" "I can't go back for it, you numbskull," Past Nami barked. "If you ever do something like that again, I'll skin you alive, do you hear me?" Why yes, ma'am," Luffy cried while Past Zoro only laughed, and despite Past Nami's overreaction to her treasure being given away, the current Straw Hats couldn't help smiling either. From that day onward, the crew of 3 continued to sail on as the fire that forged their bond grew brighter. Aika lightly brushed her fingers on the bowl of Luffy's hat, then turned it over and blew on the rim for any dust or dirt. Granted, there was nothing to get the hat dirty, but still, she wanted to be sure. Once she had given a good once-over, she put the hat back on her head. "You're taking really good care of your brother's hat, aren't you?" Nami asked. "Uh-huh," Aika nodded. "I just thought it should be nice and clean when he gives it back to Mr. Shanks. Luffy would be proud of you for watching after his hat, so well," Robin smiled. "Well, it is his treasure," Aika said. "Big brother would be really sad if something happened to it." "Then you keep looking after it, okay?" Zoro asked. "Yep," Aika replied, eagerly. By now, a new memory had started. Luffy was sitting by Past Nami, wobbling back and forth impatiently while she held a needle and thread. "And, done," she said as she held up Luffy's repaired hat. "Here you go, Luffy." "Yeah," Luffy cheered as he held the hat in his hand, high up into the air. "You fixed it, thank you, Nami." "I only sewed up those slashes," Past Nami answered as she put her sewing kit away. "It'll be fine, as long as you're not too rough with it. Straw's not as sturdy as you think, especially when it's pretty old." "You can barely tell the holes were even there," Luffy said as he kept poking the bowl of the hat. "It's almost like it was new. Unfortunately, he ended up poking too hard and ended up putting a new hole in the hat. Oops." "I said don't be rough with it," Past Nami shouted as she pricked Luffy in the forehead with the needle. "Ouch," he cried. "That hurt. What was that for?" "Well, what did you expect?" Past Nami questioned. "Punching you doesn't work." "Oh," Luffy realized. "I guess you have a point there." "Will you two keep quiet?" Past Zoro questioned with bandages still wrapped around his waist. "I can't sleep with all that racket, and I'm starving, too." "Wow," Usopp said. "You 3 sure got along." "Well, I did just join up with them," Nami answered. "I wasn't really used to them back then." "Hey, Nami," Past Zoro said. "Share some of your rations with us, will ya?" "What is wrong with you two?" Past Nami asked. "You guys don't know the first thing about being out at sea, do you? You have no food, no water, and you're practically exposed to the elements. You have to respect the sea." She then sighed as she tossed past Zoro a loaf of bread, which he began to eagerly bite into. "Seriously, how have you idiots survived for so long?" "We manage," Past Zoro shrugged. "Hey, I see something," Luffy called out. "It looks like yeah, it's an island." Past Zoro, Past Nami, and the current Straw Hats turned to see a small speck sitting on the ocean's surface. It seemed small, but it was definitely an island. "It seems so tiny," Aika said. "That's because it was really far away, sweetie," Nami said. "Hey, hold up," Usopp said. "I think I know that place. Is this where you guys stopped before you came to my island?" "Pretty much," Zoro shrugged. "Forget about it," Past Nami said as she looked through some binoculars. "It looks like a deserted island. Just hold your course and—" "Huh?" To her shock, She saw Luffy and past Zoro rowing away, heading right towards the island. "Hey, come back here. Maybe there's someone there who will join our crew," Luffy said, excitedly. "Maybe we can also find some extra food there," said past Zoro. "Nami's right. We're pretty much unprepared." Past Nami groaned before she began to follow after them. "Typical Luffy," Usopp said. "Always wanting to check out even the most foreboding things." "What are you gonna do?" Nami shrugged. "I had to go with them. Mostly because I was a little afraid to be left alone." "Ah," Aika cooed while Kumi giggled. Soon, the trio made landfall at the island's coast, where they found nothing but a vast forest with rock outcroppings in front of them. It almost reminded the Straw Hats of how they first arrived on Cover's Island. Before they found the crater where his lair was hidden, that is. "Whoa, look at it," Luffy exclaimed. "It's like there's nothing here but grass and trees." "It told you this place was deserted," past Nami said. "We won't be finding anyone who'll join your crew here." "Hey, Zoro," Luffy called over to past Zoro, who was still in the dinghy. "Come and have a look around." All he got, however, was a snore in response. "Aw, man, he's sleeping." Luffy pouted as he went to wake him, only for past Nami to hold him back. "Let him be," past Nami answered. "That wound he had was pretty bad, you know. At least this way, he can recover." "Thank you," Chopper whispered in relief. Good point," Luffy nodded before he turned and walked away. "Okay, let's go." "Go where, exactly?" past Nami questioned. "Maybe there are forest people living here," Luffy mused. "People, I doubt it," past Nami answered. "Hungry monsters? That's a definite maybe." "I don't blame you at all," Usopp said. "I heard that island was cursed." "You mean, there were ghosts in there?" Brook asked. "Scary." Chopper whimpered. Just then, they heard the sound of a chicken clucking nearby. But when Luffy and past Nami looked down, they both gasped upon seeing it was Fox with the comb, wattle, and tail of a rooster. It even crowed like a rooster. "What the what?" Sanji questioned. "What kind of animal is that?" Frankie asked. Even Blizzard and Kumi seemed a bit disturbed at the sight. The only one who wasn't shocked was Robin, who smiled in an endearing manner. "How cute," she said. "A chicken?" Luffy asked, obviously only seeing the bizarre parts of the animal. "That's not a chicken, you idiot," Nami barked. "It's gotta be some kind of fox or wolf or something." "Hey, Nami, look at this," Luffy called as he picked up a snake with rabbit ears. "I found some weird-looking bunny rabbit." "Weird is right," past Nami said, "but that looks more like a snake than a rabbit." "And check it out," Luffy exclaimed as he pointed to a pig with a large mane around its head. "There's a weird-looking lion, too." "That's obviously some kind of pig," past Nami shouted. "Why is Luffy only pointing out the strange parts of the animal and not the obvious ones?" Usopp asked. "Because Luffy is Luffy," Nami answered, still slightly exasperated. "So that's what you guys were doing while I was sleeping?" Zoro asked. "Trying to find Luffy some bizarre pet?" "Not even close," Nami countered. "I tried to tell him to leave the island alone, but you know how he doesn't listen." "Stop right there," a voice boomed, causing Luffy, past Nami, and the rest of the Straw Hats to look up. "Eh?" Luffy muttered. "Who said that?" past Nami asked. "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of the forest." "A forest guardian?" Sanji repeated. "Eek." Usopp, Chopper, Brook, and Kumi shrieked as they all huddled together in fright. "A ghost." "Relax, you guys," Nami said. "Just keep watching the memory and you'll see what this guardian really is." "The guardian of the forest?" Luffy repeated. "That's right," the so-called guardian shouted. "And if you value your lives, you'll leave this place, right now. You're pirates, aren't you?" Yeah, we're pirates," Luffy answered. "What's it to you?" "So you really are pirates, then," the voice shouted. "Don't you take another step further into this forest. If you do, you must face the trial of the forest. Will you risk having your bodies dismembered?" "Who gives a damn?" Luffy asked. "Why are you even asking all this stuff?" "What's he talking about?" past Nami asked, anxiously. "I dunno," Luffy shrugged. "Maybe he's stupid," says the stupid one, right there, Sanji muttered. "What did you say to me, you straw hat wearing monkey?" the voice shouted. Where are you?" past Nami asked, taking a nervous fighting stance. "Show yourself, if you're not a coward." Oh, boy, Nami muttered with a sweat drop. That's really embarrassing, me trying to act tough like that. You still do it, sometimes, said Zoro. Not as much as I used. Wait, Luffy said as he stepped forward. I think I see something. I said don't come any closer, you fool, the voice yelled. Now you'll face my wrath. Kabang! What sounded like a gunshot rang out, and Luffy was suddenly struck in the back, causing past Nami to shriek in horror. However, the bullet ended up bouncing off his skin and into the distance. What the voice questioned in shock. My god, that was scary. Past Nami cried. Was that a gun? She then looked over at Luffy. I don't believe it. Even bullets can't hurt you, are you okay? I'm fine, Luffy answered as he put his hat back on his head. It's just that bullets scare me, too, so I don't like being shot at. What the hell are you? The voice asked in disbelief. Well, what are you? Luffy asked, right back. Good question, Blizzard said. Where's that voice coming from? I think the bullet came from over there, Luffy said as he pointed behind some shrubs. Nami parted them away, only to find nothing but what looked like an old, rusty treasure chest and a big, puffy bush sticking out of it. The only other thing they could find was a flintlock pistol. And the barrel was still smoking. Just a gun and a bush? Usopp asked. Wait for it, Nami said. What's this thing? Luffy asked as he eyed the strange bush in the chest. It sure looks suspicious, past Nami answered, when all of a sudden, the bush seemed to grow feet and run off. Gah. A walking bush. Chopper cried as he jumped onto Blizzard's face. Ah, Chopper, get off, Blizzard shouted. This is so freaky, Kumi exclaimed, when just then, the bush tripped and fell to the ground, and not long after, someone was heard grunting. Ah, damn it, the bush cursed before raising his head, revealing his face to the Straw Hats. Hey, don't just stand there, help me up. It's a man, Ika exclaimed. A man with a puffy afro, like Brook's. I have to say, Brook began, that is quite a rugged-looking afro. Very stylish, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. His name is Gaiman, Nami answered. Gaiman? Frankie repeated. What kind of name is that? And how come he's stuck in that box? Asked Chopper. Just keep watching and you'll see, Nami answered. It's a human? Past Nami asked in disbelief. He kinda looks like a shrub, Luffy said with a chuckle. I said help me up, will you? Gaiman questioned, and after a moment, Luffy helped the peculiar man to his feet and soon explained himself. Ah, I see, Gaiman nodded. So you ate a devil fruit, eh, boy? I heard they existed, but I never thought they were true. And I never thought I'd meet a guy who's stuck in a treasure chest. Luffy added with amusement. Are you a boxer, Pops? Well, when I was your age, I used to. Hey wait a minute, Gaiman shouted, although the Straw Hats snickered just a bit. You gotta admit, Usopp said, that was a pretty funny pun. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. Most definitely. Listen, Gaiman said. I'm stuck in this damn box and I can't get out, no matter how hard I try. I've been here, alone on this island for 20 years, now. You can't even begin to imagine how awful that is. 20 years? Past Nami questioned. You've been here for that long, all by yourself? That's right, girly, Gaiman answered, 20 years. Wow. I can relate to that, Robin whispered, prompting Nami to put her hand on her shoulder. For some reason, Luffy was eerily silent. And it only took a second for the Straw Hats to know why. Even if he hadn't been that way for as long as Gaiman had been, Luffy knew all too well how awful the pain of being alone was. They soon started feeling sympathy for their captain, again. That is until he made this comment. You must be stupid, huh, old man? Asked Luffy. I'll strangle you for that, kid. Gaiman barked while the Straw Hat sweat dropped. What did he have to go and say that for? Asked Frankie. I think maybe this is Luffy's way of trying to cheer himself up, Nami said. If you think about it, he doesn't like the thought of being alone, remember? So, maybe, he tries to make jokes to try and take his mind off it. Maybe that does make sense, Chopper said. Luffy tends to act dumb, but now that we're seeing his memories, it makes me realize he's a little more intelligent than he makes us think. 20 years, Gaiman continued. It's been quite a long time. That's why my hair and beard are so long and I used to have 2 eyebrows instead of 1. He then glanced up at Luffy. You know, come to think of it, You and your girlfriend there are the first two people I've ever had a conversation with in such a long time. I'm not his girlfriend, past Nami denied. Luffy hummed before he suddenly grabbed Gaiman by the face and began to yank on him. Yow! Gaiman cried. Hey, what the hell are you doing, kid? I'm trying to get you out of that box, Luffy answered. Let go of me, Gaiman shouted. You'll break my neck if you keep that up. Seeing that it was futile, Luffy let the shrubman go. Don't be so damn reckless, kid, Gaiman barked. I haven't had any exercise for so long. I've been in this chest for so long that my body's grown into it. I can't get out of here ever again, and if you break it, you break me. Hold it, said past Nami. How did you even get in there? Yeah, how did he get stuck in there? Ika asked. You said you were a pirate, right boy? Asked Gaiman to Luffy. Yup. Luffy nodded. Right now, it's just me, Nami, and Zoro, but my crew will get bigger, just wait and see. Believe it or not, I used to be a pirate, myself, Gaiman replied. No way, really? Luffy asked in awe. That's right, Gaiman answered. It was amazing, risking my life, day in and day out, in pursuit of riches. She, Luffy laughed. Yeah, it sure is fun, huh? It sure is, Ika exclaimed. She. You got a treasure map, kid? Asked Gaiman. Better, Luffy answered as he held up the map he stole from Buggy. We got a map of the Grand Line. I'm going after Gold Roger's treasure, the One Piece. What? Gaiman questioned in shock. The One Piece? Are you out of your mind? You can't be serious about entering the Grand Line at your age? Yep, I'm serious, Luffy answered, bluntly. He really is, past Nami agreed. I see, Gaiman said, before he and Luffy looked at the unfolded map. So, where exactly is the Grand Line, anyhow? Search me, Luffy answered. You think you can tell me, Mr. Shrub Guy? You kiddin'? Gaiman asked. I can't read maps, gahahaha? Ahahaha. Luffy laughed. Neither can I, seriously? Past Nami asked. And they call themselves pirates? The Straw Hats just couldn't help but laugh a little, even if it did seem a little pathetic. Ahem. Past Nami cleared her throat as she took the map. Allow me. This requires the work of a navigator. She then began to explain about the Red Line and how it works to divide the seas of the world, the town at the center of the Red Line, obviously Marijoy, and about the Grand Line. Gold Roger was the only one who managed to conquer the Grand Line, past Nami went on. They say it's the most dangerous sea route in the world. Luffy hummed. Since the One Piece is said to be hidden in the Grand Line, all we gotta do is sail around the world, right? It's not as easy as you might think, kid, Gaiman exclaimed. Yeah, we learned that as we went along, Usopp said. Definitely, Robin nodded. They call the Grand Line a pirate's graveyard, you know, Gaiman added. I'll be honest. I've seen pirates who actually managed to make it back from the Grand Line. But they didn't even look human anymore. They looked like they had seen hell. Boy, tell me about it, Sanji muttered as he lit a cigarette. They dare not speak about them, Gaiman began, but the sight of those men is proof that the Grand Line is a place of unspeakable horrors. Hearing that caused past Nami to gulp nervously while Luffy just stared blankly. To find the One Piece and come back alive is next to impossible, Gaiman said. It's hard to more, but it's been over 20 years since the Great Pirate Era started, and no one's found that legendary treasure, yet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Finding the One Piece is nothing but a fool's dream. There's still time, Ika exclaimed, right? Hopefully, Usopp answered. I mean, the odds are finding the One Piece are said to be over 1 million to 1. Well, we'll find it, right? Ika asked. We'll find it before anyone else does. Yeah, Kumi agreed. Maybe it is, Luffy said to Gaiman, but I'm pretty sure we'll find it. Pretty sure? Past Nami repeated, skeptically. Will you give it up, already? There's plenty other treasure besides the One Piece to be found. Why bother getting yourself killed over something you might not even be able to find? Oh, I'm sure we'll find it, Luffy grinned. I'm pretty lucky, you know, she. It's that luck that's gotten us this far, Nami said. You can say that again, Zoro smiled. Fine, past Nami sighed. I have no idea where you get this confidence of yours. A pause, but then Gaiman, who had been unsettlingly silent for a moment, spoke up. I never told anyone this, he spoke, but there's a reason why I never left this island. Huh? Past Nami muttered. And what's that, Mr. Shrub Guy? Luffy asked. Hope, Gaiman exclaimed. I still have hope. It was then that Gaiman began to tell his tale. A long time ago, he used to be part of a pirate crew, himself. His 200 shipmates had followed a map here, in search of a hidden treasure. However, after searching for 3 weeks, all they found were a bunch of broken, empty treasure chests, and they had decided to give up. However, Gaiman, back when he was a tall, lanky man without an afro, had managed to find some treasure chests on cliff. When he tried to call his crew, he ended up falling off the cliff and got stuck in one of the empty treasure chests, knocking himself out in the process. When he finally woke up, he saw his crew had sailed away without him, and at first, he thought he was going to survive, but then, in a moment of greed, he attempted to take the treasure for himself. Unfortunately, since he was stuck inside the chest, he couldn't climb up the cliff to get it. He tried to call out for help, but his crew was already long gone. Since then, he had been stuck there for 20 years. Geez, that's rough, Frankie commented. You can say that again, Blizzard muttered. Poor Mr. Gaiman, Aika said, sadly. I can't believe his friends would just leave him there. Gaiman was part of a crew of 200 men, Robin pointed. It's more than likely they didn't even notice he was missing. So you've been here, all by yourself, for 20 years now? Luffy asked. People would come to this island, occasionally, said Gammon. By the dozens, too. Most of them were pirates who were looking for the treasure. He then grinned as he held up his gun. But I scared them off by pretending that I was the guardian of the forest. Pretty clever, don't you think? That actually is a pretty smart idea, Sanji said. Lots of people are pretty superstitious. Pirates often pretend to be things like spirits and gods to scare off intruders and protect their treasure. I don't think we need things like spirits, Nami said as she pet Blizzard on the head. We've got the perfect guard dog. Blizzard panted happily and wagged his tail at the compliment. All that treasure, just sitting on that cliff, Gaiman said, wistfully. I just can't leave it up there. If only I weren't stuck in this godforsaken chest, for 20 years. I protected that treasure, it's mine. All of it is mine. Sounds kinda like Nami, Usopp whispered, only for the navigator to elbow him in the side. Ow, well, it's true. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Shrub Guy, Luffy nodded. Absolutely right. I'll help. Past Nami exclaimed. I'll climb up that cliff and get those chests for you. You do that for me? Gaiman asked. Really? But aren't you a thief and a pirate? Luffy asked. Quiet. Past Nami barked. I may be a thief, but even I'm not that cruel. Were you really planning on taking the treasure for yourself? Zoro asked. Of course not, Nami answered. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. How come, big sis? Aika asked. Well, you'll see in a little bit, Nami answered. The memory shifted and Luffy, past Nami, and Gaiman were standing beneath the cliff where the treasure was sitting, untouched. This is it, Gaiman exclaimed. It's been a long time since I've been back here. Hey, Mr. Shrub Guy, Luffy said. How come you told us all about yourself, but you never told anybody else? That's a good question, Usopp said. How come Gaiman told you guys and no one else's story? I think it's because seeing Luffy and actually having a conversation with him brought him to trust us, Nami said. Luffy always had that weird way of making people trust him, huh? Kumi asked. I guess what Blizzard said about him was true. That he was born under some lucky star. Blizzard could only chuckle at that. I never really trusted anyone, said Gaiman. Besides, no one else ever actually tried to talk to me. But it doesn't matter, anymore. Today's finally the day. The treasure will be mine, at last. Well, Luffy, you heard him, said past Nami. Do your stuff. You want me to climb up there? Luffy asked, incredulously. Well, duh. Past Nami answered. I can't climb up that sheer cliff. I'm counting on you, Straw Hat, Gaiman exclaimed. Well, okay then. Luffy grinned before he stretched his arm up the cliff and flew all the way to the top, and that's where he saw the 5 chests. Check it out, Frankie exclaimed. There was treasure up there, after all. Luffy smiled as he went to pick them up, but for some reason, it seemed like he picked up just a little too easily. Something's up, Sanji said, narrowing his eyes. Luffy put his ear to the chest and shook it, like a kid about to open a Christmas present. But there was no sound, no rattling, no jingling, nothing. Uh-oh, he whispered worriedly before he went to the other chests and did the same thing. To his and the Straw Hat's surprise, except for Nami, of course there was still no sound. Then, he opened them all up, just to be sure, and he found that his suspicions were confirmed. The chests had nothing inside them. Oh, God. They're all empty, Usopp realized. Oh, no, Aika cried. Robin sighed and shook her head. Why am I not surprised? She asked. When Gaiman said that they found some empty chests on the island, that likely meant that someone had beaten them to the treasure. Luffy, past Nami called. Did you find them? Luffy chewed his lip as he glanced down, then looked back at the empty treasure chests. Maybe I can just fill them up with dirt and pretend it is treasure. No, I can't do that to him. It's not fair. He spent 20 years on this island, guarding these chests. He deserves to know the truth. Hearing that thought made the Straw Hats' hearts swell with pride for their captain, even more. Luffy knew it wouldn't be easy to tell Gaiman the truth, Nami said, but if he went on, believing that there was still treasure inside those chests, he would have wasted the rest of his life, guarding something that wasn't even there. You just gotta love Luffy even more for that, Usopp said. Hello, past Nami called. Luffy, did you hear me? I found them, Luffy called as he stood at the cliff, holding one of the empty chests. Yes, you did it, Gaiman cheered. Quick, toss them down here. Just don't drop them on our heads, got it? Gahahaha? Nope, Luffy answered. Wah, Gaiman gasped. What? Past Nami questioned. Are you kidding, Luffy? Stop joking around and throw the chests down here. I don't wanna, Luffy replied. Damn it, Luffy, past Nami cursed. Stop being so selfish, get down here. It's okay, girly, said Gaiman as he looked down to the ground. It's fine. If he doesn't want to throw them down here. What are you talking about? Past Nami cute treasure, isn't it? Straw Hat. Gaiman called up to Luffy, who looked down at him with his eyes hooded under the rim of his hat. You're a good kid. It didn't take long for the Straw Hats to realize that Gaiman was starting to cry, judging by the sound of his voice. I suspected this might be the case from the start, Gaiman said while Luffy sat down on the cliff. I had my doubts. But I didn't want to believe it. He then sniffled as he wiped his eyes. The chest. They're all empty, aren't they? What? Past Nami whispered in disbelief. Yep, Luffy answered, bluntly. They're all empty, Pops. I'm sorry about this. Oh, Luffy, Nami whispered. It happens all the time. With treasure maps, Gaiman sobbed. Whenever you get your hands on one, it's likely someone's already taken the loot before you even get to where it is. You guarded this treasure for 20 years, past Nami began, and they were all empty. I'm sorry, Gaiman. From where Luffy sat, he sniffed as he wiped a finger under his nose, then smiled before he began to laugh. Hey, don't sweat it, Mr. Shrub Guy, he assured. You're lucky we happened to stop by. If you spent, like, another 30 years on this island, your whole life would have passed you by. Straw Hat. Gaiman smiled. Luffy, past Nami whispered. Well, Luffy began, there's only thing to make up for this disappointment. How about you come and find the One Piece with me? You want ME to join your crew? Asked Gaiman. Oh, boy, typical, Usopp muttered. The memory shifted, once more, and the Straw Hats found Luffy, past Nami, and Gaiman on the coast. So, you're gonna stay after all? Luffy asked. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, Gaiman answered, but it was nice of you to ask me to join you. It's just, this place has pretty much become my home, now, there may not be any treasure, but that doesn't mean I'm not the guardian of the forest, anymore. Why's that? Asked past Nami. You see these critters? Gaiman asked as the chicken fox, bunny snake, and lion pig came and began to nuzzle him, affectionately. More people come to this island looking to poach exotic animals like these guys more than they want treasure. These guys have kept me company for the past 20 years. I can't just up and abandon them now. Ah, so he's not alone, after all, Aika said. That's good. In a way, those animals are Gaiman's real treasure, Chopper said. It only took Luffy to make him realize that. You're kind of an exotic animal, too, old man, Luffy mused. Watch it, you, Gaiman barked, But then the two ended up laughing together, along with even past Nami. Even the rest of the Straw Hats couldn't help but laugh. "You know," Gaiman began, "I'm actually a little relieved there was no treasure here. I can finally stop fretting about it and enjoy this little paradise." "Too bad you won't be joining us," Luffy said. "I kinda like you." "Aw, don't worry," Gaiman said. "I'm sure you'll find yourself a great crew, Straw Hat." "He did," Zoro smiled. "He really did." "Yeah," Robin agreed. "It took a while, of course." "Goo." Frankie whimpered as he wiped his eyes. "Now go on," Gaiman exclaimed. "Get going and find the One Piece, kid. Make the world your oyster." "You bet I will," Luffy replied. "See y'all later, bye." Gaiman, past Nami waved. "Nice meeting you." As for past Zoro, he just kept snoring in the dinghy. Soon, Gaiman refilled their food supply with the various fruits growing around the island. The trio sailed off, once more. "You know, Luffy," past Nami began, "that was actually really nice, what you did." "Hey," Luffy shrugged. "No big deal. I just thought the old man should know the truth about the treasure instead of wasting his whole life there." "Well, still," past Nami replied, "you've got a good heart. I just wish there were more pirates out there like you." At that moment, past Zoro yawned and stretched his legs. "What did I miss?" he asked as the memory ended, right there. "So that's what you guys were up to, huh?" asked Zoro. "Pretty much," Nami shrugged. "Still, that was very kind of Luffy," Robin added. "He knows it's better to know the truth than continue living a lie," Sanji said. He couldn't let that shrub guy cling to the false hope that there was still treasure in those chests. "It's moments like those that remind me just how great a man Mr. Luffy truly is," Brook spoke up. "I'm honored to have him as my captain." "You know, I gotta wonder," Usopp said. "How many of these memories do we have to see before we find our Luffy? The real one?" "As many as we need to," Zoro answered. "If we have to watch a whole lot of these memories in order to save our captain, so be it." "I really hope Big Brother's okay," Aika said, worriedly. "Don't sweat it, kiddo," Frankie answered while giving her a thumbs up. "We all know how tough your big bro is." "That's right, Aika," Blizzard answered. "We'll definitely find Luffy and save him." "Yeah," Chopper and Kumi agreed, which caused Aika to smile. "Right," she nodded before a new memory started to appear. It was Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami, continuing to sail through the water. The Straw Hats noticed that past Zoro no longer had bandages around his waist, which meant that a day or so had passed since he had gotten his injury, and it probably meant he had recovered by now. Still, the Straw Hats noticed a rather unsettling look on past Nami's face while Luffy was munching on an apple. "Gaiman was right," past Nami said. "We're completely unprepared to go to the Grand Line." Luffy hummed as he looked down at his apple core. "Yeah, you're right. Mr. Shrub Guy gave us a lot of fruit, but we need meat, too, to keep our strength up." "That's not what I mean," past Nami snapped. "She's right," past Zoro concurred. "There's no booze on this ship." "I don't mean booze, either, you idiot," past Nami barked. "Wow," Sanji said, sarcastically. "You seem to have everything figured out, did you, Moss Head?" "One more word outta you and I'll beat the living crap outta you, dartboard," Zoro snarled. "Look," past Nami explained. "We're heading for the Grand Line, the most dangerous sea lane in the world. And don't forget, the most successful pirates alive are after the One Piece. As well, they have ships that are big and sturdy, and what do we have? 2 dinky little boats that won't last 1 second in those dangerous waters. And not just that, but we're only 3 people, we won't last a day." Luffy hummed. "So what do we do?" "We're going to plan ahead and prepare," past Nami answered as she looked down at a map. "There's a village south from our current position. Our first priority is to acquire a proper vessel." "And eat meat," Luffy exclaimed. "That's all that's ever on his mind, huh?" Sanji asked. She, Aika giggled. "Silly big brother, everyone knows cookies come first." No," Kumi muttered. After they sailed for a while, the original trio soon came upon an island. "Hey!" Usopp exclaimed, instantly recognizing them. "Those are the Gecko Islands, where my village is." "Why are they called the Gecko Islands?" Chopper asked. "Is it because they look like a gecko?" Before Usopp could answer, they heard Luffy speak again as they arrived at the shore. "What do you know?" Luffy asked. There is an island here, after all. Well, duh, of course there is, past Nami answered. Says so right on the map. I see, Luffy nodded. And there's a village here, too? Yep, past Nami answered, but it's fairly small. Past Zoro yawned and stretched as the group made landfall. Ah. Solid ground, at last, he said. You slept the whole way here, Luffy retorted. So, now that we have a moment, past Zoro began as he pointed toward a cliff. What do you think is up with them? Luffy and past Nami turned to see a group of boys, and one of them had a familiar long nose. Hey, Usopp beamed. That's me, ha ha ha. Finally. And look, there are the little veggies, carrot, pepper, and onion. Ah. The three spoke up soon shrieked as they turned and fled. They saw us. Wait you guys. Past Usopp called. Don't run away. He then gulped as he glanced down at Luffy, past Nami, and past Zoro, who blinked at him in confusion. Why'd they run away? Ika asked. Well, when we saw Buggy's Jolly Roger on that sail, we kinda assumed they came to the village to pillage us, Usopp answered. As for past Usopp, he whimpered nervously before he swallowed whatever fear he had and stood tall. I am the notorious Captain Usopp, he exclaimed, feared pirate and ruler of this village. Usopp. Luffy repeated under his breath. So you better think twice before you try to mess with this place. You hear me? Past Usopp continued to boast. I have 8,000 men at my command, poised to stop you, right here and now. Just then, several flags popped out of the bushes. They looked like a basic Jolly Roger, only the skull's mouth was in the shape of an O. Haha. You see, past Usopp laughed. So, you had better surrender, or else. Whoa, that's so cool, Luffy exclaimed. That really is cool, Chopper added with sparkly eyes. Usopp, did you really command 8,000 men? Ika asked. Well, more or less, Usopp said, but then Nami cleared her throat and tapped her foot, causing him to gulp. Oh okay, the thing is. What kind of idiots do you take us for? Past Zoro asked as he pulled on one of the flags, revealing them to be tied to tripwires. There's nobody here but you. Gah! Past Usopp cried. Damn it, they saw through me. It was a fake? Luffy questioned. So you don't command 8,000 men? Ika asked. Usopp, you liar. Chopper pouted. Okay, I admit it, Usopp said. Back then, I only pretended to be a pirate captain. I wasn't a real one. He then sighed. Geez, looking back, I'm kind of embarrassed about how I used to be. I mean, I kinda knew I was a bad liar, but I didn't think I was that obvious. RRRGH. It doesn't matter, past Usopp growled as he took out his old basic slingshot. I can easily take you all out with my slingshot alone. My sniping skills are more proficient with a slingshot than with your average pistol. He then prepared to aim a pachinko ball at them. Better say your prayers. I'm a very proud man. In fact, they call me Usopp the Proud. Well, gotta say Usopp, Sanji began, you don't know when to back down. Well, yeah, Usopp answered. My pride was at stake, you know. A pause. But then Luffy covered his eyes and asked in an almost dark voice, would you risk your life? Huh, past Usopp muttered while past Zoro smirked. Now that you've drawn your weapon, Luffy began, are you willing to use it? Hey, he's saying the same thing Mr. Shanks said, Ika exclaimed. Those words sure got to me, Usopp said, as if I wasn't nervous enough, but Luffy sure can be intimidating, and I had only just met him. That's Luffy for you, Nami smiled. Robin nodded in agreement. Guns and slingshots aren't for threats, Luffy said, they're for actions. A pause. But then past Usopp groaned in defeat as he dropped his slingshot on the ground. Oh, man, he said. Real pirates actually have a lot more punch behind their words because they can actually back him up, that's so cool. Yeah, Luffy really is cool, Usopp smiled. That's what I keep saying, Ika added, causing the sniper to gently ruffle her hair. Another beat passed until Luffy and past Zoro burst into laughter. I stole that, Luffy said. Say what? Past Usopp asked. I stole those words from red-haired Shanks, Luffy replied. Wait, Shanks? Past Usopp repeated in disbelief. You mean the famous pirate, Shanks? No way. You gotta be lying? Do you really know him? Yup, Luffy confirmed. And I know your dad, too. His name is Usopp, right? Past Usopp gasped before he beamed, broadly, only to slip and fall down in front of the trio. Then he grunted as he pulled his nose out of the ground. Why yeah, it's true. Past Usopp answered. My dad's name is Usopp. But how do you know him? Before Luffy could answer, his stomach gave a deep growl, causing Past Zoro and Past Nami to side-eye him. Maybe we can talk over food? Luffy asked. Well, I know a place we can go and eat, Past Usopp answered. They know me, I'll put it in a good word for you. Wow, Usopp, that's so nice of you, Chopper spoke up. Yeah, well. You know, Usopp shrugged. Any friend of my old man is a friend of mine. How did Luffy know who you were, right off the bat? Sanji asked. Well, apparently, my old man used to talk about me a lot when he was gone, Usopp answered. I guess Luffy knew who I was the moment I said my name. More like shouted it, Frankie smirked. Haha, Usopp laughed, sarcastically. The memory shifted, and the Straw Hats found Luffy, Past Zoro, Past Nami, and Past Usopp eating inside a restaurant. So my old man really knows Shanks, huh? Past Usopp asked. He doesn't just know him, Luffy answered. He's part of his crew. You're kidding me, Past Usopp exclaimed. Wow. My dad, part of the notorious red-haired pirates. It's like I'm listening to a fairy tale. I almost don't believe it myself. I haven't heard from him in a while, Luffy answered, but I'm pretty sure he's still with Shanks. How nice, Robin smiled. You and Luffy sure hit it off, Usopp. I guess it was because he knew my dad so well, Usopp replied with a fond smile of his own. Hey, Usopp, Ika answered. Aren't you a little jealous of Big Brother? You know, since he spent so much time with your daddy? You kidding? Usopp asked. I'm glad Luffy met my old man. How else was I supposed to know how he was doing? You know, Usopp wouldn't stop yakking on and on about you, Luffy said. I had enough stories about you to make my head burst. Ha! Past Usopp laughed. He really talks that much about me? She, Luffy laughed. Yeah, he sure did. Man. I can't tell you how proud I am, Past Usopp smiled. I can't believe my dad's become such a great pirate. And I still am proud of him, Usopp mused. Ahem. Past Nami cleared her throat. I hate to break up the moment, but I was wondering if you could help us out. You see, we're looking for someone who can provide with a decent ship, or at least knows how to sail. Past Usopp hummed. Well, sorry, but I can't help you there. This is a pretty small village. The Straw Hats knew just by the look on his face that he was lying. Hey, what about that mansion on the hill? Past Zoro inquired as he glanced out the window, where the Straw Hats could see a grand, white mansion in the distance. Ooh, how pretty, Ika exclaimed. Almost looks like my old house, Blizzard answered, except, you know, it's white. Still pretty, Kumi added. Damn, they must be loaded, Frankie exclaimed as he lifted his sunglasses. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chortled. Maybe not as grand as most mansions have seen, but still, it's quite a splendid place. Hey, Usopp, Past Nami said to Past Usopp, who was sweating nervously. Do you know someone there? Maybe they can help us with all the money. No way. Past Usopp barked. You stay away from there, you hear me? Needless to say, the trio were quite unnerved, so much so that the current Usopp was a bit embarrassed about his outburst. Oh. Past Usopp muttered, realizing what he had just said. You know, I just remembered. I have something important to attend to. But you guys just stay here and eat as much as you want, sound good? Ooh, thanks, Luffy replied, and soon after, Past Usopp left. You know, it never occurred to me that Luffy had run up a really big tab there until now, Usopp said. And I still haven't paid the owner back yet. Too late, now, Sanji said. What was with you, Usopp? Frankie asked. Oh, he was only trying to protect his little girlfriend, Zoro smirked. Kaya is not my girlfriend, Usopp retorted with a blush on his cheeks. Then how come you keep blushing every time someone says her name? Nanned as he smacked his forehead. Why me? He asked. Once Usopp was finished wallowing in his self-pity, the Straw Hats continued to watch the memory. The original trio of Luffy, Past Nami, and Past Zoro were still sitting in the restaurant that Past Usopp had taken them to. By now, Luffy had eaten a considerable amount. Perhaps more so, given how distended his stomach looked, and past Zoro and past Nami had been finished by now. "How long had you guys been in there, anyways?" asked Sanji. "Oh, nearly an hour," Nami answered. "Why am I not surprised?" asked Usopp, incredulously. Just then, they heard the door open, and soon the lil veggies, Carrot, Pepper, and Onion came running in while holding wooden swords. The trio acknowledged the kids, but Luffy chose to ignore them while he sipped the last of his drink. "All right, you pirates," shouted Pepper. "Where's our captain? Tell us now." "Yeah, tell us now," added Carrot and Onion. "Wait, they came looking for me?" Usopp asked. "Yeah, they thought that we captured you," Nami answered. "Huh," Usopp muttered before he smiled. "What do you know? They really do care." "Ah," Luffy sighed in satisfaction as he patted his bloated stomach. That meat sure was good. Hearing that made the lil veggies yelp in fright as they embraced each other, watching in fear as Luffy just rubbed his belly. "What meat?" asked Carrot. "These pirates are cannibals," exclaimed Pepper. Past Nami only giggled under her breath as she watched their reactions. "Cannibals?" Aika asked as she tilted her head. "Oh, boy, I remember what happens after this." Nami smirked while Zoro tried to stifle his snickering. "What have you done, you savages?" asked Onion. "If you're looking for your captain," past Zoro said with a malicious grin, "we ate him." "Ah!" the lil veggies shrieked, surprisingly turning their eyes to past Nami, Mountain Witch. "Why the hell are you screaming at me?" past Nami questioned, no longer finding the little prank funny. "They seriously thought that Luffy ate Usopp?" Sanji asked. "Wow, Zoro." Usopp muttered as he looked to the swordsman. "You were such a troll, back then." "Troll Zoro?" Aika and Kumi exclaimed as they pointed at Zoro, who showed absolutely no shame whatsoever, but instead just grinned smugly. Come to think of it, there was a time when Zoro used to act like such a mischievous jokester, but after those 2 years, he started being more serious. He couldn't even take the slightest of Luffy and Usopp's pranks like he used to. He wondered why. After a while, the lil veggies calmed down and past Nami explained to them what had really happened to past Usopp. "Oh," Pepper exclaimed. "I guess he went to the mansion." "Yeah, the one where Kaya lives," added Carrot. "Kaya?" past Nami repeated. "Who's Kaya?" "She's this sick girl who Usopp goes to visit," said Onion. "Wait, your girlfriend was sick?" Frankie asked. "Oh, Usopp, that's so nice," Robin smiled. "She is not my girlfriend," Usopp denied, though he was still blushing. "How many times do I gotta say this?" "Wait, Usopp," Chopper said. "What was wrong with Kaya?" "Well, a year before I met Luffy," Usopp began, "Kaya's parents passed away, and she was sick ever since. I don't know what it was, but she just couldn't recover from it, no matter how much money her folks left her. So I started visiting her every day and told her my little tall tales, just to cheer her up." He then smiled, warmly. "You know, I look back on those days and they had to one of the best days of my life." "Ah, Usopp, that's so cute," Aika exclaimed. "It's like a fairy tale," Kumi added. "I guess Usopp's a regular Casanova, too," Blizzard grinned. "Okay, seriously," Usopp barked, though his face was still red. "Kaya and I are friends, nothing more than that." "Sure you are," Sanji quipped. "We are," Usopp yelled. "Huh," Luffy muttered after hearing about past Usopp's and Kaya's story. "So if Usopp goes to cheer her up, that must mean that the girl's spirits aren't too low, right?" "Yeah, that's right," the lil veggies answered. "Well, that settles it, then," Luffy exclaimed. "Let's go and ask the girl for a ship." "Are you kidding me, Luffy?" past Nami questioned. "I thought we decided we weren't gonna do that?" Unfortunately, her words went unheeded. The memory shifted, and the Straw Hats found Luffy, past Zoro, past Nami, and the lil veggies outside the gate of Kaya's mansion. "Hey, hello," Luffy called. "Can we have a ship, please?" He seriously thought that he'd get a ship by shouting? Sanji asked. And did he even think that there might be guards around? "That's Luffy," Nami replied. "Does things first, asks questions later." As if to prove her point, Luffy soon jumped right over the guard, to past Nami's exasperation. "There he goes," she muttered. "Guess we better go with him," said past Zoro. Soon, the group entered the mansion grounds, and after making their way to the backyard, they found past Usopp there, speaking with Kaya, telling her a story about how he found a giant goldfish and accidentally mistook its droppings for an island when he was a child, and then chopped it up to feed it to a land of little people. You know, Usopp began, I can't believe that at least some of those lies came true. What do you mean? Asked Aika. You'll see later, Usopp replied. Trust me, kiddo. Okay, Aika shrugged. Whatever you say, Usopp. Hey, Captain, called Pepper, causing past Usopp to gasp as he noticed Luffy, past Nami, past Zoro, and the Lil Veggies. What the heck? He questioned. What are you guys doing here? We brought this guy and his friends with us, said Pepper, pointing at Luffy. Who are these people? Asked Kaya. Hi, Luffy greeted. You must be that sick girl I heard about. Your name is Kaya, right? Yes, that's me, Kaya replied. Kaya, past Usopp said as he went over to Luffy's side and put his arm around his shoulder. These guys came here to seek me out. They're the new members of my crew, you see. Yeah, Hey, wait a second, Luffy shouted. Despite this, Kaya giggled a bit. The Straw Hats could instantly tell that she knew that Usopp was lying, but she didn't seem upset at all. So that's Kaya, huh? Sanji asked. Not bad, Usopp. Yeah, you made one hell of a score, Frankie exclaimed. I wonder what kind of panties she wears, Brook added. Don't even go there, Usopp barked. So, listen, Luffy began. I got a favor to ask ya, if you don't mind. A favor? Kaya repeated, inquisitively. Yeah, Luffy replied. You see, we're looking for a really big, sturdy ship, and since you're the only rich person in town, we thought that. What is going on here? The group turned to see a man dressed in a fine, black suit and wearing a pair of glasses, which he was pushing up with just the bare palm of his hand. Who's that guy? Asked Aika. Kaya's butler, Klahadore, Usopp with great disdain in his voice, but his real name is Kuro. Huh? Aika muttered. What do you mean, Usopp? Asked Chopper. Do you people realize that you are trespassing on private property? Klahadore, or really, Kuro questioned. Who's that guy? Asked Luffy. The butler. Past Usopp answered, although he tried not to make any eye contact. Klahadore, wait, Kaya spoke. Please, these people are just. I don't need to hear your excuses, Miss Kaya. Kuro waved her off. Now, all of you, leave at once. Unless you have some sort of business here. Yeah, we're looking for a big, sturdy ship, mister, Luffy answered. I can't help you with that, Kuro answered while past Zoro bopped Luffy on the head. Oh, boy, Sanji muttered. That Luffy, always so blunt. What are you gonna do? Asked Usopp. The butler hummed as he noticed past Usopp, who tried to walk away. Hold on there. Aren't you this Usopp fellow I keep hearing about? Eep. Past Usopp squeaked. Why yeah. Oh, no, Kaya muttered worriedly. I see, Kuro said. Your reputation precedes you. The village speaks quite a lot about you, boy. Why yes, boasted. Captain Usopp. That's me, but, save your flattery, if you please. Oh, brother, Blizzard muttered, rolling his eyes. The guards say they've seen you lurking around the estate, Kuro said, pushing up his glasses, again. What business could you possibly have here? Me? Past Usopp asked, nervously. Well, I heard of a monstrous mole, lurking around the estate, so I came to try and capture it. Why didn't you just tell him you were there to see Kaya? Chopper asked. Because I'd be thrown out in an instant, Usopp replied. Ever since Kaya's parents died, security there had been pretty tight. They would hardly let anybody in there. I only got lucky I was able to sneak in while the guards had their lunch break, but I didn't think they actually saw me. It seems you have a gift for deceit, said Kuro, easily seeing through past Usopp's lies. Huh? Past Usopp muttered. I also heard about your father, Kuro spoke. What was his name, again? Usopp, I think. No matter. He then glared at Usopp while pushing his glasses up, again. All I know is that you're the son of a filthy pirate. I wouldn't put anything past you. Hearing that caused the Straw Hats to gasp while Usopp, both past and present, tensed up. Filthy. Pirate. Past Usopp snarled. You and Miss Kaya are from completely different worlds, said Kuro. Could it be you were only here for her money? How much do you want? Kaya gasped silently before she seethed in anger, while the Straw Hats gaped in disbelief. Even past Nami seemed disgusted. That bastard! Sanji cursed. How could he talk about Usopp that way? Chopper questioned. Usopp's a great guy. Klahadore! Kaya shouted. You're going too far, you apologize, right this instant. Apologize? Asked Kuro. To this trash? And just why would I do that, Miss Kaya? I'm only speaking the truth. He then looked toward past Usopp, who had his hands balled into fists. Although, I do feel sorry for you. Your treasure-crazed idiot of a father up and abandoned you. Klahadore. Stop it, Kaya demanded. Luffy just stood by, silently, while past Usopp growled in anger. How dare you? Past Usopp hissed. Don't you dare badmouth my dad. What are you getting so mad about? Asked Kuro with a smug grin. Why not just fabricate some of your outrageous lies about your damn father? Say he's really some merchant, or that he's not your real father, or maybe. Bap! Without a single warning, past Usopp went and slugged Kuro across the face. Shut the hell up, he shouted, causing everyone except Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, both past and present, to gasp. Luffy just kept standing there, silently. My word, Brook shouted. Jerk had it coming to him, Frankie yelled. I can't believe he really said that, Aika exclaimed. That was going way too far, Kumi added. Honestly, if that were old man Zeph he was talking about, Sanji began as he put his hand on Usopp's shoulder, I would have done the same thing. Thank you, Sanji, Usopp replied. No problem, pal, Sanji nodded. As for Blizzard, he just stood there, quietly, yet his mouth opened slightly in disbelief. Hearing how Usopp was looked down up, just for who his father was. It reminded him of how no human would adopt him, just because his father was a wolf, and therefore everyone thought he was a vicious beast, as well. Seeing this, it only made him realize just how alike he and the sniper really were. Kuro grunted as he sat up, pushing his glasses up, once again. See that? He asked. His first instinct is violence. He really is a savage, just like his ne'er-do-well father. Shut your mouth. Past Usopp barked. I'm proud that my father's a pirate, a brave warrior of the sea, and I don't care what people say, in fact, I want to be like him, someday. You tell him, Usopp. The Straw Hats heard Luffy's inner monologue. You're right. I am a liar, past Usopp shouted. But there's one thing that I will never lie about, and that's my great pirate heritage. I'm the proud son of a pirate, and no one's gonna tell me otherwise. That's right. I'm proud of who I am, Usopp whispered, causing Chopper to take his hand into his tiny hoof, prompting the sniper to glance down at him. The little reindeer had these wide, admiring eyes and an endearing smile. Like a little brother would look at his big brother. This prompted Usopp to smile down at him before he pat the doctor's head, causing him to giggle. HMPH, Kuro scoffed as he pushed up his glasses, again. A brave warrior of the sea, you say? That's a deceitful way to twist the truth. Regardless of what you say, your behavior is undeniable proof of your ruffian heritage. Lie all you want, but faced with difficulty, the first thing you resort to is violence. That's not true, Aika barked. Usopp mostly runs away. Oh, come on, Aika. Usopp bemoaned. And I know you are only being kind to Miss Kaya because you want something from her, Kuro continued. I would never, past Usopp started. I'm onto you, boy, Kuro shouted. You're the son of a pirate, after all, treachery is in your blood. Past Usopp growled before he grabbed Kuro by the collar of his suit and raised his fist again. That does it, past Usopp shouted. I'll teach you to insult my dad to my face. No, Usopp, Kaya cried. Don't do it, no more violence. Past Usopp gasped before he looked toward Kaya, who covered her face, looking like she was about to break down in tears. Please, no more, Kaya whimpered. Klahadore's not a bad man. He's taken such good care of me, he's only looking out for me, it's just, he went too far, that's all. Kaya. Past Usopp whispered. Man. It's really heartbreaking when she finds out the truth, Usopp said with a sigh. What do you mean? Chopper asked. Just keep watching, Usopp answered. Trust me. Leave this place, Kuro said as he slapped past Usopp's hand away. This is no place for some ne'er-do-well like you, leave the estate and never come back again. What? Kaya questioned. Usopp, no, please, it's fine, Kaya, past Usopp said. I'll never come back here, again. With that, he turned and walked out while everyone watched solemnly. You know, I gotta ask, Frankie began. How come Luffy just stood there, doing nothing? Because he wanted to see what Usopp would do when it comes to his honor, Zoro answered. Sure, being the son of a pirate is one thing, but you can't just pretend that it means nothing to you. You're either proud of it or you're not. Wow, I never really thought about that, Usopp said. You stupid, stinky butt lure, Carrot shouted. How dare you insult Captain Usopp? Yeah, you big jerk, Pepper barked. Numbskull, Onion yelled. Jackass, Luffy cried. Seriously? Past Zoro asked in disbelief as the Straw Hat Captain and the Lil Veggies tried to charge at Kuro, only for past Nami and past Zoro to hold them back. Enough of this, Kuro shouted. Leave this place, right now. Then, the memory faded to black. Damn, man, you really can be brutal, exclaimed Frankie. Well, of course, Usopp answered. My father's honor was at stake, I wasn't gonna sit there and let him insult him like that. Usopp, you were so awesome, Chopper exclaimed. Yeah, Ika answered. You went up and punched him right in the kisser. Hee hee. Usopp smirked, wiping his finger under his nose. Shucks, twarn't nothin', why, I'd do it again, if I ever saw that bastard, again. Looks like Luffy wouldn't take it lying down, either, Nami said. He was actually prepared to fight that jerk for you and Usopp, too. Yeah, but he didn't, Usopp answered. I guess it's because he knew it was something that I had to handle. Just then, another memory appeared before the Straw Hats, showing past Usopp, sitting alone on a hill that overlooked the sea while leaning against a tree. Oh, yeah, I know this place, Usopp said. I go here every now and then to cool my head. Just then, Luffy appeared, hanging upside down from the tree and said, Hi. Usopp was quite shocked when he appeared. Don't do that, he shouted. What the hell's wrong with you? Sorry, Luffy apologized as he jumped down, landing on his hands before he sat down on his rump. So, wanna talk? A pause. But then past Usopp sighed. I can't believe that damn butler, he cursed. Insulting my old man like that. Yeah, I hate that guy, too, Luffy agreed. No matter what anyone says, Usopp was always a great pirate. Yeah, really, past Usopp agreed. I've always looked up to my old man, living out there and risking his life every day on the open ocean. He made a brave choice and I admire him for that. But then that stupid, snotty butler went and stomped all over my pride. He's gonna pay for this. Luffy's certainly in tune with the emotions of others, Robin smiled. Yeah, you gotta love the guy for that, Usopp smiled. Stupid, he may be, he'll give you an ear to listen to when you need one. Amen, Nami agreed. By the way, Luffy said, are you gonna go back to see Kaya, again? Past Usopp tensed up before he looked down at the ground. I don't know, he answered. I might decide to go back, that is if that stupid butler begs me. Ah, Luffy nodded before he looked down the hill, where he saw Kuro and some strange man in a blue jacket and heart-shaped sunglasses. You mean him down there, talking to the weirdo in sunglasses? Yeah, that's him huh? Past Usopp gaped when he noticed Kuro. What the hell? What is he doing down there? I dunno, Luffy answered. Quick, get down, past Usopp cried as he pulled Luffy to the ground in a crouching position. What's going on? Ika asked. Remember when I said you'd find out about who this guy really is, Ika? Usopp asked. Well, keep your ears perked. Django, I thought I told you to keep a low profile, said Kuro. What were you doing, sleeping in the middle of the village, like that? Who's that weirdo with him? Asked Luffy. Can't say, past Usopp answered. Never saw the guy before. Have you prepared everything necessary to carry out the plan, Django? Asked Kuro, pushing up his glasses again. Indeed, Django answered. Operation Murder Miss Kaya is ready to go into effect at any time. Hearing that caused Luffy, past Usopp, as well as the current Straw Hats, sans Zoro, Nami, and the present Usopp, to gasp in horror. Did he say, murder? Sanji questioned. I don't understand, Brook exclaimed. Why would he want to kill her? Because he was the one who was after Kaya's money, Usopp answered. What? Ika questioned. But why? Maybe I should start at the beginning, Usopp said. Kuro was a pirate. Long time ago. 3 years before Luffy and I met, there had been a rumor that he had been captured and executed by the Marines. But it was all part of his plan. He had been in hiding, here in my home village for 3 years, pretending to be Kaya's servant so that he could earn her trust. That's terrible. Chopper cried. Now you remember how the plan is supposed to go, Kuro said. First, hypnotize Kaya and have her write her will so that when she dies, all of her money goes to me. After that, you and the rest of those cutthroats can pillage and plunder the village as much as you like. Bastard. Sanji growled. How dare he? How could he think of hurting someone so pure like Miss Kaya? Brook asked. And remember, Kuro began, it's supposed to look like an accident. Right, Django nodded. Leave it to us, Captain Kuro. And for God's sake, Kuro sneered, don't call me that. I've wiped my hands of that name. Huh? Blizzard asked. What's he mean by that? This is bad. Really bad, Past Usopp whispered. We've really stumbled upon something horrible, here. Wait, what did he say? Luffy asked. It sounded pretty mean. Didn't you hear him, you dolt? Past Usopp questioned. They're gonna kill Kaya. As well as everyone else in the village. He then glared down at Kuro and Django. That bastard. Accusing me of going after Kaya's fortune when he was planning to take her money, all along, for 3 whole years. I can't believe that the Captain Kuro's still alive. And I punched him. He then gulped nervously. Not only will he kill Kaya and everyone in the village, he'll probably kill me, too. A pause. But then Luffy stood up, to Past Usopp's shock. What are you doing? He questioned. Get down, they'll see you. Hey, you jerks, Luffy called out. Don't you even think about killing Kaya? Really? Asked Nami. The master of espionage, Sanji muttered, sarcastically. What was Luffy thinking, just shouting it out like that? You moron! Past Usopp shouted as he grabbed Luffy's arm and tried to pull him away. Now they've seen us. Quick, let's get out of here, or else we're dead meat. Well, if it isn't Usopp, Kuro said with a cold, deadly glare. Gah! Past Usopp shrieked. I'm a dead man. Heard anything interesting? Kuro asked. Interesting? Past Usopp repeated. And no, of course not, we just got here, so. What are you talking about? Luffy asked. Of course we heard everything. No, Past Usopp cried. Are you nuts? So they heard us after all, said Django. A pity. He then held up a metal ring that dangled by a string. What's that thing? Kumi asked. Is that a chakram? Robin inquired. Okay, boys, said Django. Look at this ring. Huh? Luffy muttered as his eyes followed the chakram as it swung back and forth. Oh, no, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami muttered in annoyance. What? Ika asked. What's gonna happen? Oh, crap, it's some kind of weapon. Past Usopp cried. He's gonna kill us. When I say, 1, 2, Django, you will both fall asleep, Django said. 1, 2. Duck. Past Usopp cried as he ducked down. Django shouted. And instantly, Luffy's eyes closed before he fell off the hill and landed right on his head. Not long after, the Straw Hats heard snoring. Wait, what happened? Chopper questioned. Luffy fell asleep, Nami replied, bluntly. You've got to be kidding, Sanji said in disbelief. I know he's susceptible to hypnotism, but this is ridiculous. Luffy really does have the brain of a monkey, Blizzard muttered. Just then, the memory changed again. This time, it was night, and Past Nami was treating a cut on Past Usopp's arm. There you go, she said. Wait, what happened? Chopper asked. I tried to warn everyone of what Kuro had planned, Usopp replied. Instead, I got shot. Wait, what? Sanji asked. They didn't believe me, Usopp answered, solemnly. They just thought I was telling another lie. Just like I always did. He then chuckled, mirthlessly. Pretty pathetic of me, huh? You know, this reminds of that story, The Boy Who Cried Wolf, said Robin. There was a little shepherd boy who would lie about wolves attacking the flock of sheep he was guarding, and every time he did, the villagers would get angry. But when a real wolf appeared, the boy cried for help, but no one believed him. Oh, yeah, Ika realized. My mommy told me that story once, so she'd teach me not to tell lies. That reminds me, Zoro began, Usopp, why did you lie about pirates coming to your village in the first place? You really want to know? Asked Usopp, causing everyone to nod. It was a long time ago, back when I was a kid. Sometime after my dad left, my mom, Banchina, got really sick. So, I started lying about pirates coming to the village because I thought that maybe hearing that would lift her spirits and help her get well. But it didn't work. Usopp. Chopper whispered, sadly. Mom told me that she was happy that Dad left home to follow his dream, Usopp said, trying to fight off tears, but I didn't want her to die. Not until Dad came home at least. Eventually. She passed away. But I kept telling that lie, even though I no longer had a reason. He then covered his eyes. I guess. I wanted to cling to the hope that one day my dad would come back. He then sniffled. But it was foolish, because of my idiocy and I was telling the truth. Everyone in the village could have been killed and it would have been my fault. That's enough. Nami shouted, taking Usopp by surprise. It's in the past now. And besides, you made everything right in the end. No one died that day. Thanks, Nami, Usopp smiled. Sure, Nami smiled back. Pirates are coming to this village tomorrow morning, past Usopp said. They're coming. And everyone in the village will just think it's gonna be another normal day for them. He then gritted his teeth before he stood up. Well, I'm not gonna let it end that way. It's up to me to protect the village and fight off those pirates. Then I'll have a real tale to tell. I may be a liar, but this time, my story will be true. Luffy, past Nami, and past Zoro all blinked in surprise. Way to go, Usopp. I bet Usopp will be proud. Yeah, Usopp smiled upon hearing Luffy's thought. I bet he would be, huh? Definitely, Frankie agreed while Blizzard nodded his head. Just like we're proud of you, the wolf dog said. Sure, they can shoot me. Past Usopp said, holding his wounded arm. They can chase me off with brooms, pitchforks, and throw food at me. But this village is still my home. I love this village and everyone in it. I've got to protect them. He then sniffled and covered his eyes, trying to hide his tears. There's not much time to make a plan. But I can't just stand by and let everyone get slaughtered like a bunch of lambs. Luffy, past Zoro, and past Nami glanced at each other, and right away, they all nodded and grinned. You've got a noble heart, there, past Zoro said. You sent your cronies away so you can fight these pirates on your own. Just so you know, past Nami said as she held up the, okay, sign. I got dibs on their treasure, got that? So do you want our help or what? Luffy asked, gripping his shoulder. Why? You're really gonna help me? Past Usopp asked with tears in his eyes. Well, you're hopelessly outnumbered, right? Luffy asked. And you look pretty scared to me, past Zoro pointed out. Scared? Past Usopp questioned. DD don't make me laugh. I don't care if I'm outnumbered or not, I'm Captain Usopp the Brave. Despite what he said, his legs began to shake. Oh, crap, not now. He cursed as he hit his knees. Okay, fine, I am scared, but what do you expect? I'm going up against Captain Kuro's goons. These guys mean business, and don't freaking pity me. Who the hell said we pitied you? Asked past Zoro. We're impressed, and that's why we're gonna help, right Luffy? Hell yeah. Luffy answered. Who'd go and risk their lives out of pity? You guys. Past Usopp whimpered. You really did make an impression, Usopp, Nami said. Luffy was impressed with you to start with, Zoro added, but it took this to convince him completely to help you. And I'll never forget that, Usopp said. I'm grateful to Luffy and you too for what you did for me, that day. I was scared. I was weak. But you guys still helped me protect the village I called home. A bit later, the quartet in the memory stood at the beach, looking up at hill leading to the forest. Past Usopp speculated that the Black Cat pirates would be attacking from this very spot, but they had to head up the pass in order to reach the village, while every other place had sheer cliffs. They estimated that as long as they defended that path, then the village would be safe without even knowing about the pirates. You always were a bit of a strategist, Sanji smirked. Well, I try, Usopp chuckled. Hey, Luffy smirked. This'll be a piece of cake. Ah, damn it. I mentioned cake and now I'm hungry. I hope my tummy holds out. That Luffy, always thinking about food, Blizzard muttered. Don't take this lightly, past Usopp said. We could practically be fighting an army tomorrow morning. We're gonna need a lot of skill to take these guys down. So, what do you guys do? I cut, past Zoro said. I stretch, Luffy exclaimed, holding up his fist. I steal, past Nami boasted. I hide, past Usopp squeaked before Luffy grabbed him in a choke hold. Well, this time, you're gonna fight, they shouted. You know, I almost want to take back what I said, now. Nope, not gonna. Thank God, Usopp whispered. Just making a funny, past Usopp cried. Come on, calm down. Wow. Frankie muttered. Yes, I know, I was not the best person back then, Usopp muttered, sheesh. So, now that we have a plan, Luffy began, can we maybe, I dunno, get a snack? Past Zoro, past Nami, and past Usopp all glared at him, incredulously. What? Luffy asked as he rubbed his stomach. I can't fight good when I'm hungry, and I haven't eaten in hours. Oh, boy. Past Usopp muttered. The memory shifted once again, and with it brought the dawn of another day on the Gecko Islands. Luffy, past Zoro, past Nami, and past Usopp stood at the shore while the present-day Straw Hats watched. All four of them had an air of confidence and determination. The kind the Straw Hats usually had whenever they were about to head off into some big battle. The quartet had just set up the traps for the pirates, and now, they were just waiting for them to show. Usopp, you look so brave, Chopper exclaimed. The lighting helps, Usopp humored, causing the other Straw Hats to chuckle. That's funny, Ika said. Thank you, Usopp replied. Get ready, past Usopp said. They'll be showing up, any minute. I'm looking forward to this, past Zoro smirked. Yeah, bring it, Luffy exclaimed. I'm just getting ready to nab whatever treasure they've got, past Nami said while sticking out her tongue. I forgot I used to do that, Nami muttered. I mean, I mostly do that whenever Luffy and I. Him. Usopp cleared his throat as he pointed to Ika and Kumi. There are children present, thank you. After a while, the quartet was still standing on the beach, waiting for the Black Cat pirates, but they still didn't show. Okay, I'm starting to get bored, here, Luffy said. Yeah, where are they? Past Nami asked. I don't get it, past Usopp answered. How come they haven't shown up yet? It's already dawn. Maybe they overslept, past Zoro asked. This coming from the one who oversleeps every morning, Sanji quipped. Watch it. Zoro sneered. It is strange, Brook said. Did they not say they would meet at this beach at dawn? Well, about that, Nami answered, until past Nami suddenly put a hand to her ear. Hold it, she said. Is it me, or do I hear a bunch of voices yelling up north from us? Wait, past Usopp stammered with dread. Did you say, north? Yeah, past Nami answered. I definitely hear something coming from the north side of the island. Hey, what's wrong? Past Zoro questioned. Crap, past Usopp cursed. I just remembered, there's another beach on the north, the one where I met you guys. Wait, you mean we came to the wrong beach the whole time? Luffy asked in shock. Why were you at this beach? Frankie asked. I thought that since Kuro and Django had their meeting at that beach, I assumed that they would be landing there, Usopp answered. I made a mistake, okay. Quick! Past Usopp exclaimed. If we run straight north, we should be able to meet the pirates in 3 minutes. There's another pass that looks just like this one, we'll be able to head them off there. Wait a minute. Past Nami cried. Our boats are at the northern beach, they'll take all the treasure I stole from Buggy. Seriously? Past Zoro asked. Leave it to me? Luffy exclaimed as he ran off. I'll be there in 20 seconds? As he kept running, the Straw Hats noticed something. Wait a minute. Sanji exclaimed. Why's he going that way? That's not north. That's west, where the village is. Sure enough, Luffy found himself standing right on the outskirts of Syrup Village. Luffy questioned. Wait a minute. How'd I end up back at the village? Usopp said north, so I just went in the direction that seemed colder. Really? Blizzard deadpanned. Yes, Blizzard, really, Usopp answered, just as incredulous as the wolf dog. Huh, Ika muttered. I thought Zoro got lost all the time. No, Ika, your brother gets lost, too, Nami muttered before she heaved a sigh. With a frantic whine, Luffy turned and ran back in the direction he came from. Gotta find Usopp, gotta find Usopp. he exclaimed. "Oh, man, what am I gonna do?" He then found himself in the middle of the forest. "Huh?" he questioned. "How'd I get here? Seriously?" Usopp asked. "This is what he was doing while I was risking my life." Luffy growled before he turned and ran off, again. "Just head north, he exclaimed before he stopped and looked up at a cliff. "Which way is north, anyway?" The Straw Hats all face-palmed, save for Ika and Kumi. "Why didn't Luffy just follow all the yelling to know where the pirates were?" asked Kumi. "I guess he didn't think about it," Ika said. "That doesn't mean he's stupid, though, does it?" "And no, honey, of course not," Nami replied with a sheepish chuckle. Luffy braked to a halt when he heard past Zoro's voice, causing the boy to look up and see him running into the forest, too. For some reason, he had a large oil stain on his face. "Wait a minute. I remember this," he shouted. "Nami, you left me in that oil slick." "Oh, come on, are you still holding that against me?" Nami asked. "I told you, I had no choice, they were gonna take my treasure." "Zoro," Luffy asked as he ran over to him, "where'd you come from?" "Don't ask," past Zoro barked. "We gotta find Usopp and Nami, that bitch." "Right," Luffy replied. Do you know which way north is? I've been running around all this time, and I can't find Usopp or Nami anywhere." "How about we just follow the sound of the pirates yelling?" asked past Zoro. "Oh," Luffy exclaimed as he pounded a fist in his palm. "That makes sense. Come on, let's get moving." On that, the pair took off, heading in the right direction, this time. "Damn that Nami," past Zoro cursed. "Leaving me behind in that oil, I'll get her for this." "I'm more worried about finding Usopp," Luffy said, panting as he ran. "He's going up against some real pirates. As brave as he is, it doesn't mean anything if he doesn't have the strength to back that up. If we don't hurry, he's gonna get himself killed." That's when the Straw Hats noticed something in Luffy's voice. Genuine worry. "Was Luffy really that worried for me?" Usopp asked in disbelief. "Apparently, he was," Robin said. "I think he says this because he speaks from experience." "Experience?" Nami repeated. "Are you talking about when he tried to fight those bandits and Blue Jam's crew?" asked Frankie. "Exactly," Robin nodded. "I see now," Brook added. "In those instances, Luffy nearly lost his life. That's why he's so worried for Usopp, here. Because he knows what he'll really be going up against. That's why he was desperate to find Usopp," Chopper realized. "Luffy," Usopp whispered. Before too long, the duo managed to find their way to the beach where they met past Usopp, and soon, they found a large group of pirates running by past Nami and past Usopp, who was bleeding from his head, obviously injured from trying to fight the brutes off. "Zoro," Luffy called out as he started to stretch his arm back. "Right," past Zoro exclaimed as he drew his swords and charged forward, then slashed the pirates with his blades, while Luffy punched them away with his gum pistol. And the result sent the pirates flying back down to the beach, to past Nami and past Usopp's surprise. "Yes," Ika cheered. "They did it. That's Luffy and Zoro for you," Kumi added. The Black Cat pirates groaned in pain before one of them looked up at Django, who gawked in shock and confusion at the duo's entrance. "Hey, Django, what the hell is this?" one of them questioned. "You never mentioned that we'd be facing demons on this job." "HMPH, past Zoro scoffed. "That wasn't much of a challenge. What the hell was that?" "How the hell would I know?" Luffy asked. "I'm in a real bad mood, now. Usopp's hurt pretty bad. Good thing I got here in time. Those bastards are gonna pay for this." "Nami," past Zoro barked. "You left me stranded in that oil, you wench." "Damn it, Usopp, why didn't you say which north was?" Luffy questioned in frustration, while the Black Cat pirates gaped in disbelief. "Are they stupid or something?" Django asked. "That's what I ask myself, sometimes," Sanji muttered while Robin chuckled. "What took you two so long?" past Nami asked. "Did you stop for a manicure or something?" "You've gotta be kidding me," past Zoro shouted. "You pushed me into that oil slick and left me looking like a fool." "It was an insected. Besides, it was better if one of us got stuck than the both of us." "Then why didn't you stay stuck?" past Zoro questioned. "And how the hell was I supposed to know which way north way, anyways?" Luffy asked. "I thought you knew where you were going," past Usopp countered. "Boy was I wrong. The current Usopp quipped. Luffy sure knows how to hide concern, sometimes, huh? Chopper asked. And here I was, thinking he was easy to read, Nami mused. But then again, there have been times that I thought I knew what he was thinking, but it turned out to be something else entirely. That's true, Sanji nodded. I beg your pardon, Django said to the staggering black cat pirates. But can anyone tell me how about a bunch of mere children bested you all? Hey, we weren't kids, Usopp argued. Technically, we were teenagers, Nami replied. Well, okay, you and Luffy were teenagers. Zoro and I were adults. Legally, that is. Why get technical? Zoro asked. Just shut up and watch the memory. Whoa, look at that! Luffy exclaimed as he watched the black cat pirates get to their feet. They're still up and kickin'. Now listen up, Django called. If our enemies are strong, we might as well be stronger than they are. He then held up his rein. Now, look here at this rein. When I say, 1, 2, Django, you will all be given superhuman strength. Your wounds will heal in an instant, and you will get stronger and stronger. Eh? Luffy muttered. What are they doing? No idea, Past Usopp answered. But somehow, I got a bad feeling about this. For some reason, Luffy was only focusing on the ring that Django was dangling in front of his crew, and any other sound around him was suddenly drowned out. So the Straw Hats could barely make out past Nami's voice. How come Big Brother's just looking at that weird ring? Asked Aika. Oh, no, Nami said with dread. I remember what happens here. Wait, what? Kumi asked. 1, 2, Django, Django shouted as he pulled his hat down. And not long after, the black cat pirates roared fiercely, as if they had just been brought back from the dead. One of them even managed to destroy a cliff face with just one punch, alone. Wait, that hypnosis thing really worked? Frankie questioned. My word, Brook exclaimed. He destroyed that cliff. Yeah, and imagine what they would have done to us if Luffy hadn't been there, Usopp said, worriedly. What do you mean? Asked Aika. Just watch, kid, Zoro answered as he pet Aika on the head. Soon, on Django's order, the black cat pirates charged at the quartet. For some reason, though, past Zoro's voice was still drowned out, but the Straw Hats could make out the words, "Get to safety," which he most likely said to past Nami and past Usopp, since the latter was so heavily injured. Just as the swordsman was about to deal with them, Luffy suddenly let out a loud cry of his own. Wait a minute. Frankie muttered. Did that moron really get himself hypnotized, too? Blizzard questioned. I know Luffy has the brain of animals sometimes, Chopper began, but even this is overdoing it. Before long, Luffy charged at the black cat pirates before he began to make a flurry of rapid-fire punches. Goom goom gatling. Soon, the black cat pirates were blown away by the powerful attack. Yes, Aika cheered. He did it, even though he was something or other. Gotta admit, Sanji began, that was pretty impressive, despite the circumstances. Robin only chuckled in amusement. Soon, Luffy let out another roar as he seemingly chased after the black cat pirates, who screamed and ran away like the cowards they truly were. However, instead of thrashing them about, like Aika had hoped, Luffy instead ran to their ship and tore off the stempost for the figurehead, which actually seemed to be sweat-dropping in disbelief. Oh, no, cried one of the black cat pirates. He's gonna crush us with it, everybody run. And run they did, while Luffy stomped after them, growling like an angry gorilla. Even his arms bulged unnaturally as he let out a ferocious roar. Do something, Captain Django, cried one of the pirates. Django yelped before he looked around in fright, then brought out his ring. 1, 2, Django, and you will fall asleep, he shouted. 1, 2, Django. Before anyone knew it, Luffy's arms shrank, his eyelids grew heavy, and he collapsed on the sand, and the stempost soon fell on top of him while he snored loudly. Not long after, the memory went dark. Geez, Sanji exclaimed. I can't believe he fell asleep, just like that, let alone be susceptible to hypnosis. Nami only sighed and shook her head. What can you do, Sanji? She asked. Luffy really never was that bright, huh? Frankie asked. I still can't explain how he could fall for something like that, Usopp said. All of a sudden, a new scene had appeared before the Straw Hats, Just abruptly, as they Luffy make a grunt of pain, and they soon saw why. Past Nami was stepping right on his face. "Wake up, you idiot," she shouted, to everyone's shock. "Geez, did you have to go far?" Zoro asked. "Well, I didn't see you coming with any ideas, now did I?" Nami spat. "For your information, I was fighting a maniac," Zoro argued. "Shish, guys, look," Chopper called. Luffy grunted before he stood up and grabbed past Nami by her leg, accidentally pulling her to the ground as he did so. "What the hell, Nami?" Luffy questioned. "Why would go stepping on my head?" His outburst was cut short, however, when Django's chakram ended up hitting him in the back of his head, causing Chopper to shriek while Aika covered her eyes in fright. "Ah! Big Brother's head got cut," she cried. "That could have fractured his skull," Chopper shouted. "Or worse, hit him in his brain." "That brat is still alive?" Django questioned in disbelief. "You gotta be kidding me," Past Zoro shouted. "What lousy timing, then again, maybe not." "Nope," Zoro smirked. "Perfect timing." A pause. But then Luffy shakily reached back behind his head, grabbed the chakram, and yanked it right out. And then let out a scream of pain, like he had ripped off a bandage. "That HURT," he roared before he looked at Past Nami. "What did you do that for?" "Wait, Luffy," Past Nami cried. "It wasn't me. It was—" She suddenly gave a grunt of pain before she clutched her bleeding shoulder, then fell to the ground on her knees, to Luffy's and Sanji's concern. "What happened?" Sanji questioned. "Did those S-bags hurt you, Nami?" "I got careless," Nami answered. "Django's chakram hit me while Luffy was out." "And Nami?" Luffy asked. "Your shoulder's bleeding, are you hurt?" "It's okay," Past Nami reassured, "it's just a scratch." Aika blinked before she looked up at Nami's right shoulder, and she could just barely make a tiny scar on it. "Big sis," Aika said. "Did it hurt?" "A little," Nami answered. "I felt worse, though." "Are you sure?" Sanji asked. "Positive," Nami nodded, "but thanks for your concern." "I've done everything I can," Past Nami began as she looked up at Luffy. "It's all up to you now, Luffy. After all, this is a fight we have to win." Luffy blinked before he looked up at Past Usopp, who looked a bit bloodier than before. Then, he gave that same grin of confidence before he looked over at Past Nami and nodded his head. "You got it," he said. "Leave it to me." "Good," Past Nami said. "Besides, there's a lot of treasure on this, too." "Figured you might say that," Luffy said as he put his hat on his head, although he didn't sound at all annoyed. "You really do have your priorities straight, don't you, Nami?" Robin asked with an amused smile. "Well, you know me," Nami shrugged. "Still, it's nice to be reminded you still cared enough to help me out." Usopp smiled. "Seriously, I appreciate that." Think nothing of it," Nami said. "That's what friends do for friends. Besides, I'm a new me, now. At least I'm not as greedy as I was before." "Still pretty greedy though," Zoro pointed out. Just then, Luffy suddenly went on edge up and saw Kuro approach. And the very sight made the Black Cat pirates shudder in fear. "Hey," Luffy acknowledged. "The evil butler guy is here." Kuro only glowered down at the group. Wearing katana blades on a pair of furry gloves. "He has swords on his fingers," Aika said. "His cat claws," Usopp said, hatefully. "Suddenly, I'm really nervous," Kumi muttered. "Yeah, me too," Blizzard whispered. "I mean, I know Luffy could probably take this guy, but every time he fights, I always get uneasy." 3 minutes, Kuro spoke as he looked at his watch. "That's all you have left until I send you all to the slaughter." "Ah!" The Black Cat pirates screamed. "Wait! Captain Kuro!" cried one of them as they pointed to Luffy and Past Zoro. "Even Django and Butchie can't stop these two in just 3 minutes." "Did he just threaten to kill his crew?" Aika asked. "Why would he do something like that?" Kumi asked. "He's despicable, that's why," said Usopp. "I'm afraid this is how many pirates act," young Miss Aika, Brooke said. "If a pirate captain deems someone in his crew worthless, they will easily abandon or kill them on the spot. Disgraceful, in my opinion." "Wow," Aika whispered. "Sounds familiar to me." "Butchie," Django shouted. "There's no time to think. Just kill the man with the belly warmer, and I'll kill the Straw Hat Boy." Just then, someone else appeared on the scene. Kaya, who was wearing a long coat. She seemed to be having a bit of a hard time breathing, and she was wobbling a bit, too. What the? Sanji questioned. What's she doing there? Was it safe for her to be out in her condition? Chopper asked, worriedly. Klahadore, Kaya yelled. Stop it, right now. Kuro turned to Kaya, his cold glare unwavering, although the way he was sweating showed that he was slightly surprised to see her there. Kaya, past Usopp questioned. What do you think you're doing here? The girl from the mansion, Django exclaimed. Perfect, we just had to kill her. We don't have to ransack the village, after all, said one of the Black Cat pirates. Miss Kaya, Kuro said, trying to act nonchalant. This is a lovely surprise. What brings you here? Mary told me everything, Kaya answered. Mary? Kuro repeated. So he's alive, after all? I thought for sure that I had killed him. Hearing that caused Kaya to tense up, and it looked like it took everything she had to keep herself from crying. Such a brave girl, Frankie whispered. She sure was, Usopp agreed, risking her life to confront Kuro like that. In fact, I kinda followed her example, at times after seeing her do that. Usopp, Kaya said as she looked over at past Usopp, who blinked at her. I'm so sorry. How can you ever forgive me? I was wrong to doubt you. I just didn't want to believe that Klahadore was a pirate. That poor girl, Robin whispered. It's fine, Kaya. Past Usopp shouted. But why the hell would you come here? You gotta get away. Don't you understand? Those pirates are here to kill you? But aren't you fighting them? Kaya asked, tears forming in her eyes. Even after the way everyone treated you? Even though you're bleeding from head to toe? Well, of course I am. Past Usopp shouted. I'm a brave warrior of the sea, after all. Luffy just silently stood by, watching the scene unfold. How come whenever something like this happens, Chopper began, Luffy just stands there and does nothing until the last second? I think Luffy's analyzing, Nami answered. He's waiting to see what someone might do before he decides if he should step in or not. He's always been like that, huh? Frankie inquired. Perhaps Luffy's checking to see if one of us can handle it, Robin said. If not, then he steps in and takes over. So in a way, he's a bit smarter when it comes to that, Blizzard spoke up. Despite her growing stress, Kaya wiped her eyes of their tears before she glared at Kuro. Klahadore, she shouted. If you want my money, then take it, I'll give it all to you. Take it and leave the village in peace. A pause, but then Kuro pushed his glasses up, again. That's not good enough, Miss Kaya, he said, coldly. While I do want your fortune, what I'm also looking for is peace of mind. Peace of mind? Sanji asked in disgust. How can someone like him have peace of mind, killing an innocent lady? He's sick, that's why, Usopp growled. Kuro then went on about how he had spent 3 years in Syrup Village, earning everyone's trust, saying how he had gotten comfortable with being friends with the locals. He then proceeded to tell Kaya that by pretending that her death was an accident and not a real murder, he could have his so-called peace of mind. Past Usopp urged Kaya to run away, saying that she was not worth her words, but she wouldn't hear of it, and instead, she drew a pistol and pointed it at Kuro, which stunned everybody except for Luffy and past Zoro. You will leave the village alone, Klahadore, Kaya shouted. Holding a gun? Asked Kuro, mockingly. You've certainly gotten bolder in the last 3 years, haven't you, Miss Kaya? And I've been by your side ever since then, haven't I? Even before you lost your beloved parents and you became ill. We had spent a lot of time together. We went sailing, went on shopping trips in town, and whenever you were sick with a fever, I would stay by your bedside and made absolutely sure you were 100% well. I suffered with you, Miss Kaya. I laughed with you. I was but your humble servant. He then glared at Kaya, with a malicious grin on his face. I humored you, all that time, in all your infantile dreams. And I endured it. All for the day that I could kill you. Hearing that caused Kaya's hands to shake while she tried her hardest to hold back tears. And the Straw Hats found themselves getting angry as well. What a horrible man, Aika shouted. How dare he, Sanji hissed. How dare he play a woman's feelings like that? He has no shame. No heart, Brook added. I wanted to slug him, Nami snarled. I can't stand men like him, Robin said, her eyes cold and icy. People who break others' hearts, just for their own gain. It makes me sick. Blizzard growled viciously in agreement, his fangs bare for all to see. Hearing that again, Usopp said with clenched fists, "It reminds me just how much I hate that bastard for what he did to her. And if I ever see him again, I'll bash his face in." "Bastard," past Usopp growled, his blood boiling within him. The once dreaded Captain Kuro," Kuro went on, bowed and scraped to a spoiled little girl, catering to her every whim, day and night. "Can you imagine my humiliation?" That was more than she could take. Kaya dropped the gun and covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Aika wanted to go up and give her consolation hug, but she knew that since this was a memory, she couldn't do that. That's when past Usopp lunged for Kuro with a first reeled back. "Kuro, you bastard," he roared. Only for Kuro to disappear in the blink of an eye, and then reappear beside him. "Whoa," Sanji exclaimed. "Did you see that? He was fast," Chopper cried. "That reminds me, Usopp," Kuro said, "I still owe you for punching me the other day. And I do so hate to get hit." "Oh, yeah? Wapow." Before anyone could react, Luffy stretched his arm out and punched Kuro right smack in the middle of his face, sending him crashing to the ground, to the Black Cat Pirate's shock. "Captain Kuro is down," they all shouted. Luffy smirked as his arm retracted back into its normal position. "If you hate getting hit so much," Luffy began, "then you're about to have a really bad day." At that moment, the memory shifted, once more. "How come we're skipping so much?" Nami asked. "Probably because there's a lot to see," Robin began, "and we only need to see the important details." "So where's it skipping to?" asked Usopp, and he soon got his answer when he saw that Butchie had been defeated by Zoro while Luffy stood, prepared to face Kuro. Plus, Kaya was nowhere, other was Django. "Where did Miss Kaya go?" Brook asked, worriedly. "Usopp's friends came and got her," Nami answered. "He told them to take her into the forest to protect her, but Django went after them." "Well, at least she's safe," Sanji added. Just then, Aika gasped as she saw past Usopp, collapsed on the ground. "Usopp!" she cried. "Oh, no," Chopper shouted. "What happened to you, Usopp?" "I lost too much blood," Usopp answered, begrudgingly. "I spent all that time, fighting with bloody injury on my head. I didn't stop to think about the consequences." He then chuckled. I guess Luffy's recklessness kind of rubbed off on me, huh?" "It's not funny," Chopper chided. "Ha ha 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 ha," Kuro cackled. "Look at how pathetic you look, Usopp. But perhaps it's better if you just stay on the ground, like that. If you manage to catch up to Django, he'd just kill you in an instant." It doesn't matter," past Usopp whispered as tears spilled from his eyes. I gotta protect them, Kaya. My friends. The village, everyone, I don't want to lose anybody." Luffy's eyes went wide, as did the Straw Hats, as they remembered when their captain made his vow to get stronger, so that he could protect the people he cared for. "I am the great Captain Usopp," past Usopp continued, "and they are my crew. I'm a brave warrior of the sea. Just like my father before me, I won't let any of you bastards hurt my friends or my neighbors. You're not gonna lose anyone, Usopp. Not as long as I can do anything about it." "My God," Usopp whispered. Hearing Luffy's inner thoughts made him realize just how much the two of them had in common. And even more so, he realized just how much his conviction meant to Luffy. The Black Cat Pirates, however, just broke out laughing. "Look at him, crying like a pathetic wimp while his ass is in the air," yelled one of them. "What a loser," added another. But their laughter was quickly silenced when Luffy threw a boulder at them, which caused them to disperse in a panic. Luffy growled as he glowered down at the pirates, who whimpered like a bunch of pathetic dogs with their tails between their legs. If looks could kill, then these pirates would certainly be 10 feet under by now. "What's so funny?" Luffy roared. "Nothing," Aika shouted. "Absolutely nothing." "That's right, Aika," Usopp smiled. "Don't ever let anyone laugh at your friends, got it?" "Got it," Aika answered. "Good," Usopp smiled. "Keep that in mind, and you'll be a right proper pirate captain, like your brother." "Luffy," past Zoro called as he picked past Usopp and put him over his shoulder. "Usopp and I are going on ahead." "Yeah, you do that," Luffy called. "Sorry about this," past Usopp apologized. "Don't worry about it," past Zoro answered. "I go on my own, but you're the only one who knows this forest, so you better come with me." Did Moss Head just admit that he'd get lost? Asked Sanji. Watch it, Zoro glared at the cook. Hold on, Kuro said as past Zoro and past Usopp were about to make their way past him. Just who gave you two permission to climb up this slope? I did, Luffy shouted as he rushed Kuro, who gasped in surprise as he dodged the Straw Hat Captain's punch. Zoro? Usopp, hurry. Right, past Zoro answered as he made a run for it, leaving Luffy to fight Kuro on his own. Take this. Luffy yelled as he tried to land another gum-gum pistol on Kuro, but the Black Cat pirate captain soon vanished into thin air. Huh? Where'd he go? However, he suddenly tensed up, sensing something behind him before he dropped down to the ground, narrowly avoiding a slash from Kuro's cat claws. Oh, nice dodge, Kumi shouted. Get him, now, big brother, Aika shouted. He was lucky, Blizzard said. Even if he didn't observation hockey, he timed that dodge just right because of his instincts. Hey, Luffy smirked, standing on his hands and putting his feet together. Now gum. Spear, he stretched both feet forward, attempting to jab Kuro with his legs, but once again, the deceptive pirate managed to evade him. Damn it, now where did he go? He then jumped up onto his feet. Oh well. At least Zoro and Usopp made it up the slope. That's when he turned around and saw Kuro, who glared at him. Oh, Luffy exclaimed. There you are, I do say, Brook began. He's about as fast I am. Not that I'm impressed, mind you. I'll tell you this much, Nami said. Luffy sure had a bit of a time with this guy. Before we fight seriously, Kuro began. I have to ask. Why are you, an outsider, getting yourself with this village? It doesn't concern you. A pause. Before Luffy grinned. Because, he started, there's a certain man in this village that I don't want to let die. Thank you, Luffy, Usopp smiled while Zoro put a hand on his shoulder. I see, Kuro smirked. How simple. But is that pathetic boy really someone you're willing to die for? He sure as hell is, Luffy answered as he took a fighting stance. But I'm not gonna die, either. You tell him, big brother, Aika cheered. That's right, Chopper added. Go get him, Luffy, Kumi exclaimed. The wind blew softly as Luffy and Kuro faced each other. But then, the latter looked up at the former with great killer intent. Die, boy. He hissed before he charged at Luffy, who stretched his arms behind him. Sorry, but not today, he declared as he stretched his arms forward and grabbed Kuro by the wrists, then jumped up into the air as he prepared to stamp his face in. However, Kuro simply swung his arms and threw Luffy to the ground, forcing him to let go. Not one to lose ground in a fight, Luffy quickly got up on one hand and stretched his leg out. Gum whip, he shouted as he sweeped his leg at Kuro, but once again, his foe proved to be one step ahead, for he jumped over his leg, dodging the attack. Then, Luffy stood up on his feet once his leg retracted, then shot his fist forward, only for Kuro to jump up onto his arm. You bore me, stupid child, Kuro said mockingly before he ran along the length of Luffy's arm before he could reel it back in and kicked him in the jaw, sending the raven-haired teen to the ground. Oh, no, Aika cried. Easy now, Aika, Sanji assured. Your brother's gonna be fine. Luffy grunted as he stood up, his fat having fallen off, before he spat out some blood that was dripping from his lip. Meanwhile, the Black Cat pirates, though stunned by the display, began to cheer once they saw that their enemy was beginning to lose ground to their captain. They began to chant his name over and over. But then, there came something really unexpected. Don't ever call me by that name, you howling fools, Kuro bellowed, causing the Black Cat pirates to freeze. Huh, Luffy muttered as he wiped his lip of blood. He's mad because they called him by his name, Aika asked. I don't get it, Kumi added, don't you idiots understand? Kuro asked. The whole point of this plan was to be rid of the name, Captain Kuro, forever. I tired me. Crafting 1,000 brilliant plans for a bunch of blathering idiots with nothing but plunder and pillaging on their minds. And what did my hard work get me? The entirety of the Marines on my heels. Bounty hunters, spies, mercenaries. Everywhere I went, it was nothing but endless harassment, so on that fateful day, 3 years ago, I decided to end my life. Wait, he killed himself? Chopper asked. All this, because he didn't want to be a pirate, anymore? Sanji asked. That's weird, Nami said. If I didn't know better, he kinda sounds like Blue Jam. How so? Frankie asked. Blue Jam also stopped being a pirate because he wanted to live a life of luxury, like the nobles in Goa Kingdom. Kuro did it to run away from his life. But it doesn't make sense, Aika said. If you're a pirate, then of course are gonna hunt you down, aren't they? Some people just aren't cut out for the life of a pirate, Aika, said Zoro. Don't you get it, you simpleton? Kuro asked Luffy, who glared up at him. There's simply no room for E-plan. And my plans never go off course, on that. He lunged for Luffy with his cat claws outstretched, causing Luffy to gasp before he grabbed a boulder and hefted it up, using it as a shield. And Kuro's cat claws ended up stuck in the rock. All right, Aika and Kumi cheered. I see, Kuro said. So stretching isn't the only thing you're capable of, is it? Nope. Luffy answered with a cocky grin. I've been training myself for 10 years. To be a pirate, on that. He threw the boulder to the side, causing Kuro's claws to break off. What the? Kuro questioned. And another thing, Luffy added, if you don't want a reputation. Wham! He struck Kuro with the boulder, knocking him to the ground. Don't be a pirate, damn right, Usopp agreed. Way to go, big brother, Aika cheered. I mean, I know you can't really hear me, but yay. That's Luffy for you, Blizzard added. Hey, Luffy grinned. If you ever want to compare plans, then mine is a lot bigger than yours. A pause. But then Kuro stood back, strands of hair now hanging loosely over his forehead. His eyes were dark and blood dripped from temple. Even then, though, the Black Cat pirates continued to cheer, even though some advised their crewmates not to call their captain by his name. Shut your mouths, Kuro barked. I'll deal with you idiots later, Django, too. The Black Cat pirates questioned in shock. But why us? Asked one of them. Yeah, stop joking around, cried another. It's not too late to attack the village, right? Yeah, as long as Django gets that rich girl to write her will, the plan's a success, exclaimed one more. They just don't get it, Usopp whispered. Don't any of you worry your heads about my plan, Kuro answered. If none of you fools live to tell about it, I can pin all the blame on you. Hearing that caused the Black Cat pirates to gasp in horror. I never intended for any of you to leave this place alive, Kuro continued. I can't let anyone live as long as they know my true identity. So, you planned to kill us all along? Asked one of the Black Cat pirates in disbelief. Of course I did, Kuro said with a malicious grin. Even 3 years ago, back when I was still Captain Kuro, it was all part of my plan. Such a horrid man, Robin whispered in disgust. Talking about killing them with such an evil grin on his face. How can he be so depraved? Brook asked. He's clearly mad. He's lucky he's not a real cat, Blizzard said. I'd bite his tail off. Pirates who go and give up on the sea, just because they can't handle the pressure of being one. They shouldn't be pirates, at all. Are you stupid? Luffy asked as he looked at the Black Cat pirates. Man, they really are a dumb bunch of pirates, huh? Dumb, Kuro repeated. Ha, of course they are. Pirates are just a bunch of wild dogs, thrown out like trash by society. Without someone to lead them, they're nothing but helpless sheep. Their job was to just shut up and follow my plan. Pirates should only be faithful and loyal pawns to their captain. If you say they die, then they die, and if you say they live, then they live. They should have just followed my plan to the letter, no matter what sprung up to impede. Such as an insignificant brat who's trying to play at being a pirate. Luffy sneered at that remark, as did the rest of the Straw Hats. They should have died trying to fulfill my plan, Kuro continued. That's how a pirate lives. Vagabond brats like you should just stay out of it. Even if you're the captain of 100 men who obeyed your every command, Luffy said, there's no way you could beat me or Usopp. Wow. Usopp muttered with a slight blush while Zoro chuckled. You're bluffing, Kuro said. Me, lose to a boy who's playing pirate? That's right, Luffy answered, which caused Kuro to laugh loudly. How very amusing, he exclaimed. However, if I were you, I wouldn't get cocky, just because you broke my claws. Tell me. He then vanished. Why do you think I would lose to the likes of him? He disappeared, again, cried Chopper. Wait for it, Nami smirked. It's your style, Luffy said. as he swung his arm behind him and punched Kuro right in the face. "You don't even look like a true pirate." "He got him," Aika cheered as Kuro was sent crashing into the cliff behind himself, only to sit right back up again, blood dripping from his head as he pushed up his glasses once more. "Now you've insulted me," Kuro said. "Fine, if you want to talk about a true pirate. Then let me show just how terrifying true pirates can be." Then he stood up and began to sway left and right. "I'll show you the ferocity of a pirate who's faced 1,000 deaths." For some reason, the Black Cat pirates began to panic. "Oh, no, that stance, he's going to use that move. His special attack on only one opponent? He's crazy? It's the cat out of the bag technique." "The cat out of the what now?" Blizzard asked. "Wait a minute," cried one of the Black Cat pirates. "We're in deep crap, too. Didn't he say he'd kill us all?" "Ah!" the whole crew shrieked. "Please don't kill me, Captain Kuro, I promise. I won't tell anybody about you being alive." "What about me, you jerk?" "I won't say it either, Captain, don't kill me, please." "Yeah, me neither. What are they all panicking about?" Luffy asked as he looked to Kuro. All he's doing is just slouching and swaying back and forth. However, when Kuro raised his head, Luffy and the rest of the Straw Hats gasped upon seeing that his eyes had rolled up into the back of his skull, making them look they were a ghostly white. "What's he doing?" Kumi asked. "How come his eyes look like that?" "Ah, that's creepy," Aika cried. Then, out of nowhere, Kuro disappeared again, and at first, nothing seemed to be happening, until one of the Black Cat pirates screamed in agony as 4 long gashes appeared on his chest before he collapsed, followed by another, and then another. Luffy only gaped in shock at what he was seeing, as did the Straw Hats. Even as the pirates cried out for their captain to stop, the slaughter continued. "Damn, he's fast," Sanji cursed. "Yeah, I can't even see where he is," Aika added. "But he's attacking blindly," Robin said. "This cat out of the bag is just reckless." "He doesn't care," Nami began, "as long as he can kill Luffy and his own men." "I know he was cruel," Usopp said, "but even his own crew doesn't deserve this." Luffy just stood there, horrified, even as Kuro ended up cutting his chest and shoulder. But then, he began to seethe angrily as he saw more of the Black Cat pirates drop like flies. "Ubastard," he roared. "Don't you have any honor? Those men are your friends?" Just then, Luffy grunted as he ended up getting slashed, again. But then, he reached out and grabbed Kuro by his arm and slammed him into the ground. "Gotcha." He smirked. "Yes," Aika cheered, "he can still win this thing." "Damn you." Kuro cursed. "Why won't you just lie down and die, boy?" He gestured to his bloodied crew. "Look at what you've done, now. Because of you, my crew is suffering instead of dying a painless death." "Son of a bitch." Usopp cursed. "Those poor men," Brook whispered, sadly. Luffy looked down at the Black Cat pirates, who all moaned in agony, and yet, he said nothing. "You have something to say?" asked Kuro. "I do, actually," Luffy answered as he cracked his knuckles. "I'm never gonna be a pirate like you." "HMPH, Kuro scoffed as he pushed his glasses up, again. "I wouldn't worry about that. You could never be like me, boy. Since I'm going to kill you, anyway." He then prepared to do the cat out of the bag technique, again, but this time, Luffy was ready for him. "No way." Luffy shouted as he wrapped his arms and legs around him. "You can't try that little trick of yours, now, can you?" "This is it," Usopp exclaimed. "Here it comes," Chopper added. "Damn you," Kuro cursed. "Let me go." "Face it," Luffy said, "you're 3 Yimi." "What?" Kuro questioned. "He's got Captain Kuro," whispered one of the Black Cat pirates. "Does this mean we're saved?" asked another, and soon, they all began to cheer. "Yeah, go get him, Rubber Kid, finish him off." Luffy growled before he slammed his forehead against Kuro's, then stretched his neck all the way back, frightening the Black Cat pirates. "Shut up," he shouted. "Who the hell said you guys could cheer for me? I'll kick your asses next, come on, big brother." Aika whispered. "Come on, now Gum Goom." Luffy roared. "No, this is impossible," Kuro shouted. "My plan. My 3-year plan. It can't fail, you lose, Kuro," Usopp smirked. "Beal. Kabong." Luffy slammed his forehead right against Kuro's, once again. And this time, the latter was down for the count.